Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 1151 Kevin, no way. How did Dances with Wolves get such a nickname? Ronald was furious. Hollywood hates nicknames. Sometimes, something that wasn't important can become a lifelong burden because of a nickname. Look at Michael Cimino, who directed Heaven's Gate. His career was branded as the one that bankrupted United Artists, founded by Charlie Chaplin. Who would dare hire him for big-budget films after that? He could only work as a script doctor or make low-budget films for wealthy investors who wanted to make a living in Hollywood. Even an Oscar for Best Director wouldn't help. And now, coincidentally, Orion was indeed facing a financial crisis. If his Valmont couldn't turn a profit, a financial crisis would be a matter of next year. If Dances with Wolves really got a Kevin Gate label, the timing might coincide with Orion's crisis. People won't bother to investigate which director's films drained Orion's money, they'll just find a scapegoat. And Kevin's Gate, a name that sounds like Heaven's Gate, is a perfect fit, isn't it? Both are big-budget productions, both are the last films from a production company that has long supported artists' work before it ran into trouble. Isn't that a coincidence? This nickname will surely spread like wildfire. Ronald was a little annoyed. This absolutely couldn't happen to Dances with Wolves, otherwise Daydream Pictures' reputation would be ruined too. We need to go check on Kevin's and the Silence of the Lambs sets. Ronald finally reached a consensus with Mike Medavoy to prepare for this once-in-a-decade disaster. Rumors spread like wildfire. The most important thing now was to go to the sets and calm everyone down. Diane was reluctant to part with him, but Ronald was going to take care of serious business. She helped him pack his suitcase, even putting in some black tea in a thermos. Ronald, still warm from Diane's touch, boarded the plane. Let's check on the filming progress. Ronald and Mike Medavoy arrived together at a nature reserve in South Dakota. Upon reaching the film set, they discovered they were filming scenes of bison migration and Sioux Indian hunting. Ah, you're here. Are you going to see Kevin? Or should we wait for him at base camp? Rachel Tallale was waiting for Ronald and Mike at the film set's camp. Where are they? What's the progress on today? Ronald picked up the filming schedule on the table and began to look at it. Flip, flip, flip. Ronald flipped through the schedule, only finding one page of today's shooting schedule. Where are the others? This schedule isn't complete, is it? It's all here. Rachel Tallale took the schedule from Ronald and flipped through it. Yes, it's the complete schedule. Are you sure? Ronald looked at Rachel Tallale with disbelief. She was someone he had specifically sent to oversee the filming progress, and this was the result she gave him? Ronald clenched his fist, then relaxed it. He quickly took out his thermos of black tea and took a sip. Stay calm, but Mike Medavoy, who was browsing the schedule next to him, wasn't so calm. Approaching 50, he had high blood pressure, and the sudden shock made him dizzy, causing him to slump into a chair. Are you alright? Ronald asked, noticing Mike Medavoy's pale face. I always get airsick on planes, sometimes it's delayed. Medavoy knew he couldn't show anything at this moment, so he quickly explained. Then he took a small box from his breast pocket, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. The culprit behind their agitation was the shooting schedule. Today's schedule only had one shot scheduled. Mike Medavoy also had a producer, also a woman, supervising him on set, who went to the filming location with Costner. Meanwhile, Tallale was waiting for Ronald's arrival at the camp. After taking the pill and feeling a bit better, Medavoy asked Tallale to get him a glass of hot water to dissolve his daily nutritional supplement, and took the opportunity to talk to Ronald behind closed doors. Back in the day with Heaven's Gate, Michael Cimino got together with that female producer. Ronald understood his meaning halfway through the sentence. He himself had been through the Heaven's Gate scandal. Michael Cimino would sleep with the lead actress, Isabel Huppert, and the female producer every morning. Upon waking, the three of them would get hyped up before deciding what to shoot on set. Because the producer was completely infatuated with him, the entire production went off track. He could spend 3 days filming a close-up shot of a supporting character wielding a whip. He wasted time and film on trivial scenes, which meant wasting money. He even dismantled and rebuilt all the wooden houses in the set because he complained that the town streets were too narrow, costing the crew a considerable amount of money. At the time, he was a newly promoted executive at United Artists, lacking producing experience and eager to achieve results. Another executive was considering resigning and didn't care much about such matters. After chatting for a while, they both felt the similarities were striking. The nickname Kevin's Gate didn't seem unfounded. "We need to go to the filming location to see the real situation before we talk about it," Mike Medavoy thanked Talalay, then produced a plastic bag, tore it open, dissolved the powder inside in hot water, and swallowed it. "This is a specially made nutritional supplement. It's very good for my health. I bet this shot is quite difficult, right? Otherwise, why only shoot one shot a day?" Ronald also composed himself. He still trusted Talalay. Bison herds are different from ordinary herds. Once they start running, it's hard to stop. They often have to run more than 10 miles before professional bison herders can slowly drive them back. "Oh, I see. That sounds even harder to shoot than the train shot." Hearing this, Ronald felt it was still understandable, although one shot a day was still a bit outrageous. But it wasn't as lawless as Cimino's. Costner is a new director, and he has a very good artistic taste, so his standards are high. "We should be able to finish filming the bison herd scene this week, and then we can speed things up." The three of them rode in a pickup truck towards the wilderness of the nature reserve where the film crew was located. Talalay explained the reason for the slow filming. It wasn't that Talalay wasn't in a hurry or didn't want to find ways to speed things up, but some scenes in this film were indeed very difficult to film. Roger Corman was the most skilled at filming train scenes. Martin Scorsese's first feature film, Boxcar Bertha, was filmed under Corman's direction, with thorough preparation beforehand and a week dedicated to filming all the hitchhiking scenes. Like the bison herd, trains, once they start moving, travel a long distance, making them difficult subjects to film, at most 1 or 2 shots per morning. Trains, at least, are predictable. The driver can brake immediately after receiving a signal and then reverse. However, the bison herd consists of hundreds or even thousands of bison, without a fixed leader to obey commands. Once they start running, they can only be herded back when they choose to stop. And they can't go too fast. This herd of bison was released by a wealthy man to revive the natural ecosystem of the American bison. This species is practically extinct in the wild. If filming is rushed, the bison will overexert themselves, quickly lose weight, and could even die. This wealthy man certainly doesn't want a crew to overuse them, so he also has to consider the precious wildlife and proceed slowly. "Ronald, you've come at the right time." Kevin Costner had just finished filming for the day. In the setting sun, a herd of bison was trotting slowly on the ground, with the professional herders nervously surrounding them, afraid of accidentally provoking their wildness. "I heard the filming is difficult." "Yes, we can only shoot one take a day for this kind of shot. It's very troublesome, but fortunately we'll be finishing this segment soon." Costner rode his horse, riding a bareback horse like an Indian today, handling it skillfully. To be honest, Costner was quite dedicated to this film, performing every scene himself. Ronald observed the crew and saw that Costner was incredibly disciplined. This was undoubtedly related to his refusal to use a stunt double and his willingness to ride the risky bareback horse himself. Many of the people on set were his longtime collaborators on westerns. They all admired Costner's ruthlessness. Westerns aren't romance films. A director and lead actor who rides a bareback horse and sets an example is someone they all respected. Ronald toured the set with him and found that things weren't as chaotic as Michael Cimino's. The crew's execution and morale showed that Costner had done a lot of work. Moreover, the Western genre was gradually declining, and after Costner's debut, he directed several westerns and sports films, all large-scale productions. He had learned a lot about directing from those directors. Moreover, Costner was a generous man and had accumulated many connections within the crew. It's fair to say that perhaps half of the remaining Western film talent was concentrated on the set of Dances with Wolves. For one thing, scenes involving multiple riders chasing bison are not something just anyone can handle. After watching the set, Ronald and Mike Medavoy watched the footage again that evening. Although the filming progress was slow, the visuals were excellent. Kevin Costner had a good eye for quality, however, he needed more time and film stock to refine these tasteful shots. Who knew that Ronald and Mike Medavoy, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, would be greatly annoyed by Costner's words that evening? The crew can probably keep filming until next week, but we need more funding to complete this masterpiece. No, why do you need money again? Talalay was caught off guard by this sudden attack. I've seen the budget. There shouldn't be any major problems finishing it. Hell, you know, I'm doing this for the sake of cinematic art. Costner's meaning was clear, all that was a lie. In this remote South Dakota nature reserve, besides the crew, there were only some real Native Americans hired as extras. This wasn't Hollywood, with all sorts of agencies and producers who could truly wield the power. Here, most of the crew were Costner's people, and the Native Americans liked the film's plot. No one would tell Talalay the truth. She was somewhat unknowingly being misled. Kevin Costner's tactic was something many in Hollywood had used, a combination of coaxing and deception to start filming. Even if the current budget couldn't cover it all, they'd start filming according to their own quality standards. When the money runs out, they ask the producers for more. After all, the film quality for this part is excellent. You can't just stop filming, right? That would mean all the initial investment is wasted. To finish filming and recoup costs through release, they have to grit their teeth and invest more, even if it means diluting their own equity, just to finish the film. Of course, some directors go too far and end up with poor quality film, or their work isn't approved by producers, forcing them to hastily film a hastily made movie to reach the allotted runtime for release. Mike Medavoy understands this situation perfectly. He's known for dealing with these kinds of artists at United Artists in Orion, and knows that most artists are also scoundrels. He had anticipated Costner's tactics. Meeting Ronald's gaze, Mike Medavoy asked the same question, "How much do you need?" He still had a reserve budget of $3 to $5 million. "I need another $10 million. Hey," Ronald laughed. This was a big surprise. He stared intently at Costner, pointing to his mouth. "Watch my lips, Kevin." No way. "Hey, don't be like that, Ronald. You saw my sample footage, and you liked it, right? You can't let such a masterpiece go unseen." Historically, Westerns, starting with John Ford, have been the most important genre in Hollywood, but very few have depicted Native American tribes positively. In those Westerns, Native Americans are either scalping villains or woman-stealing bandits. This is the first film to objectively and positively portray Native Americans. You can't treat him like this, and you can't treat me like this either, Kevin. I gave you so many privileges to make your dream come true. As a first-time director, I gave you the privilege of shooting in sequence. I even let you use Native American languages in the film. When you came to South Dakota to film the bison migration and the Native American tribes hunting, I gave you so much trust, and this is how you repay me. $10 million. $10 million could make 3 Westerns. Ronald grew angrier as he spoke, pointing at Costner's chest and poking him several times with his hand. Then he moved forward step by step, forcing Costner to retreat. At times like this, negotiations relied on a thuggish approach, a battle of who could intimidate whom. Don't do this, let's talk this out, let's sit down and talk slowly. Mike Medavoy and Talalay stepped forward, pretending to pull the two apart. Costner was forced to his sofa, at a disadvantage. "I can contribute part of it myself," he stated as bottom line. "How much more can you contribute?" Ronald laughed. Costner didn't have any particularly profitable works. To make this film, he had invested his $3 million salary as part of the investment. He also used Michael Douglas's connections to find European distribution channels, then used the film's European distribution revenue as collateral to obtain a loan from Credit Line, plus contributions from Ronald and Orion, finally raising enough funds for filming. "I can also contribute the advance payment." "Come on, that's not much money," Ronald laughed, patting Costner on the shoulder. "This guy doesn't have much money right now, and he gets intimidated by his own or when money is involved. I'll discuss it with Mr. Mike Medavoy, and we can stop filming." "Ronald," Costner was shocked. "You really don't want to do it? Unless you find new investment, and you have to pay a price." Asking Costner to leave first, the two quickly exchanged opinions. Since the film already had a project company, Mike Medavoy was happy to see Ronald increase his investment. However, the reputation of Kevin's Gate had to be considered. They couldn't repeat the media frenzy that followed Heaven's Gate after adding investment. Finally, they devised a plan. Ronald would find an East Asian distributor, package the box office revenue, and then use it as an advance payment to add to the production budget. However, this was kept secret from everyone except Costner and a few other key personnel. In public, They insisted on an $18 million production cost. Anyway, this portion of the money could be considered overseas advance payment, and a different accounting item could be used for the expense. After discussing it, Ronald made several more calls to Sony's New York office and finalized the arrangement for the additional investment. "Come in." Costner was ushered back into the room. "We can give you additional investment, yes, don't get too excited, we have conditions. Please tell me, the additional investment must be overseen by Ms. Tallerley, and all expenditures require her signature." Ronald and Mike Medavoy agreed on the oversight measures. In short, they couldn't let the previous situation of being cheated happen again. Thank you. Kevin Costner had been a little worried that filming might really stop. Also, Ronald glanced at Costner, who immediately stopped celebrating and looked at Ronald, eagerly awaiting his conditions. "This is the last one. If you can't finish on time and within budget, we will not only deduct your entire salary, but also deduct money from your pay based on the delay and budget." "Okay, I agree." Costner was truly desperate to make this film, and he agreed to these harsh conditions. "Don't let us down, Kevin." Ronald used all the same tactics United Artists had employed against Michael Cimino back then. If they produced a high-quality film, Costner would at least get a cut. If they failed, they deserved to lose money. "I won't." Costner, sweating profusely, left the office and went to his Western crew. "How is it going?" everyone asked. "What are you waiting for? Get to work." Okay. The crew, confident in their abilities, immediately scattered to prepare for filming. Chapter 1152. The first time someone filmed on location at the FBI Academy. "Hopefully, our next stop won't be such a surprise," Mike Medavoy joked with Ronald across from him on the private jet. He took out his dietary supplement and asked a flight attendant for a glass of water to mix it with. Hollywood is full of all sorts of secret formulas. People here work under a lot of pressure, and many believe that something can give them special energy. Jonathan is a very thoughtful person and an experienced director. He wouldn't, Ronald defended his senior. "Ha, I was just kidding. Relax, Ronald, God won't let us win twice." Mike Medavoy winked at Ronald. After the surprise of Dancing with Wolves, they really needed to relax. Sure enough, after the plane landed in New York, Jonathan Demme's preparations were much more thorough than Costner's. Demme had previously collaborated with Orion on Shrek and Lulu, which brought Melanie Griffiths out of the abyss. Although the film's box office was mediocre, the overall execution of the project was excellent, and the film's completion was very high. Besides blending suspense, romance, action, and road movie genres, Jonathan Demme's editing and sound design are Oscar-worthy. Ronald also learned acting techniques from Demme. Compared to Kevin Costner, who relied on passion and natural charisma for his directorial debut, Jonathan Demme relied on thorough preparation and meticulous pre-planning. Perhaps calling Jonathan Demme an artist is more accurate than calling him a craftsman. His greatest strength lies in perfecting every detail within a reasonable budget. From a businessman's perspective of cost and quality control, this makes him an ideal director. Of course, Jonathan Demme also has weaknesses. He only wants to film what he wants to film. If a film has great commercial potential and suits his style, but he's not interested, no one can persuade him otherwise. For example, directors who have achieved commercial success generally don't go back to making documentaries, music videos, or TV movies. Most directors believe that theatrical films are the ultimate arena for directing. But Jonathan Demme didn't care. He'd make films on any subject that interested him. He not only directed music videos but also documentaries about Haiti and concert films about Cambodia. His next film, Swimming to Cambodia, is entirely a monologue by actor Spurgeon Gray. The film opens with Gray walking towards a performance garage in New York City. He enters the garage, passes an audience, and sits behind a table with a pull-out map of Southeast Asia behind him. Gray then recounts his experience filming Killing Grounds, a film about Cambodia, and provides an introduction to the country's history. It's fair to say that Jonathan Demme is a director who makes films purely out of interest. Even with a low budget and difficult filming, he can make a project he's interested in look beautiful. For example, Swimming to Cambodia, which seems to have been casually shot with just a camera, won a small film award and received nominations for Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Screenplay at the Independent Spirit Awards. Fortunately, The Silence of the Lambs was indeed a project that Jonathan Demme was very interested in. So when the three met in New York, what Ronald saw was Demi's meticulously prepared scene details and detailed shooting plan. This film wasn't like Dances with Wolves, which, due to lack of experience, could only be filmed sequentially from beginning to end. This was a very experienced director who, based on various location options and the actors' performances, combined the available resources and time to arrive at the optimal solution. Very good, I feel much better after seeing it. Ronald was truly pleased to see such preparation. He wished all the directors he invested in could be like this. I'm very satisfied too. When can we go to the FBI Academy? Jonathan Dremyer rubbed his hands together. Ronald had promised him that he would film the scenes of the female lead, Starling, at the FBI Training Academy. This was the first time the FBI had opened these facilities to Hollywood. We can go the day after tomorrow. I've already made arrangements with the FBI, of course. During his day off in New York, Ronald would definitely meet with Helen. Her happy together scenes were already filmed and were undergoing intensive post-production editing. This time, Ronald met Helen in the editing room with director Nora Ephron. Take a look, Ronnie. Helen was delighted that her lover was in New York and wanted to give him feedback. The editing room is the director's and editor's domain. You can't go in there, Ronald said, adopting a businesslike tone, deliberately teasing Helen. Okay, I'm just really eager to see my performance in the final cut. Helen always respected these so-called industry rules. Her upbringing wouldn't allow her to bully others. Nora Ephron discreetly gave Ronald a thumbs up. Ahem, I have a lot to ask you. Ronald stepped forward, turned a knob, and after watching 2 shots, knew that Nora Ephron's basic skills were solid. She only lacked experience and confidence. And these things couldn't be taught, they could only be learned through experience. Very good, I'm waiting to see the final cut. Ronald put his arm around Helen's waist, and they turned to leave. Hey, Ronald, aren't you interested in your movie? I remember your name was in the director's credits at the beginning and end of the movie. Ronald turned around and joked with Ephron, then ignored the whole thing, put his arm around Helen, and walked out, leaving only a tinkling laugh behind. Will you be at the premiere of this movie? Helen asked, hugging Ronald. In their Fifth Avenue apartment, the two looked out the window at the Manhattan skyline, enjoying takeout from a Michelin-starred restaurant, feeling very comfortable. Of course, I'm one of the investors and distributors. Ronald smiled and patted Helen's waist. That's not what I meant. I meant I wanted you to come. No. Whatever. Who? Ronald slept soundly in his airplane seat. Jonathan Demme and Mike Medavoy next to him looked on with envy. Being able to sleep soundly during a flight was a great talent. Good rest was essential for good work. Mr. Lee, we're about to arrive at Dulles International Airport. A flight attendant woke Ronald up. Let me wash my face first. After washing his face with hot water in the bathroom, Ronald felt refreshed again. He had been with Helen Slater all day and hadn't left the apartment. A little rest had given him renewed energy. Detective Claire, thank you for your help. The group drove for several tens of minutes from Washington to the FBI Academy in Virginia to inspect the filming location. It's all Director Sessions' idea. Welcome to the FBI Academy. Detective Claire had changed into a suit and handed each of the three a visitor card. Detective Claire had now been transferred to the FBI Academy as an instructor for new recruits. She showed Ronald around the academy, located on a Marine Corps base, which covered 547 acres. All trainees here had to be college graduates. After training at the academy, they could directly become official FBI agents, a fast track compared to officers transferred from local PDs. Starling, the protagonist of The Silence of the Lambs, is an FBI trainee who hasn't graduated yet. Because of her beauty, she's assigned by her superiors to interview Hannibal Lecter in hopes of obtaining clues about the serial killer who kidnapped the congressman's daughter. Jonathan Demme and Mike Medavoy cherish their time at the FBI, visiting the training facilities and offices, a great topic of conversation. Ronald goes to Detective Claire's office, ostensibly to discuss cooperation, but also to chat about the progress of the wiretapping case. Why were you transferred here? Isn't training new recruits a huge waste of your abilities? Ronald and Detective Claire are acquaintances, and Ronald is somewhat surprised that she was transferred from a powerful detective in the New York field office to headquarters. Training is very important work. Besides, I've made a name for myself in the wiretapping case, Claire explains the transfer to Ronald with a smile. Contrary to popular belief, The FBI is not only a federal investigative agency, but also has jurisdiction over domestic counterintelligence operations. The CIA, on the other hand, cannot operate domestically. These two agencies, after being repeatedly scrutinized by previous presidents, are now subject to various legislative constraints, unlike during Hoover's era when they could do whatever they wanted. For example, if the FBI wants to prosecute spies, the FBI agents investigating the case must testify in court. And according to regulations, they must appear in court under their real names. Thus, Agent Claire's face has already appeared in public records during her subsequent testimony in the Israeli spy case. This means she can no longer continue to command operations as a frontline agent. However, the FBI's compensation is generally average. Claire's promotion and transfer to the headquarters academy increased her annual income by 50%, and her husband and children were also able to move to Virginia to enjoy the FBI's generous subsidies. There are many excellent public schools there. Your matter will have to wait a bit longer. This involves some internal issues within the FBI and CIA, so I can't say much. In short, they definitely won't be targeting you now. The FBI actually quite likes you. You brought in the investigation into the CIA. And those people won't allow their people to have any dealings with you anymore. Ronald's wiretapping case hit a nerve with the CIA. They were prohibited from conducting any operations domestically and had to rely on the FBI for assistance when necessary. Internationally, many operations were also prohibited, such as a complete ban on assassinations. He was a celebrity, and as long as he remained active in Hollywood, no foolish agents would dare to target him. This place is really amazing. The training range shots are beautiful. Demi and Medavoy returned after their visit, full of praise. Ronald, you're really amazing. Jonathan Demi was also quite excited. Everyone wanted to be the first director to film on location at the FBI. This wasn't easy. Hollywood has always liked to cast a few FBI villains. In many movies, the FBI is either stupid or evil. For Ronald to be able to film on location, his methods are quite audacious. I'm not surprised he and the Navy even filmed Top Gun, Mike Medavoy said with a smile. Director Sessions also wants to cooperate with Hollywood like the military does. Top Gun is crucial for improving the Navy's image. Ronald explained that there was a reason he received such strong support from the FBI. The new Director Sessions wanted to improve the FBI's image, and he wanted to emulate the Navy by exchanging filming resources for positive comments from Hollywood. If you use real FBI locations, you can't very well portray the FBI as stupid and evil. Fortunately, in The Silence of the Lambs, the stupid and evil character is someone else entirely, the warden of the prison where Hannibal Lecter was held. That's also thanks to your help. Why don't others get this opportunity? Jonathan Demme was extremely satisfied with Ronald. This junior from Roger Coleman University was generous with money and trusted him implicitly, not interfering with artistic decisions. What to film and how to film it were all his own decisions. Except for suggesting someone for the female lead, he was even easier to talk to than Orion, who was known for his respect for artists. That's the advantage of making some patriotic films. These institutions still trust me a little. You might not be able to do it, Ronald laughed, teasing Mike Medavoy beside him. Of course, we've made too many Vietnam War films and gangster movies. It's normal for the FBI not to trust us. Mike Medavoy didn't say it outright, but they had actually contacted the FBI several times before, wanting to film other movies on location. But they just hadn't gotten approval. This time, the director personally nodded, arranging for Ronald's old acquaintance to handle the coordination, not because of filming Top Gun, but because of powerful connections. There were rumors that Ronald had a close relationship with the president's family. Could it be true? At least a connection at the White House chief of staff level would work. Of course, it's because the president put in a good word. Ronald understood what the other was thinking, but he smiled and remained silent. Maintaining some mystery was beneficial. But speaking of Inspector Claire, was she really transferred here just for the publicity? I always felt like she was on some secret mission. Having resolved the biggest filming difficulty, the group returned to New York. This time, British actor Anthony Hopkins was joining the cast. He had a lot of preparation work to do beforehand, such as having a straitjacket made to fit him and rehearsing with the female lead and other main actors. Mr. Hopkins, how is it feeling in New York? Very good. Autumn is perfect for stir-fried liver with chickpeas, a good accompaniment to drinks. Ronald saw that Anthony Hopkins had completely embodied the role of Hannibal, That unique sense of humor was quite frightening, a quiet remark that sent chills down your spine. Haha, I really like this character. He has a special sense of humor. I feel like I'll have a great time here. Anthony Hopkins's acting switches are incredibly fast, as if he doesn't need any warm-up. No wonder he's an actor with a background in Shakespearean plays. Jonathan, very good, really very good, but during rehearsals, make sure Jodie Foster isn't scared of him. Ronald was extremely satisfied with the casting. Why? I'm actually thinking of having Anthony Hopkins scare her. What's your reasoning? Technically, Jodie Foster would be great, but that feeling of fear coming from within has to be real. I need to find a way to prepare her technically while also giving her a genuine, visceral reaction. I'm relieved you have an idea, but still, take it easy. Ronald felt that Jodie Foster didn't seem particularly brave. In real life, she had been harassed by John Hinckley, the assassin who attempted to kill the president. Don't worry, I won't deliberately scare her. The key to directing acting is to be honest with the actors, but give them unexpected stimulation during filming. Chapter 1153 Ghosts Minor Incident. Hey, Anthony Hopkins chuckled during the first script reading of The Silence of the Lambs. Jodie Foster, the Oscar-winning actress who had just arrived in Manhattan for rehearsals, was genuinely startled. Goosebumps rose all over her body, a terror rising from within her. In fact, Jodie Foster had encountered many disturbing characters, both in real life and in the various films and television dramas she had played since childhood. But Anthony Hopkins still frightened her. This British actor, famous for his Shakespearean roles, spoke with a refined, elegant, aristocratic tone in his English accent. Initially, Jodie Foster was delighted to work with such a gentleman. But Hopkins delivered chilling lines in that same gentlemanly tone, and director Jonathan Demme seemed to like it, showing no intention of asking him to adjust. Moreover, Anthony Hopkins, embodying the virtues of British theatrical actors, began nitpicking Jodie Foster's freckles, clothing, hairstyle, and so on, his words teetering on the edge of discrimination in rehearsal, infuriating Jodie. The thought of acting alongside such a refined yet twisted man for months filled Jodie Foster with a deep-seated aversion. In her previous film, The Rape of Pear Blossom, which earned her an Oscar, although her character also suffered various forms of mistreatment, she understood it was all acting. But this time, the male lead truly gave her a terrifying and irritating feeling. After winning the Oscar, Jodie Foster's agent status in the industry soared. Soon after, through Richard, they found Ronald at a small airport in New Jersey. This airport, very close to Manhattan, primarily served business and private jets. Many bankers preferred to fly in and out here, avoiding the crowds at JFK and enjoying helicopter commutes to Manhattan's Wall Street. Ronald chose this location because it's where Sony's latest Gulfstream aircraft docks. People from Sony's CEO office personally escorted him and booked him a top-of-the-line business suite at the Hilton Hotel near the airport for a short rest. "Honey, I'll be on my flight in an hour. This place is very convenient," Ronald told Diane on the phone from his room, reporting his itinerary. The doorbell rang. "Ding dong, Richard's here. I have some things to do with the film crew. I'll hang up now, love you." The door opened, and Jodie Foster strode in. "Ronald, can we talk privately?" Jodie Foster noticed Ronald was staying in the best executive suite. These people weren't CEOs of large corporations, Wall Street bankers, or the heirs of New York's wealthiest families. They were kept separate from ordinary citizens and rarely appeared at public airports. "Oh, okay. I have some time," Ronald gestured to Richard, who nodded, closed the door, and left. Jodie Foster looked at Ronald, trying to put on what she considered her most alluring smile. Her small face was photogenic, and she usually looked quite cute. Today, the few freckles she deliberately didn't conceal with makeup added to her charm. An Oscar for Best Actress was a prestigious title, but it hadn't significantly increased Jodie Foster's wealth. Ronald, on the other hand, had genuinely transcended the typical Hollywood success story, reaching a completely different level. Back when she met Ronald at Yale, he was still driving himself. In just a few years, everything had changed. As an Oscar-winning actress, "I haven't received the respect I deserve on set," Jodie Foster cut to the chase. "What are your demands? It's good that you came directly to me. We've known each other for a long time. If you have any complaints, just tell me directly. I'll try my best to meet your needs." Ronald used persuasive tactics to calm her down. It's often said that an Oscar winner brings bad luck for 3 years. Many actresses, after winning an Oscar, demand upgraded treatment, which production teams sometimes avoid because of the high costs. My acting is recognized, and you appreciate my skills, which is why you recommended me for the role, right? Jodie Foster breathed a sigh of relief. Ronald's attitude clearly showed he still remembered their past relationship, making communication much easier. Of course, I've always thought you were the best choice for this film, so I need the respect of the director and the male lead. I'm not one of those beauty pageant winners who just started acting. I was 3 when I first started making a movie, and I was 14 when I received my first Oscar nomination. You don't need to manipulate my emotions like this, on and off screen. I can act well, Jodie Foster chattered on, blaming Ronald for the discomfort she felt during rehearsals when Anthony Hopkins treated her with a somewhat flippant and flirtatious attitude. Ronald had assumed Jodie had some demands regarding treatment, but it turned out it was because of a lack of respect for her during the performance. Tell me, Judy, what do you think of Jonathan Demme's directing? Especially his Shotgun Lulu. Very good, I like it very much. Which do you think Melanie Griffiths did better, in My Working Girl or in Shotgun Lulu? From a commercial point of view, Tess in My Working Girl is more in line with the needs of a star. Jodie Foster is a Yale graduate, so analyzing acting skills is very easy for her. Yes, I also think her performance in Shotgun Lulu is more explosive and memorable, all thanks to Demme, which also inspired me a lot, including director Melanie. I think you can distrust Anthony, but you should trust Jonathan. You can communicate with him about anything, but give him your final trust. He's the kind of director who understands what the final film will look like before filming, like Hitchcock? I understand, I'll talk to him, Jodie Foster interjected, but if something like this happens again, can I ask for your help? Of course, you can call my agent anytime, and I'll call you back as soon as possible. Ronald agreed. After all, the producer's main job is to help these artists sort out their feelings and media conflicts. Ronald, it's been so long. Jodie Foster's trip had achieved its purpose, at least confirming Ronald's respect for her, so she touched Ronald's shirt with both hands, rubbing it up and down. Hi, Ronald shook his right ring finger. Who would know here? Jodie Foster offered a kiss, her unique high-achieving student charm making Ronald momentarily lose his composure. He returned the kiss. Sorry, I really have to catch my flight. Ronald hesitated for a moment, then noticed the suitcase on the bed, remembering that Diane had packed it for him. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to be a good guy and made an excuse to push Jodie away. Okay, I'll make time next time you come. Jodie Foster felt the warmth of his lips and thought that her charm was still a little lacking. Now that Kelly McGillis and she had broken up, maybe she should ask her Yale classmate Jennifer Beals to come next time. Trust Jonathan. Ronald made a gesture of calling me and quickly saw her out of the room. Flying back to Los Angeles, Ronald rushed home. Diane had Wang Ma prepare a table full of dishes, and the warmth of family made Ronald feel that he had made the right decision. He resumed his 9-to-5 routine in the editing room, and a week passed. Soon, the editing work on Ghost reached a bottleneck. Casting Walter Murch in this film was a bit of an overkill. There were no major difficulties, and everything except the special effects shots was already edited. Lindsay Dolan of Paramount requested an internal preview of a rough cut without special effects. Ronald was a little unhappy but agreed nonetheless. This actually felt like a sign of distrust for a director in Ronald's position. However, Lindsay Dolan of Paramount spoke very politely. She explained that this was to allow the production team at Paramount to learn about the combination of special effects and romantic comedies, and how it differed from the more common special effects-heavy sci-fi films. After watching it, although lacking in special effects, the film's narrative flowed smoothly, and the emotions were genuine. Whoopi Goldberg's comedic elements were also very funny. Fantastic. You always make great films. I love your romantic comedies. Well, actually, it's my and my secretary's favorite movies. They always say you're the director who understands women's psychology best, and marrying you would be wonderful. Ha ha ha. Lindsay Dolan was always very pleasant to talk to. So, you at Paramount have differing opinions. The Paramount executives are reshuffling again. Romantic comedies are still facing a test. Lindsay Dolan is now like Ronald's best friend at Paramount, telling him everything. Frank Mancuso, the Paramount CEO who succeeded Michael Eisner, is making another round of moves. This is how a CEO with no production ability can keep his position while his subordinates keep producing blockbuster movies. Lindsay Dolan's romantic comedies were already heavily criticized, and this time, with the addition of special effects, they faced considerable pressure at the executive meeting. The main competitors criticized Lindsay's films for their unstable box office performance and lackluster awards. Ronald has always been economical with film. He and Jonathan Demme share the characteristic of knowing what they want to shoot before filming begins. Compared to other Fox film directors, Ronald's film usage is relatively low. Ronald Reagan's ambition for the Oscar for Best Director is well known. However, his film doesn't follow the path of an ambitious director. It doesn't involve numerous takes and careful editing. Therefore, some criticize that Reagan's film won't help Paramount gain critical and award favor. Many past Oscar-winning films have overused actors, allowing for multiple takes to find suitable scenes. Reagan's natural and fluid approach, as if he knew the final effect on screen before filming, generally makes it difficult for him to win the Best Director award. For example, the most famous example is Hitchcock, who famously filmed many scenes in one take. Actresses sometimes wanted more takes, but Hitchcock would just have them do one take without turning on the camera. What's wrong with that? I saved costs, Reagan thought. Surprised by Paramount's strange thinking. I made this film primarily for commercial purposes, and then experimented with special effects. Besides, who can be both commercially and critically successful? However, this was Frank Mancuso's deliberate bias. He didn't really question Ronald, it was more likely an unintentional slip of the tongue, giving his subordinates leverage to attack Lindsay Dolan, the female producer who had been making quite a splash in recent years. Ronald didn't care about any of that, but the actors felt a lot of pressure after hearing the news. Demi Moore, in particular, was very concerned about what Paramount executives thought of her. Ronald's position was secure, his natural and fluid directing style was unique. Even if Ghost failed at the box office, no one would question his directing abilities. Spielberg had also directed a failure like 1941. But Demi Moore was different. She had never proven her ability to guarantee box office success as the lead actress. If the film failed, she would likely be seen as Bruce Willis's wife again, instead of Demi and Bruce as a couple. Demi Moore was so anxious that she frequently called Ronald under various pretexts. To avoid Ronald thinking she lacked confidence in him, she pretended to be concerned about Diane and even visited him to exchange experiences. Ronald, having clarified the situation, told Demi Moore directly that it had nothing to do with her performance. Demi had no ambition to be an Oscar winner anyway, and the so-called acting coaching ability wouldn't hinder her desire to be a star. Look at Hitchcock, he did the same thing. Who isn't a star in his movies? This was the last thing that convinced Demi Moore, and she happily continued to visit Ronald and Diane's house. Don't try to fool me with the same tricks you used on Demi, Ronald. Tell me the truth, is there a problem with this movie? Whoopi Goldberg had also heard the rumor and nervously contacted Ronald through her agent. She was a black woman, not conventionally attractive, but a talented actress who had made her way in the industry entirely through her comedic skills. She didn't believe this at all. Did Hitchcock promote stars? He only cast stars in his movies. What are you worried about? The editor of your film is Walter Murch. Your heroic performance on film is in the hands of the most professional people in Hollywood. Dealing with this kind of person requires a different strategy. Whoopi Goldberg, hearing this, felt relieved. If even the master editor Murch couldn't handle her scenes, she should probably give up on the idea of becoming famous through this film. The small controversy quickly subsided. Ronald knew someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, but it was difficult to trace who was responsible. Since he had a goal in mind, and couldn't find out, he'd just assume it was him. This matter was only widely discussed within the acting circle. What spread more widely was the news that Ronald had visited the sets of the two films he and Orion were co-producing. This quickly spread among Hollywood producers. That day, Ronald received a call from Katzenberg of Disney. Ronald, you can't be biased, can you? Shouldn't you also check on our Pretty Woman project? Isn't this project going quite smoothly? Ronald thought. He hadn't heard Gary Marshall say anything about it. The female lead's issues aren't just about acting direction. Gary is an experienced director and wants to solve the problems himself, but after listening to the on-set production manager's report, I still hope you can go and take a look. It seems Ronald's reputation for decisive problem-solving has earned him a good reputation among producers. Even Katzenberg has come to him for help, hoping he can resolve the crew's problems. Go take a look. Anyway, we're filming in Los Angeles, so we don't have to fly back and forth." Diane was still quite concerned about the script she almost acted in and urged Ronald to go take a look. Chapter 1154 Yet another leading lady who can't act. Cut. On the set of Pretty Woman, director Gary Marshall called out in exasperation. Julia Roberts had another no good take, a daily occurrence for the crew. Sorry, I promise it won't happen again." Julia Roberts, the lead actress, was almost in tears. She repeatedly apologized to the male lead, Richard Gere, and the crew, finally pitifully pleading with Gary Marshall, who was old enough to be her father. "Relax, Julia, you perform best when you're relaxed," Gary Marshall shouted to the crew. "We're taking a 30-minute break." "Ronald, what brings you here?" Turning around, Gary Marshall saw Ronald standing quietly about 10 feet behind him, seemingly having observed him for some time. "Let's talk somewhere else." Ronald nodded to him, and the two went to the dressing room. I'm doomed. Ronald's here, he's definitely going to replace her," Julia Roberts stammered nervously. Richard Gere, the male lead beside her, put his arm around her shoulder and whispered reassuringly, "Don't be nervous, you did a great job. Replacing actors isn't that easy in filmmaking." Mr. Katzenberg said the production is a bit slow. "Is it because the female lead isn't a good actress?" In the dressing room, Ronald closed the door and discussed business with director Gary Marshall. "You saw the sample footage, her performance was excellent. I rarely see an actress so captivating in close-ups. I trust your judgment." "Julia is too nervous. Is she under some pressure?" From the male lead, Ronald clearly sensed that Julia Roberts seemed to be on the verge of collapse during her performance, on the verge of fainting from nervousness. Back when she was filming Steel Magnolia, director Herbert Ross frequently criticized her acting, leading to a united boycott from the other actresses in the cast. It seems Herbert Ross just has a bad temper and speaks harshly. His judgment of actresses is flawless. No, nothing like that. Their chemistry is superb. I think there's a tendency for them to take it all off. Sigh, but how can you film with this kind of tension? I saw her in Steel Magnolia with genuine emotion, but Vivian isn't that wealthy Southern girl in Steel Magnolia. She's a completely different character." Ronald also felt that continuing like this was problematic. But isn't that exactly the kind of emotion Vivian's character is supposed to have? She was casually invited into Lewis's car on the street to ask for directions, and ended up getting $3,000 for escort services. She must have been extremely nervous, afraid of losing this good deal. "You really like Julia Roberts?" Ronald stared at Gary Marshall for a few seconds, sensing a director's appreciation for an actor. "I've coached actresses best suited for the big screen, okay, I trust your judgment. But we need to find a way to get Julia relaxed." I watched her deliver her lines, and even her Southern Dixie accent came through. Ronald, watching Julia Roberts' performance, felt she was bringing over the same techniques she used in Steel Magnolia. Her acting was incredibly stiff. "Then let's add some lines for her, explain that she's a Southern girl, so the accent won't be a problem. You really like her, but that's a good idea." Ronald thought this approach was actually quite practical. Since Julia Roberts lacked acting skills and had difficulty playing a role, the reasonable choice in the short term was to modify some unimportant background details and try to make the character suit her. Before coming here, he watched the sample footage Gary Marshall had previously shot in the screening room. It has to be said that Julia Roberts and Richard Gere had a very harmonious chemistry in their close-ups on screen. Richard Gere didn't have much expressive range, mostly displaying a formulaic smile. Julia Roberts, on the other hand, seemed only capable of a wide, beaming laugh, her eyes sparkling. But the close-up shots, when edited together, undeniably created a very comfortable aesthetic. The woman's silly grin seemed to stand out among the streetwalkers with an innocent charm, while the man's stiff smile was easily interpreted as that of a powerful businessman with everything under control, having rediscovered his former innocence. Gary Marshall's fondness for Julia Roberts even had a kind of elder's affection for a younger generation, perhaps stemming from his years of unsuccessful film and television work, and the joy of suddenly finding the best on-screen actress. "Everyone, you all know Ronald, welcome to the set." After a break, Gary Marshall pulled Ronald aside to say a few words to everyone on set, trying to boost their confidence. "Gary sent me to check out the set, saying he'd never filmed such an excellent romantic drama. To be honest, I didn't quite believe it. I filmed romance dramas before. But when I got to the set, I found it was truly amazing. Julia, Richard, You two are the best team ever. I'm going to ask the casting director and Gary for bonuses. Your lighting, cinematography, sound recording, every team is among the best I've ever seen. Okay, enough said, or Gary will complain that I've had his microphone for too long. Ronald's praise truly delighted the staff. Such praise from a great director was something they could add to their resumes. And the various delicacies Ronald brought today truly made him the best producer in the staff's eyes. Julia Roberts looked at Ronald, her eyes brimming with tears. Her agent had told her that Disney might already have some complaints about her delaying the filming schedule, but Ronald hadn't expected to come to support her. AWW, she was so moved she almost cried, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Last time on the set of Steel Magnolia, it was Ronald who stood up for her in front of that annoying director, Herbert Ross. To repay Ronald's appreciation, Julia Roberts worked even harder on set. The result was predictable. The harder an actress tries to perform, the further she gets from being relaxed, and she simply can't get the performance right. Cut. Gary Marshall stepped forward to explain. Relax, relax. This is a very simple scene. Vivian may be a prostitute, but she still has the innocence of the normal girl at heart, so she'll still laugh like a little girl when she sees old-fashioned comedy TV shows. Okay, I'll definitely try. Don't try, just be yourself. Yeah, I definitely won't try. Hey, try to find your rhythm. Action. Gary Marshall felt that directing these two leads was an art of waiting. Once they'd been stopped enough times, they would naturally forget the essentials of acting and return to their natural selves. That would be a usable performance, and it would be excellent. After all, two handsome men and beautiful women naturally exchanging affections on screen is quite pleasing to the eye. The only fear was that they would try too hard and act. Cut. Director. Julia Roberts became nervous again. But this time it wasn't her problem. Richard, you don't need to act too much. Just give Julia normal physical and behavioral reactions. But I think that at this moment, when Louis sees Vivian innocently laughing at this old-fashioned comedy, he'll think of his ex-girlfriends. They were all graduates of prestigious universities, highly intelligent, but lack this ability to make him relax. It's not that bad actors can't act, it's that they start acting seriously. Ronald, watching from the side, almost burst out laughing, so he had to lower his head, turn around, and grab his thermos to cover it up. Actually, Richard Gere's role in Pretty Woman is very similar to Harrison Ford's role in Working Girl. They serve as the center of the drama, providing the female lead with a romantic partner. In other words, this kind of movie can be seen as being filmed from the female lead's psychological perspective. The audience's heart rises and falls with the female lead, worries about her fate, and anticipates the ending of her romance with a male lead. As for the male lead, he's actually similar to the female lead in traditional Hollywood romantic dramas, a tall, exquisite vase. Sure enough, Gary Marshall pulled Richard Gere aside, intending to tell him the truth. This famously handsome but mediocre actor was far more effective at not trying than trying. However, he didn't seem to have grasped his situation and was still arguing with Gary Marshall about acting methods. Gary Marshall had no choice but to turn to Ronald, asking him to come and help. Ahem. Richard, you did a good job, but Gary is talking about something else entirely. I'm an outsider, and perhaps I see things from an outsider's perspective. Please go on. Richard Gere felt it might be better to have someone communicate from a different angle, so he gestured for Ronald to speak freely. Ahem. Let's put it this way, there are two main characters in this movie, one who actively takes action when faced with choices, and the other who is passive. Which one do you think you play? This is the most interesting part of Pretty Woman. The male lead, Louis, is a Wall Street tycoon, while the female lead, Vivian, is just a low-level streetwalker. But whenever a problem arises, Louis is often the conservative, silent one, waiting for his opponent to make their move, while Vivian is the brave, proactive one, using her enthusiasm to improve the situation. The psychological motivations of these two characters, and their social status, are actually the opposite. Dax Smith, no one explains it better than you, Richard Gere suddenly realized, understanding the dramatic tension designed by screenwriter Lawton. I get it, let me do one more take, I figured out how to act it. Richard Gere is the kind of person who relies on intuition. After analyzing and analyzing, it was still a simple question that made things clear to them. Gary Marshall secretly gave Ronald a thumbs up, thinking, you really know how to teach actors. Ronald smiled, realizing that Gary Marshall still lacked experience working with stars. Actually, This is still the old Hollywood formula: the lower class is passionate and righteous, the upper class is corrupt and decadent. Often, after the upper class saves the lower class materially, they need the lower class to save them psychologically. It's just that for stars, you need to use simple language they can understand to help them figure it out themselves. The filming of this segment went smoothly. Richard Gere focused on playing a handsome, slightly slow-paced older man, occasionally flashing a charming but meaningless smile. Julia Roberts enjoyed this, her personal charm radiating naturally, and the chemistry on set seemed to create a slightly sour, almost cloying atmosphere. Just when everyone felt that Ronald had brought a new chemistry to the crew, one of Richard Gere's hairstylists sneaked out of the studio, ran to a phone booth, and dialed a number. "Hey, Cindy? Things aren't looking good. A handsome guy named Ronald joined the crew today, and it seems like your Richard has become very competitive, trying to perform well." In today's shots, Julia's smiles are all very suggestive. Her mouth is wide open. "That bitch. I'm coming right now," came the angry roar of an American woman on the other end of the phone. When the hairstylist returned to the studio, he found that the previous shot was already done. Next, they began filming shots from Julia Roberts' perspective. Wearing a blonde wig and sexy clothes, she sat on the carpet, watching a rerun of the old sitcom I Love Lucy on TV. I Love Lucy was a sitcom starring Lucille Ball, Hollywood's first bombshell, who transitioned to television in the 1950s. It's a memory for a generation. The scene depicted Vivian, from a small town, unfamiliar with the show, laughing hysterically at its childish and outdated jokes. Even though it was time for her to perform for Lewis, she remained glued to the TV. "Ha ha ha, cut." Gary Marshall called for a stop. The laughter wasn't loud enough. Vivian was the kind of naive girl who, even when facing her sugar daddy, still wanted to finish the comedy. After Gary Marshall explained, they reshot the scene several times, but it still wasn't ideal. Julia Roberts, though a Southern girl, could never possibly laugh hysterically at such an old-fashioned 1950s comedy. Cut. After several attempts, Gary Marshall was at his wit's end. This was a live recording, and they couldn't replace the comedic scenes on TV. This was where acting skills came in handy. They couldn't just rely on their natural acting. He looked at Ronald again for help. "Ugh, this girl is so clumsy." Ronald recalled a past incident. There was a clumsy girl who couldn't get the right feel for a sex scene, and he had to pinch her toes to get her, still a virgin, to deliver a very good passionate scene. Ronald suddenly realized how quiet it was around him. Coming to his senses, he saw the entire crew staring at him, with Gary Marshall looking at him for help. "Hey, I have an idea." After explaining this, Gary Marshall looked Ronald up and down. This trick was indeed interesting. He went over and had Julia Roberts sit down again, this time sticking one leg out of the frame. Action. The director, who was leaning over her feet, gave the order to start filming. When the I Love Lucy scene started appearing on TV again, he tickled Julia Roberts' feet. Giggle. "Ha ha ha." This time, Vivian's laughter finally met the requirements. Ronald suddenly felt a little listless. Watching this scene, his mind was filled with images of Franco Zeffirelli telling him to pinch Brooke Shields' toes during the filming of Endless Love. Brooke's face was so beautiful, and her expression was so similar to the expression after Passion, gradually overlapping with the scenes of the two of them at Princeton University. Ronald didn't want to stay on set anymore. He didn't say goodbye to anyone and walked out alone. A gust of autumn wind blew in. The air on the West Coast was warm, different from Princeton back then. He gradually woke up from his memories. Ronald shook his head. Next spring, his and Diane's child would be born. Suddenly, the figure of a tall girl flashed by across the street. She was also dressed in very high-quality clothes, with long, flowing hair, and was walking briskly towards him. Her gait was very much like a stage model. Ronald suddenly had a hallucination, thinking it was Brooke Bloom who had come to the film set. But upon closer inspection, the girl was blonde. "Cindy, what are you doing here?" The person who came was none other than Cindy Crawford. "Ah, Ronald." Cindy Crawford was also startled, but then she straightened up, puffing out her chest. "Didn't you promise me I could visit this set anytime?" The previous chapter had a bug and has been corrected. Chapter 1155. The film crew's double female meeting. I was saying this, seeing that things were about to go wrong, Ronald quickly accompanied Cindy Crawford inside. Filming wasn't finished yet. Next, Julia Roberts, playing Vivian, was going to serve Richard Gere's Lewis. Many unrelated people on set had already begun clearing the area. After all, this scene had some erotic undertones. Ahem. Cindy Crawford walked over confidently, then defiantly stepped between Richard Gere and Julia Roberts, saying, "Darling, you." Director Gary Marshall, seeing an outsider enter, was about to reprimand them. The film crew was a large team, with everyone having their own role, ensuring the quality and quantity of filming. Suddenly, a beautiful woman rushed in. Gary Marshall, already 55, was a bit dim-witted in the dim light and didn't recognize her. Ronald quickly went up to him, pressing his hand and saying, "Sorry, I promised Richard Gere's girlfriend visitation rights. I saw her coming in, so I came back to check." "Oh, it's Cindy," Gary Marshall finally realized, inwardly groaning. The chemistry between the male and female leads was exceptionally good, and this girlfriend visit might cause problems for subsequent filming. This is actually a common problem in shooting romantic films. Movies are not like TV dramas, requiring a lot of exaggerated intimate actions. Without genuine love driving the film, the audience can easily tell it's fake. During this time, whether the male and female leads used methods to evoke their emotional memories, or employed more sophisticated methods of imagination to stimulate emotions, or even simply developed a temporary romance on set, as the director, it was actually a bit of a blur, impossible to fully judge. However, one thing is certain, if a star's acting skills are mediocre, the likelihood of them developing a real-life romance is extremely high. Hollywood is full of examples of this. There are male and female stars who act as temporary couples during filming, only to break up afterward. There are also cases of actors becoming so deeply involved in love that they cause family breakdowns. Cindy Crawford, on the other hand, hasn't publicly acknowledged her relationship with Richard Gere. In this situation, her status as his girlfriend is highly precarious. It's unreasonable to expect her to ignore the situation. And frequent visits to the set would disrupt the chemistry that the leads have worked so hard to build. Regardless of how their relationship ultimately ends, it will have an irreparable impact on the filming. Sure enough, Julia Roberts, with her blonde hair and heavy makeup, gracefully walked up to Richard Gere. "Want to take a break?" The two beauties, Julia Roberts and Cindy Crawford, locked eyes, exchanging an unspoken tension that everyone could understand. Sparks flew. Meanwhile, the real male lead in this whole affair, Richard Gere, stood there speechless, like a statue, a hollow smile worn from his role. "What a star," Ronald thought sarcastically. Aside from that photogenic face, he was utterly useless. "Ahem, Cindy, let me show you around the set. You'll be making movies in Hollywood someday, so it's good to get a feel for it early. They need some time for rehearsals and lighting, focusing and stuff. It's very tedious. We'll see Richard's brilliant performance later." While everyone else stood frozen in place, unable to move, Ronald finally had the right to interrupt. Given his status as a major Hollywood director, it was difficult for him to refuse Cindy Crawford's offer to be her tour guide. Furthermore, he and Crawford had known each other for a long time, and he had helped her several times. This relationship inevitably influenced the two of them now. Cindy Crawford was a smart woman. She knew she couldn't refuse such an offer. She forced a smile, said something to the disgruntled Richard Gere, and then grabbed Ronald's arm, being led behind the camera. As they passed the area where the female lead was, Cindy Crawford gave Julia Roberts a fierce glare. "American women are fearless in the face of competition and possess great fighting spirit," she puffed out her chest, trying to intimidate Roberts, who was certain to lose in this area. Julia Roberts smiled in return, then turned to look at Richard Gere. Movie stars never compete on physical appearance. Her blonde hair and red lips were her most important weapon and asset. "This is the camera. We'll be standing in the back in a bit. Once we start filming, don't make a sound or speak. This is sacred time for the crew." Ronald sensed Cindy Crawford's anger rising, clearly provoked by the scene. The force on his arm was also increasing. "This is the shooting schedule. This is the lifeline of the crew. Every time a shot is delayed, it drags down the entire crew and causes huge losses. The last actress who caused delays on my set was fined $80,000, fearing she might cause a scene." Ronald quickly added a preemptive strike. "If you cause delays, I'll deduct it from your boyfriend's salary." Cindy Crawford was reviewing the shooting schedule and discovered that there was an even more worrying scene to film in just a few days. She suddenly looked up at Ronald and asked, "Is it true that I'm suited for making movies?" "I didn't say you're suited for making movies. I said you'll eventually get into Hollywood and make movies," Ronald explained. Cindy Crawford was sweet-looking, and her reputation in the fashion world was growing daily. Producers would inevitably recognize her fame and offer exorbitant sums to get her into Hollywood. As for whether she was suitable, he couldn't guarantee that. "Okay, I'll be coming to the set for the next few days to learn how to make movies, especially today." Cindy Crawford traced a circle on the shooting record with her fingernail. From her unfinished nail polish, Ronald could tell someone had tipped her off, leading to this last-minute decision to come to the set. "My God," Ronald looked closely. Cindy Crawford pointed to the scene and involuntarily covered her face with her hands. "If you don't agree, I won't allow Richard to film this scene today." Cindy Crawford's hands tightened again. Her gaze towards Ronald was incredibly pure. The meaning was clear: in this matter, I'm the weaker party. You have to help me, considering our past relationship. Okay, I'll go talk to director Gary." Well, he had no choice. If Cindy Crawford started causing trouble today, the entire film's production could be ruined. "Gary, Cindy Crawford is coming to watch this scene. Will there be any problems on set?" Ronald urgently consulted Gary Marshall after a take. "Oh God, have pity on me. I finally found two actors who are perfect for my performance." Gary Marshall was also aware of the problem with this scene. Vivian was paid by Lewis to attend a series of formal events as his girlfriend for a week. Later, Vivian and he entered each other's inner worlds. He no longer saw Vivian as a prostitute and took her on a private jet to San Francisco to see the opera La Traviata. This was a play within a play, and the characters of La Traviata and Vivian had subtle similarities. The scene in a couple of days will be Julia Roberts' first time wearing a designer haute couture gown and expensive jewelry, her first glimpse into the world of high society. That dress was specially made for Julia Roberts by the production team, a long, floor-length, bright red gown with an off-the-shoulder V-neck, paired with white gloves and diamond earrings, a truly unforgettable outfit, perfectly suited for the Oscars. Diane had originally tried on this dress, but when Julia Roberts was cast as the lead, the style was modified to suit her figure. Essentially, it narrowed the bust line to conceal Roberts' flaws, while the semi-backless design accentuated her strengths. For women, wearing their most beautiful clothes on such important occasions is paramount. This most beautiful dress in the entire film undoubtedly aroused Cindy Crawford's jealousy. No wonder she insisted on supervising the production. "Ronald, have a change of heart. You absolutely have to be on set for these next few scenes. I'm worried they'll start fighting if you're not there." Ronald's mind conjured up images of Cindy Crawford and Julia Roberts grabbing each other's hair and scratching each other's faces with their fingernails. "What makes you think I can keep them both in check?" Ronald realized he couldn't do it either. Julia sighed. "I think Cindy Crawford listens to you a lot too. Your status in the industry makes your words a very credible guarantee for any woman who wants to come to Hollywood. And, I saw the way she looked at you, she seemed to admire you." "Alright, stop talking, I'll do it. I guess after the scene is filmed, Cindy won't care about the scene where Lewis and Vivian have a falling out later." Ronald quickly interrupted the old director, otherwise, his past might be exposed. After filming this scene, Cindy Crawford, arm in arm with her boyfriend Richard Gere, walked around the set in a show of defiance, and then the two turned around and went home. This made the lead actress, Julia Roberts, very embarrassed. Everyone on the set looked at her as if she had been caught cheating by her girlfriend. Regardless of whether the crew truly believed it, Julia Roberts likely felt the same way on set. "Ronald, Gary, this can't go on. If Richard's girlfriend comes to the set every day, I can't perform." A dozen minutes later, Julia Roberts' agent, whom she had urgently summoned, met with Ronald and director Gary Marshall in the dressing room and laid it all out. "You have to understand, Julia. His girlfriend Cindy is feeling very insecure. This is all the pressure you've put on her, which just shows how successful your performance is. Keep going, this movie will definitely make you famous." Gary Marshall immediately tried to persuade her. "Then what am I? I'm an actress, not a prostitute like Vivian." Julia Roberts looked extremely upset. She felt immensely insulted and the malice society showed towards actresses. Overwhelmed with emotion, she covered her face and sobbed. Gary Marshall, standing nearby, frantically scratched his head, calling for the makeup artist to quickly apply a towel to Julia Roberts, lest her face show prominent veins and puffy skin, causing problems for filming tomorrow. Ronald, observing calmly from the sidelines, noticed something amiss with her crying. The high and low tones didn't quite match Julia's breathing rhythm and the rise and fall of her chest. "Hey, It seems Julia Roberts' acting isn't quite up to par. She's completely playing herself, portraying Vivian's character very well. Julia, what do you want? Ronald interrupted the crying. Julia Roberts' tears still flowed. He wondered if she was using any special equipment for crying scenes. He wondered if it would affect tomorrow's filming. I want Cindy not to come into our inner circle during filming, Julia Roberts stated her pre-planned condition. Okay, Ronald thought for a moment and agreed. He could just stay with Cindy Crawford on set for 2 days straight. Could you also have my other clothes custom made by the brand? I can arrange that. My earrings are too small. I saw Diane used to wear a necklace. I'll figure something out. Diane, where's the Cartier necklace I bought for you before? Is it here? When he got home that evening, Ronald couldn't help but ask Diane about the necklace's whereabouts. I put it in my jewelry box in the bedroom. I'll wear it for you to see. Diane didn't understand what he meant. She took out the sapphire necklace from inside and put it on. Does it look good? I'll wear it for you a few more times. Diane looked at herself and Ronald in the mirror and smiled very sweetly. What's wrong? Do you want this necklace? Diane noticed that Ronald's expression was a little strange. Being understanding, she thought it might be for the filming. Although she was a little unhappy, she still took the initiative to ask. This necklace is very beautiful. The crew needs a similar one. I'll call Cartier's branch in Los Angeles right now and have them lend the crew a real one. You don't want mine? Diane asked with a smile. This is a gift for you. What would it look like to lend it to someone else? Ronald held Diane, looking at her in the mirror, feigning displeasure. I know you're the best to me. Diane kissed her husband contentedly. Mr. Lee, we have our latest season's gemstone necklace here, only slightly cheaper than the one you bought. The gemstones are also slightly inferior rubies, so the price isn't as high as yours. But it's still an expensive necklace worth over $200,000. Hey, I'm giving you an opportunity. Ronald called the Cartier boutique in Beverly Hills. They came to his door, but seemed reluctant. Didn't they realize that Ronald was offering them a product placement opportunity for free? How many people get that kind of treatment? I heard that the character Vivian is a Richard, get me Tiffany's number. Ronald didn't waste any more words and was about to switch brands. Mr. Lee, you misunderstand. What I mean is, although Vivian comes from a less than honorable background, her conduct is very noble, perfectly matching the Cartier brand image. My concern is that the filming is in an open area without a 24-hour security, so could we send an armed bodyguard to protect the necklace? Ronald glanced at the bodyguard, and Dan nodded to him. With an armed bodyguard on set, Dan would also be armed and protecting Ronald. 2 days later, Ronald arrived at the filming location early. Beside him was Dan, a bodyguard in a suit, about 5 meters away, nervously watching Julia Roberts behind the camera. Dan was Cartier's bodyguard, tasked with keeping a close eye on the necklace, not letting it out of his sight. Click, 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 came the sound of high heels. Julia Roberts, wearing a white glove, covered the ruby necklace around her neck as she walked around the set, beaming from ear to ear. A necklace worth over $200,000 only truly realized its value when worn around her neck. She'd be wearing one of these to the Oscars someday. Richard Gere, standing beside her, smiled broadly. Filming this movie was enjoyable, and being in a romantic relationship with such a beautiful woman on screen was very comfortable. The sound of high heels clicking away echoed from the set. Everyone's smiles vanished, and they turned to look at the source of the sound. Cindy Crawford, also wearing a red dress, her new hairstyle splendid, her makeup sexy and glamorous. The same bright red dress, but with a cleavage even lower than Julia Roberts. Her back was more exposed than Julia Roberts, revealing a large portion of her thighs, underneath which were black semi-transparent stockings. Approaching the camera, she stood next to Ronald, smiling broadly at her boyfriend, Richard Gere. Wow, Ronald noticed Cindy Crawford's makeup. It was even more tacky than Vivian's. The diamond necklace around his neck, from who knows which brand, was even brighter than the one Julia Roberts wore. The two beauties exchanged a glance, then simultaneously snorted and turned their heads away. Cindy Crawford, standing next to Ronald, puffed out her chest again. HMPH, your breasts aren't as big as mine, your legs aren't as long, and your hairstyle and makeup aren't as sexy. What makes you think you can compete with me? Bitch, sigh. Ronald sighed inwardly, looking at the oblivious Cindy Crawford. Cindy, where did your taste from being a fashion model go? This isn't a contest of who has the best figure. Dressed like this, you look more like Vivian from her profession. Chapter 1156 Overseeing the Battle of San Francisco. Cut. Director Gary Marshall yelled, "Richard, you've messed up." Richard Gere looked down and realized he'd gone off target. The camera crew tried their best to salvage the situation, but they couldn't get his head out of the frame. I'm sorry. Now it was Richard Gere's turn to be in trouble. Seeing his girlfriend, Cindy Crawford, dressed in a similar outfit to the lead actress's costume, supervising the scene, even someone as comfortable as him among Hollywood beauties was finding it hard to keep up, making several mistakes in a row. Even for a Hollywood heartthrob like Richard Gere, having his girlfriend behind the camera in a similar but more sensual dress, with her prominent breasts and incongruous yet undeniably sexy black stockings, watching his performance, put Richard Gere under considerable psychological pressure. Richard Gere's gaze shifted from his girlfriend's defiant expression to Ronald, and he forced a fawning smile, hoping Ronald would put some pressure on his girlfriend. A smile like that would be easy for a female celebrity, but it made him feel awkward doing it to a man. Suddenly, everyone noticed the gazes and turned to look at Ronald, even the director next to him. This is my job again. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Ronald could only sigh inwardly. Indeed, managing the interpersonal relationships that others on set couldn't handle was his task. Ronald nudged Cindy Crawford beside him with his elbow. She was still proudly puffing out her chest, thinking everyone was watching her. "Cindy, that's enough looking. I'll take you to the dressing room. Standing like that in high heels and a dress is too tiring." "HMPH, are you saying I'm in your way?" Cindy Crawford whispered back in Ronald's ear. "No, that's a bit ambiguous. You shouldn't be saying that to me." Ronald felt the crew's gazes were a little strange. He thought for a moment and changed his approach to Cindy. "Look, when you came to the crew, everyone was on your side psychologically. You've already successfully established your status. Now, if you affect Richard, delay the filming, and cause everyone to work overtime, the crew won't be on your side anymore." Cindy Crawford glanced at the looks around her and felt that continuing to act unreasonably was a bit wrong. "Then I'm not worried that bitch will take advantage of my absence. Ahem, why don't you go to the dressing room first, and then come back to check at any time?" "Would that be better?" Ronald advised. "That makes sense." Cindy Crawford thought Ronald was right, he was still on her side. She happily went up to Richard Gere and hugged and kissed him goodbye. "Darling, I'm going to visit your dressing room." Richard Gere, being hugged, rolled his eyes helplessly. Finally, he could film properly. When Cindy Crawford turned and saw Julia Roberts, the two glared at each other. "HMPH, we can finally have a proper performance." Julia Roberts' eyes sparkled, and after Cindy Crawford and Ronald left, she extended an invitation to Richard Gere. "Yes, Mom." Richard Gere, with his excellent chemistry with his co-star, extended a gentlemanly invitation. Action. Gary Marshall was inwardly grateful to Ronald and quickly got to filming while the gaudy woman was gone. Bringing Ronald to the set to deal with Cindy Crawford was the wisest decision he'd made since filming began. The wooden door opened, and Julia Roberts, playing Vivian, walked out in a low-cut dress. Richard Gere, playing Louis, looked at her with admiration. The actor, finally free from his girlfriend's surveillance, felt happy and relaxed. The confidence of the Hollywood heartthrob had returned. "Do I look alright in this outfit? Is something wrong?" Julia Roberts' naive, Southern charm was on full display. Her character was a woman who felt inadequate in the face of the so-called high society lifestyle. "Something seems to be missing. I don't have anything that matches this dress." Richard Gere's seemingly mature remark left Julia Roberts looking flustered. Her portrayal of Vivian was truly masterful. "It's missing something from this box." Richard Gere smiled. This kind of beautiful, naive girl was his ideal partner in real life. Why did a beautiful woman become repulsive after living with him for a while? "Don't get too excited. This is just a rental. It cost $250,000. Richard Gere opened a blue box. "Huh? This?" Julia Roberts slowly reached out with her white gloves, timidly touching the ruby heart-shaped necklace inside the velvet box. Click. Richard Gere suddenly slammed the box shut, a powerful spring snapping shut and clamping down on Julia Roberts' hand. "Ah!" Julia Roberts abruptly pulled her hand back, then saw Richard Gere's mischievous grin and knew it was intentional. "Ha ha ha!" Julia Roberts realized what was happening and let out a hearty laugh. "Cut," Gary Marshall called out with satisfaction. This take was excellent. Richard Gere's sudden improvisation revealed his true Hollywood playboy nature. This natural performance was far more captivating than anything in the script. Even better was Julia Roberts' improvisation. Provoked by Richard Gere, her reaction was remarkably natural, especially excellent. Gary Marshall often directs romantic television series, but movies are a different story. He knew in his heart that he had hit the jackpot. A beautiful leading lady with a natural reaction was something every director dreamed of. Back in 1953, in William Wyler's Roman Holiday, Gregory Peck, the male lead, pretended to lie in front of the Mouth of Truth sculpture in Rome, only to be bitten by the sculpture's mouth, which triggered Audrey Hepburn's genuine reaction. Audiences loved watching sophisticated, handsome men play pranks on innocent women. I think all the remaining love scenes should be improvised by Richard and Julia. Gary Marshall repeatedly savored the positive impact this scene had on the film, deciding to let the male and female leads improvise all the following scenes. Please spare me, Ronald, who had finally managed to coax Cindy Crawford out of the studio to stop watching her boyfriend, heard Gary Marshall's idea and immediately refused, clutching his head. Today, accompanying Cindy Crawford was already a very strange experience. This model, with whom he had interacted many times, kept telling him how Richard Gere always had the chance to flirt with female celebrities, and how he would cheat on her if he wasn't constantly watching him. Ronald had to coax her, saying that actors are already tired from filming on set and generally wouldn't have any real interaction with the female lead. It was quite a struggle to convince her. Now, Gary Marshall wanted to make the upcoming scenes depict their real reactions. Wasn't this just giving Cindy Crawford an opportunity to cause trouble? The thought of Gary Marshall wanting to kidnap him, Richard Gere's girlfriend on set, to create an opportunity for him and Julia Roberts to have a real-life romance made him feel terrible. No, I need to stay home and spend more time with Diane. Ronald decisively refused the task. This breakfast is really good. On a weekend morning, in their Beverly Park mansion, Ronald and Diane were having breakfast around a small round table. Richard, want some breakfast? Richard arrived at Ronald's house early in the morning for their daily routine of communication. Give me some, I just got Ferrari's reply. Richard arrived a little earlier than usual today, handing Ronald a formal document and taking a piece of bread to eat. HMPH, what do you mean by not conforming to the company's culture and values? Ronald opened the envelope, glanced at it, and put it down. In Pretty Woman, there's a scene where Edward Lewis drives his partner's sports car down from the top of Beverly Hills. He can't drive a manual transmission and gets lost, so he picks up Vivian from the street to give him directions. Vivian, a southern girl, is very skilled with sports cars and drives them incredibly fast, taking Lewis to his hotel. Such an important prop that drives the plot is naturally a good subject for product placement. Originally, the production team had negotiated with Porsche for the sports car. However, after filming began, Porsche withdrew their cooperation after receiving the script that a streetwalker would be driving the car. Ronald, a Ferrari owner, upon hearing the news, offered to contact Ferrari. However, to his surprise, the Italians refused the collaboration proposed by this loyal Ferrari customer. Their reason was that the film couldn't be associated with a storyline involving street prostitutes, as this would damage the brand's value. Ronald thought these people were incredibly stubborn. The plot of the film was no longer the original dark ending, but rather a fairy tale-like happy ending rewritten by Gary Marshall. The good news is, Lotus learned that your film project needs a sports car, and they contacted me to offer you a 1989 or 1999 Lotus Esprit SE. This model has a racing configuration, a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine, is very light, the clutch and brake pedals are very close together, plus a fantastic suspension system. You could even use it for circuit racing. Richard rattled off many features of the racing car Lotus was willing to provide, indicating that the car perfectly suited his tastes. Very good, now that you mention it, it seems quite suitable for the female lead to drive. Having finalized the sponsorship, Ronald slowly finished his black tea, preparing to relax for the weekend, perhaps watching a movie with Diane, or taking a walk in the garden. Hi, Gary. Diane had already stood up to leave when she heard someone coming in. The person entered, and it was director Gary Marshall. He and Diane's mentor, director Penny Marshall, were siblings, and Diane, following Hollywood etiquette, embraced the director who was only taking on a mainstream production at the age of 55. No, my answer is still no. Ronald, having changed his clothes, saw Gary Marshall and knew what he was up to. I just want you to see this printed sample. Ronald, what is it? Darling, Diane came over and asked. Ronald looked at Diane, who was tilting her head, seemingly wondering why Ronald seemed so rude today. Completely different from his usual self. Well, okay, let's go to the screening room. Ronald didn't want to disappoint Diane. It was just a sample anyway. So, was it worth your few days? Gary Marshall operated a projector himself, showing Ronald and Diane the improvisational scene from that day featuring Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. It was very well shot, but I don't want to leave Los Angeles. I want to spend more time at home with my family. You guys go to San Francisco for location shooting, or you should try to get Cindy sorted out. Ronald finished speaking and noticed Diane's questioning look. He quickly explained what had happened on set and Gary Marshall's desire for him to oversee the production. The scene they were about to film was the one where the two of them, after putting on the necklace, took a private jet to the San Francisco Opera to see La Traviata. This scene was where the male lead, Edward Lewis, truly began to see Vivian as a normal woman. In the overall story structure, this was a crucial scene transitioning from the second act to the third. After this hurdle was overcome, their relationship could never return to that of client and call girl. Edward Lewis eventually wanted to keep Vivian as a girlfriend, but Vivian refused, wanting to be treated as an equal. The plot then shifted, rapidly racing towards the ending. Please, Gary Marshall noticed Ronald was satisfied with the sample footage. The obstacle was his unwillingness to leave Diane, so he made a pleading gesture towards her. Ronnie, Diane, being begged by a director old enough to be her father, was a little unsure what to do. She also felt the filming went very well. Julia Roberts seemed like her stand-in, delivering an excellent improvisation. Ugh, why did you? Never mind, I'll just be there for 2 days to oversee things, you guys handle the rest. Cut. Okay, let's get on the plane. The scene of the two leads boarding a private jet was filmed at the airport, and then the most important members of the entire crew boarded Ronald's private jet, flying to their destination in the Bay Area, San Francisco, home to the best opera house on the West Coast. Honey, Cindy Crawford was also on the plane, requesting to travel with the crew. Ronald looked at Richard Gere, who was frowning, and felt a little uncomfortable. If you're like me, purely for physical pleasure, then pay the appropriate price. If you really have feelings for Cindy, then at least give her a public status in the industry. Now, a promising model has been tormented into a resentful woman, watching you every day. What kind of situation is this? Mr. Lee, the flight attendant, familiar with Ronald's habits, gently woke him up 10 minutes before landing. Thank you, you really know how to use your time. Ronald sat Julia Roberts next to him. She had been pushed at least 10 feet away from Richard Gere by Cindy Crawford, yet she sat next to Ronald, not afraid of Cindy's provocation. HMPH, some bitches can't live without men. Cindy Crawford muttered another sarcastic remark behind Julia Roberts as they disembarked. Give it a rest. Ronald, hearing this, couldn't stand it either. When were these two beauties going to stop causing trouble? At the hotel, Ronald had the receptionist separate them, and they even had a verbal altercation over the order of arrival while getting on the elevator. Ronald was incredibly annoyed. This mess seemed impossible to handle without him. How about we go for a drive? It's sunset over the Golden Gate Bridge right now. I've seen beautiful views in movies. Do you want to go see it? Little Bud, Ronald's trusted confidant, came to help his boss. Ronald looked at his bodyguard, Dan, who nodded. Let's go see it. As a director, it was essential to check out the sunset views of the Golden Gate Bridge. The three of them found a car and drove towards the Golden Gate Bridge. It was only a 20-minute drive from their hotel near the Opera House. Golden sunlight streamed down, and Ronald's mood improved. He picked up his camera and started taking pictures of the scenery. Hey, what's that? Ronald spotted an advertising billboard on the roadside, zoomed in, and started to zoom in. Sigh, Ronald sighed. It was an ad for Brooke Shields. It seemed Brooke Shields wasn't doing well lately, only getting ads for household cleaning products. The billboard showed Brooke wearing gloves, holding 2 cleaning balls with some sizing foam on them. Beep beep, Lombard Street, which had been empty just moments before, suddenly became congested. The Golden Gate Bridge and the highway in the distance appeared heavily jammed, and horns blared across the road. This shouldn't be happening. Today was Game 3 of the World Series, and both the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland Athletics were from the Bay Area. Everyone should be watching the live broadcast at home. Why was there a traffic jam? What's wrong with this car? Why is it idling so violently? Ronald suddenly felt a vibration. He put down his camera and asked little Bart what was wrong. Was the car the hotel had borrowed broken down? This was troublesome. Beep beep, beep beep. Suddenly, all the cars on the road honked their horns, followed by the sound of car doors opening and closing. Some drivers opened their doors and ran quickly to the side of the road. What's going on? Ronald was confused. Then, a much stronger shaking came, and the whole car began to sway wildly. SHXT, bodyguard Dan shouted, pulling open the door and pushing Ronald out first. Then he and Bud scrambled out of the car. In the distance, the road began to roll up and down. The dark blue asphalt road surface looked like ocean waves from afar. The sun turned an abnormal blood red. The Golden Gate Bridge and the highway in the distance also made a loud noise, and then, as they watched, the upper level of the overpass collapsed, falling directly to the lower level. My God, a major earthquake. Chapter 1157. The most important person in my life. The roads had become grotesque, undulating symbols, and in the distance, cars were on fire, billowing thick black smoke. Nearby, some luxury cars were emitting alarms. The entire earthquake had passed. Ronald and his two companions were unharmed, but they were all still shaken. The roads were paralyzed, making it impossible to drive back. No signal. I reckon all car phone signals in San Francisco and the Bay Area are down, bodyguard Dan said to Ronald, hanging up the phone. What about the radio? Bud Jr. was turning the radio button on the driver's seat. Local FM radio was completely silent, and shortwave radio was also jammed, only faint sounds could be heard. We need to find a safe place. We don't know if there will be a big aftershock. We need to avoid the highway, there are cracks everywhere here, let's get back quickly. I wonder if anyone in the crew is injured. Ronald didn't dare think any further. He, Bud Jr., and Dan made a quick decision, grabbing some food and drinks from the car and heading back. Along the way, they encountered phone booths by the roadside, and Bud tried them, but none of them worked. It seemed that phone service was down throughout San Francisco. All three were in good physical condition and quickly walked back to their hotel in the city center. Ronald found that all the crew members had already evacuated from the hotel and were staying in the open courtyard. Ronald, you're all right. That's great, Director Gary Marshall exclaimed upon seeing Ronald. After the earthquake evacuation, everyone was checked against the roster, but Ronald was missing, causing him great concern. Is everyone all right? Ronald looked at the people in the courtyard. Some had even come down in their pajamas. Everyone's here, everyone's fine. Only one member of the camera crew got hit by equipment and suffered some scrapes. The hotel staff have already taken care of them. Have you contacted Disney? Ronald knew that by this time, news of the earthquake must have spread throughout America, and perhaps Katzenberg of Disney, along with the agents of several stars, would be extremely worried. No, all communications in San Francisco are down. Just then, a siren sounded outside the gate. Everyone looked out and saw a police car pull up. A uniformed officer began broadcasting through the car's loudspeaker. Citizens, this is SFPD. An earthquake has occurred in the Bay Area. Communications and power are temporarily down. Please remain calm, remain calm. We are working with other public services to restore power as quickly as possible. The most urgent thing now is to contact Hollywood. Ronald quickly grasped the key point. Boss, I know this Fairmont Hotel was built before World War II. It should still have emergency radio communication equipment. I'll go talk to the hotel staff. Maybe we can contact a private radio channel and send the message to my old friend in Los Angeles. I'll have Buddy Jr. go with you. Ronald was overjoyed, and the two former disciplined services officers rushed to the hotel office. Honey, I was so scared. Ronald's thoughts were interrupted by a sickeningly sweet voice. He looked up and saw Cindy Crawford, the one who had run downstairs in her pajamas, barefoot, nestled in Richard Gere's arms, looking like a little bird clinging to him. You don't have to be scared with me here. Richard Gere held Cindy Crawford, trying to maintain a tough guy image. He had been terrified too. It was Cindy Crawford who rushed out of the bathroom, pulling him downstairs while getting dressed. After that terrifying moment, their relationship had overcome obstacles, no longer troubled by anything external. Just now, Richard Gere felt that Cindy Crawford's courage had saved his life, and he had made a decision to announce Crawford's status as his girlfriend in Hollywood. This woman, in a moment of crisis, was the first to reach out and take his hand, showing that she truly put him first. Seeing this, Ronald also thought of the woman who had flashed through his mind when the earthquake struck. Diane was the first, of course, then Helen, then his relatives Aunt Karen and Donna, and then, unexpectedly, in this life-or-death moment, he would think of her. Oh, Leonardo? Ronald heard someone behind him trembling, making indistinct sounds. He turned around and saw the female lead. Julia Roberts could only stand there alone, hugging her arms to comfort herself. Her boyfriend, Kiefer Sutherland, hadn't come to San Francisco with her. Now all communication was cut off, she was terrified, and there was no one to rely on. "Julia, are you alright?" Ronald noticed that Roberts was trembling like sand being sifted through her body. Everyone was still in shock, and no one had asked about the female lead's condition. I'm fine, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die." Julia Roberts finally received comfort from a man. She hugged Ronald, buried her head in his shoulder, and sobbed. "It's alright, my bodyguard has already made contact. We'll be back in Hollywood soon. I promise, once traffic resumes, I'll take everyone home." Ronald, seeing everyone around him terrified, quickly tried to reassure them. Whoa, everyone's eyes turned to him. Ronald realized it wasn't appropriate to hold the crying leading lady, so he quickly helped Julia Roberts sit down and then shouted, "Where's Julia's assistant?" By the time her assistant, who had been trembling with fear, returned, Julia Roberts had calmed down. Seeing Richard Gere cuddling with Crawford, she was furious and resolved to make her boyfriend look good. About half an hour later, Bud ran out of the building and reported to Ronald, "Daniel has contacted my old colleague, a business radio enthusiast, but he said Ken is definitely listening in now because of the earthquake. He'll call your agent, Mr. Nisida, to let your wife know we're safe." Phew, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. After a series of attempts to contact them, Nisida and Paula arrived at Ronald's house. Diane remembered her husband saying that they could contact Sony's Oga office for help if needed. She quickly led the two to Sony. Sony's CEO office immediately dispatched a team of experienced personnel from headquarters, chartered a rescue helicopter, and flew directly from a nearby city to the hotel lawn. "Ronald, we brought 2 Inmarsat satellite phones. You can call any landline in America. If needed, we can also use the helicopter to evacuate you and important personnel first. Airports in the Bay Area are closed, only helicopters can take off and land. I will stay here with everyone." "Yes, we understand." The person signaled to his subordinates to report the news of Ronald's discovery to the office immediately via satellite phone. "How much is this satellite phone per minute?" $3 per minute. It can connect to all states in America. Give everyone in the crew a chance to make a call, 1 minute each to let them know they are safe." Ronald, hearing the price was reasonable, immediately had them arrange it. A suitcase was opened, an antenna was set up, and after some adjustments, a Sony representative handed over a bulky telephone handset with dial pads. "Dial +01 plus Los Angeles area code." "Hello, Diane, this is Ronald." "Oh, Ronnie, are you alright?" Diane, accompanied by Paula Wagner, already knew Ronald was safe. She wasn't flustered at all, watching CNN's live broadcast and occasionally calling New York to comfort Ronald's family. "I'm fine, are you okay?" "I'm staying here with the crew. We might not be able to leave San Francisco until tomorrow. It's okay. I've already contacted Aunt Karen and Donna. I'll tell them about you in a bit." "Okay, take care too. I'll be back soon." Ronald said a few words, then hung up when it was almost time, letting director Gary Marshall and several main actors make their calls. Another phone was set up for the other crew members to line up. After everyone had made their calls, their spirits visibly lifted, even Julia Roberts regained her smile. Ronald waited until everyone had finished their calls before picking up the receiver and dialing Helen Slater's number. "Helen, it's me. Oh my God, you scared me to death. I was watching a baseball game with my dad, and then the broadcast went blank, and I heard the crowd screaming. I was terrified. I couldn't reach you anywhere. Thankfully Donna called to tell me you were okay." "Yes, all the phones in San Francisco were down. I used a satellite phone to call you, but there was a queue, so I waited a long time." The two comforted each other for 2 minutes, then Ronald hung up, letting the main actors take over. Ronald asked a hotel staff member for a pack of cigarettes. After the crew finished, some hotel staff and guests also wanted to use the satellite phone, but they would have to pay for it themselves. Hearing the price, a large group of staff members decided not to use it. They say that in a life-or-death moment, The person you think of as the most important person in your life? Ronald hadn't expected to think of 3 women with whom he had shared ties in such a short time. However, he didn't want to call the third one right now. He'd wait until he got home and have Richard check on things. By noon the next day, the hotel's power had been restored, ending the generator's humming noise. Television and radio broadcasts had resumed, but telephone service was still down. Bodyguard Dan received news that all 3 airports near San Francisco had resumed operations, but San Francisco International Airport and Oakland Airport's runways were severely damaged, operating at only 20% of their normal capacity. Sony arranged for a plane to fly to San Jose Airport, the least damaged, and the film crew rented several buses from the hotel at a high price, evacuating San Francisco as quickly as possible. After a night, the general situation was clear. The earthquake was approximately magnitude 7, with its epicenter very close to densely populated areas. Fortunately, the earthquake occurred during the Bay Area's 2 major baseball teams' MLB championship match, so the usually congested highways and elevated highways were empty. The total death toll was only around 200. Kiefer, Ronald and the main crew arrived at Los Angeles Airport on their private jet first. And Julia Roberts' boyfriend, Kiefer Sutherland, was indeed there. He was waiting at the jet bridge with a group of bodyguards, almost causing a traffic jam. Julia Roberts ran over quickly, grabbed her boyfriend, and spun him around. Many people at the airport were watching them, and many recognized them as actors. Some even applauded, thinking they were filming a movie. Meanwhile, Richard Gere and Cindy Crawford were picked up by their agents, the 2 holding hands throughout the journey. Who could have imagined? The tense atmosphere on set had, after this unexpected turn of events, completely resolved the conflict between the men and women. Ronald was also very happy. He saw Diane, heavily pregnant, waiting to pick him up. He quickly took her hand and kissed her on the lips. The unexpected incident had finally passed safely, and Ronald brought the entire crew back. Ronald, thank you. I didn't sleep well last night. I almost had someone prepare an obituary. Katzenberg from Disney was one of the first to know about the earthquake that struck the set. He was very worried after learning the magnitude, fearing something might have happened to one of the stars. Fortunately, he was relieved to receive Ronald's notification, so when Ronald returned, he made a special trip to thank him in person. I was so scared, Ronald, still shaken, rambled on about his ordeal, until Diane nudged him. Sorry, I'm probably still in the post-traumatic stress phase, I just keep talking. The crew needs a few days to rest. But the San Francisco Opera House was quite badly damaged by the earthquake. When we came back, we saw cracks in the exterior walls. That's no problem. Disney can contact the USC History Museum. That building is an old pre-World War II stone structure, perfect for filming the exterior of the Opera House. After talking with Katzenberg from Disney, Ronald wrote a letter specifically to thank Sony's CEO, Dago, then personally signed it and asked someone in his office to deliver the thanks. With Ronald at home, Diane felt much more at ease and went to sleep after spending some time with him. Ronald quietly closed the door and went to the reception room. He discussed business matters requiring his personal attention with the several daydreaming executives sitting there, particularly the upcoming release of the children's film Guess Who's Talking. The London royal premiere of When Harry Met Sally was also scheduled for the end of the month. After signing the documents one by one, the executives left, leaving only Ronald's most trusted agent, Richard. Check for me why Brooke is only getting low-budget advertising jobs now? What's her financial situation? Ronald whispered, then added, if your mother is still her manager, don't contact her for now. Chapter 1158 Box Office Dark Horse. Brokeaway's finances are in dire straits. She might even lose her house in New Jersey. Richard quickly ascertained Brooke's financial situation. Her foolish mother spent a fortune buying out the distribution rights to the last movie, Brenda Star, thinking she could use Timothy Dutton's fame to return to the mainstream. Who knew? Sigh. Ronald sighed. Brooke's mother, Terry, was truly a disaster. This comic book adaptation of Brenda Star was pulled from theaters after only a few days, grossing a mere $60,000. Timothy Dutton's reputation was also greatly affected. The new 007 film, License to Kill, released in the summer, only grossed a little over $30 million in America, and its box office in Britain was also significantly lower than its predecessor. Seeing that even this classic spy film wasn't doing well, MGM further reduced production, and rumors circulated that this would be the last 007 film. If Brooke could get a decent agent and find some advertising deals to help him through this difficult time, otherwise, no matter how much he earns, his mother will squander it all. Ronald was about to continue his discussion with Richard when Diane's voice came through. Honey. Honey. When Ronald heard Diane calling him, he winked at Richard and immediately replied, I'm here. Ronnie, they want me to be their advertising spokesperson, but I'm pregnant and don't look good on camera. It turned out Diane had asked Ronald for advice. Sony and Diane had become quite familiar through food deliveries, and some Japanese businessmen, seeing this opportunity, asked people in the CEO's office to introduce them to Diane. Because Diane Lane's image as a singer in Ghetto Justice was very famous in Japan, coupled with Capcom's arcade games and numerous promotions featuring Diane's image from the movies, many female protagonists in Japanese manga were now imitating Diane's style of dress. This time, the visitors were distributors of Nestle coffee in Japan. They wanted to hire Diane as the spokesperson for Nestle coffee in the Japanese market, emphasizing how housewives could easily make their husbands enjoy delicious coffee. I think it looks great. You look good on camera even though you're pregnant. Ronald thought it was a good idea. It was good to maintain Diane's image in Japan. Plus, her pregnancy was showing, and loose clothes couldn't hide it, so it was perfect for announcing to Japanese audiences that Diane was his wife. If necessary, he could even make an appearance on camera. I don't want to. I don't look good when I'm pregnant. Diane covered her face, which was slightly swollen. Not to mention TV commercials, even print ads weren't suitable. Besides, what about the housewife making coffee thing? Are you sure you're not trying to discredit me? You heard it too. My wife doesn't want to appear on camera like this. You can come back next year. Ronald supported Diane's decision. Anyway, the profits from Capcom and the royalties from several movies had all been transferred to Diane's name, and she had enough money of her own now. Ah, what a pity. The two Japanese businessmen bowed repeatedly in apology. People in the Japanese market preferred American actresses as spokespeople, but there weren't many Hollywood actresses famous in Japan. This setback was quite troublesome for them. Ronald had an idea. He accompanied the two businessmen out and introduced Richard to them. He then whispered a few words in Richard's ear. Do you think I should start practicing yoga? Ronald asked Diane, who was touching her face in distress when he returned to the living room. Practice whatever you want, just don't overexert yourself. Ronald assured her that he would love her no matter what her figure became. HMPH, Demi Moore, told me a lot of advice. Men are all hypocrites. Diane decided to learn from Demi Moore and start practicing some prenatal flexibility exercises to prepare for postpartum recovery. Whatever you want, it's fine. Ronald accompanied Diane to the doctor, and the doctor didn't object to normal exercise. As long as Diane was in a good mood, she could do whatever she wanted. Thank you, Demi. A few days later, at the premiere of Look Who's Talking outside of Beverly Hills movie theater in Los Angeles, Ronald thanked Demi Moore, who had come with Bruce Willis. Demi had been visiting him frequently lately and had become close friends with Diane. Since Diane didn't have many relatives or friends in Los Angeles, having a fellow actress to chat with was very beneficial to her mood. Ronald, thank you. It was Bruce Willis who thanked Ronald. He had appeared at the premiere with Demi Moore and was in an extremely good mood. He didn't appear in the film directed by Amy Heckerling. He only voiced the baby in the female lead's womb, but both his income and the amount of media attention he received today were a level above that of the male lead, John Travolta. Back when John Travolta was a Hollywood superstar, Bruce Willis was still struggling in television, dreaming of replacing Travolta. Now that his dream had come true, and Travolta's star power had even fallen below his own, his pride was palpable. I never imagined a movie I spent the weekend dubbing could bring me such good fortune, Ronald, Bruce Willis said, still filming Die Hard 2, now positioning himself as Ronald's good friend, a tone Travolta could never reach. Ronald, let me introduce you. This is my best partner, Olivia Newton-John. Sure enough, John Travolta approached Ronald, his tone far more obsequious than Bruce Willis's, even showing a hint of awe. This pleased Willis immensely. He thought, I'm different from you guys now. With a slight smile, he decided not to argue with such second-rate stars and pulled Demi Moore into the theater. Miss Olivia, hello, I'm a fan of yours. Ronald saw Olivia, the Australian singer who had worked with John Travolta on Grease, and greeted her with a smile. Olivia Newton-John had been away from Hollywood for a long time and was now married. She and her husband were attending the premiere to promote their new song. Looking at Ronald, she felt a pang of nostalgia. If Travolta had been willing to appear in Grease 2, Ronald might have been the director, and she might have had a chance to make a comeback in Hollywood. The entertainment industry is a place obsessed with fame and fortune. Although John Travolta was the male lead in the film, the photographers were more interested in Olivia Newton-John and the now former Bruce Willis and his wife. This made John Travolta very uncomfortable, and his faint smile gradually became stiff. Furthermore, the television reporters at the scene only asked him 2 questions, while asking his former companions, Olivia Newton-John and her husband, many more. As a singer, she received far more attention than Travolta. HMPH. John Travolta ran into the movie theater, his somewhat outdated Italian signature slicked back hair gleaming under the lights. The film, See Who's Talking, had received positive reviews during its test screenings, but Samsung's distribution department wasn't as powerful as Paramount or Universal, and had recently been acquired by Sony along with Columbia Pictures. Travolta desperately hoped to turn his career around with this film, but reason told him the chances were slim. In short, he just hoped his previous 3 films wouldn't flop like they did. Another loss would practically get him abandoned by Hollywood. His collaboration with Olivia Newton-John after Grease resulted in Fox canceling their contract with him due to the film's poor performance. His next 2 films further discouraged Columbia and Paramount from producing any more of his starring roles. Sigh, John Travolta lit a cigarette inside. He didn't even dare go in to check the screening of his own film. Could I borrow a light? A beautiful woman appeared before Travolta. Travolta was surprised. Were there still beautiful women willing to talk to him? Looking closer, he recognized her as Kelly Preston, a Hollywood actress. Like him, she had starred in several box office flops, her Hollywood career essentially over. Of course, Travolta offered her a cigarette, which Kelly Preston took and lit. The two began smoking in a corner of the theater. Kelly Preston was a representative actress who relied heavily on publicity. After 1984, many of her films were box office failures, but fortunately, she could only play supporting roles, and with her work at the Scientology Center, she could still get 1 film a year to sustain her acting career. Her last film was The Expert, starring John Travolta, with a production cost of $13 million. It grossed less than $200,000 in the U.S. Her own career was stalled, and her plan to hook a celebrity boyfriend through Scientology had failed. The handsome actor George Clooney, whom she'd previously managed to hook up with through Scientology events, wasn't as successful as she was, and relying on him would be futile. Ironically, the most expensive gift George Clooney had ever given her was a pregnant Vietnamese pet pig. The two disillusioned individuals, smoking in the aisle of a movie theater, both attractive, gradually developed feelings for each other. However, neither wanted to develop a relationship, their careers were already in such a sorry state, and they needed to find a way to revive them. The next morning, Kelly Preston got out of bed, left a note, and left Travolta's apartment. She still had to go to the Scientology Center as a censor. Since Tom Cruise moved in, the density of beautiful women at the Scientology Center had increased dramatically. Everyone wanted to be the next Mimi Rogers, and now, getting a Hollywood star was a matter of competition. John Travolta slept until noon, and when he realized the beautiful woman was gone, his mood soured. He bought several bottles of wine and started drinking heavily. John, around noon on Monday, a man in a suit and tie came to Travolta's door and started banging on it. This was Travolta's agent. He had received the box office statistics that morning and immediately called Travolta several times, but no one answered. So he came to his door and started banging on it. "What's up?" John Travolta opened the door and let his agent in. He wondered why the agent was here so early. Did he need to add more meet and greets? Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a small film? "John, you're going to be a star again. The box office statistics came out last night, and it's going to break 10 million in the opening weekend. John, you're going to be a big star again, are you kidding me?" John Travolta's sleepiness vanished instantly. He stared wide-eyed at his agent. A baby movie like this, grossing 10 million in its opening weekend? It broke 12 million, with over 10,000 per theater. "This is your best opening weekend in 10 years since Oil, you mean? I'm a big star again." Travolta looked nervously at his agent. Receiving confirmation, he began rummaging through the table and drawers. "Hey, what are you looking for?" The agent, also starting to tense, said, "I got this movie for you. You're not thinking of replacing me, are you?" "What are you thinking?" "I'm looking for the contact information of the pretty girl from the premiere." Where the hell did I put that? Amy, the box office and reviews for this movie have exceeded everyone's expectations. Mr. Frank Price from Sony called me, asking if you'd be interested in directing the sequel. The compensation will increase significantly, and you'll be in charge of the plot. Meanwhile, Ronald approached director Amy Heckerling to discuss the sequel. Frank Price had officially become a senior executive at the merged Sony Columbia, and while the CEO candidate, Google, still needed to complete the formalities for his production company's acquisition by Sony, he hadn't yet taken office. Therefore, Frank Price tactfully avoided projects from Columbia Pictures, but he was relieved that the then-defunct Samsung Pictures had suddenly produced such a box office hit. After reporting, he immediately began work on the sequel. "Oh, Ronald, this is fantastic, like a dream come true." Amy Heckerling was overjoyed and hugged Ronald. She had been so blind to compete with him for the film's direction back then. If she had been content with a supporting role, she might now be a key figure in his company. However, the first film exhausted all my screenwriting material, so I'll need to find another professional screenwriter for the second one. Heckerling returned to the main point. "You agreed? Have your agent talk to Mr. Price. I remember your husband is also a screenwriter." "Oh, thank you, thank you." Amy Heckerling thanked her repeatedly. This was giving her an opportunity. "Don't be like that, the movie makes money, and I make money too. I'll go to London first, and if the box office continues to be a hit, I'll try to distribute the film to Britain and Europe, and you can hold a premiere in London next year." After saying that, Ronald went home to have dinner with Diane. A few hours later, he took the suitcase Diane had packed, boarded a private jet, and flew to London to attend the royal premiere of When Harry Met Sally. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1159. When are you going to film 007? Hi, Billy. Ronald waited on the private jet for Billy Crystal to board. The two of them would fly to London together, where they would meet Meg Ryan, who was flying in from Hawaii, to attend the royal premiere. "These are some jokes I wrote, could you take a look?" Billy Crystal handed over a few sheets of paper, containing the script he had written for hosting the next Academy Awards. "Very good." Ronald flipped through them. Crystal's jokes weren't vulgar, but they were quite daring in their humor, which wasn't a problem for Hollywood guests. These people weren't afraid to directly criticize Hollywood humor, they just didn't like overly vulgar jokes that lowered their standards. With Crystal's approval, Billy finally felt some of his doubts lifted. He had found the right balance. The next step was to gather some comedy writers and slowly put together the necessary number of jokes. After Ronald finished his business, a Japanese-American flight attendant, wearing an American-style uniform and a hat tilted to one side, brought him a plate of fruit and a stack of business newspapers and magazines. It was Sony's business jet flight attendant again. Knowing the preferences of business travelers, she delivered what they wanted without them even having to ask. Ronald nodded his thanks. The Japanese don't accept tips, they believe their service is top-notch and there's no need to measure quality with additional charges. Ronald was quite envious of this level of service, his own company couldn't afford such a secretary. However, a few minutes later, Ronald frowned. The latest issue of Newsweek gave Sony a rude awakening on the cover. The cover featured the Columbia Pictures logo, the Statue of Liberty. But this Statue of Liberty had a distinctly Eastern face, with a Japanese-style hairstyle. And unlike the statues outside New York Harbor, she wasn't wearing Roman-style robes, but rather Japanese kimonos. The artist had also paid attention to detail. The Statue of Liberty's base was replaced with an Oscar trophy. To the right of the Statue of Liberty, in Newsweek's distinctive font, was the headline, "Japan Invades Hollywood." This headline easily brought to mind the Japan Invades Pearl Harbor headlines of the major media outlets after the attack. It seems the news media, which have always considered Hollywood as part of America's ideology, have begun to retaliate after being sneak attacked by Sony at the beginning. Sony initially handled the acquisition with good secrecy. Then, they adopted a strategy of acquiring the shares at a premium on the open market with minimal fanfare, and Congress and various government agencies tried their best to accommodate their demands. Therefore, the political and business circles as a whole actually had a positive impression of Sony. Coca-Cola made a fortune selling its shares, and lawmakers also made several good investments through the acquisition. However, While those who actually benefited had one thing in mind, the news media, who didn't gain anything, were not so kind. Stirring up public sentiment was their forte. Does your CEO, Mr. Oga, know about this? Ronald felt a bit awkward. Mr. Oga saw it on the plane a few days ago, but he seemed relaxed. The flight attendant appeared at the opportune moment, answering Ronald's question, which he didn't know who he was talking to avoid the awkwardness of the important figure not responding. Oh, that's good. Please give me a blanket. Ronald thought it wasn't his business anyway, so he decided not to worry about the Japanese for nothing. He wrapped himself in the blanket, straightened the chair, and started to fall fast asleep. The god of film intervened again, and in his dream, Ronald saw a scene of a large meeting. There were two groups of people on the stage. One group sat on the left, led by Gregory Peck. Although he looked old and frail, he still had the air of a handsome old American man. On the other side of his group was a very beautiful woman with reddish-brown hair and a fitted office dress that accentuated her hourglass figure, making her very feminine. This actress seems to have a better figure than Diane, but her temperament isn't as good, Ronald even commented in his dream, comparing the actress to his wife. The scene now seemed to be a debate, and opposite the dejected Gregory Peck was the other debater. He was speaking on stage. By the way, I'm quite pleased that you call me Larry the Liquidator. Ronald couldn't help but laugh. The contrast between this actor and Gregory Peck was too great. It was Danny DeVito, the short comedian who had starred with Helen Slater in The Wicked Husband, a good friend of Oscar-winning actor Michael Douglas. Danny DeVito slowly walked into the frame from the right. Due to perspective, his slightly balding head made him appear almost the same height as the tall, imposing, and still powerful Gregory Peck, who sat there. Moreover, his amiable expression made the contrast clear, a deliberate choice by the director. Do you know why, shareholders? Danny DeVito turned to face the audience. The camera cut to a close-up of him. Because at my funeral, you'll leave with a smile on your face and a few dollars in your pocket. That's a funeral worth having. Clap, clap, clap. The audience initially chuckled, then applauded. Ronald noticed that only a few people in the front row were applauding enthusiastically. The people in the back were largely unresponsive. The camera then cut to a close-up of the actress who resembled Diane, clearly looking at Danny DeVito before giving Gregory Peck a scrutinizing look. What kind of movie is this? Ronald wondered, somewhat confused. From the final remarks, it seemed to be related to a takeover bid. The camera shifted to the voting scene, then back to the scene. A middle-aged woman, who appeared to be a secretary, went on stage to announce the results. The votes to retain the existing board are 1.7 million, the votes against are 2.2 million. Mr. Garfield, your proposal has won. Gregory Peck's face was grim, the kind of expression he was best known for, a tragic hero who had fought hard but failed. Ronald thought, this might be a typical Gregory Peck production, a tragic American hero. He'd played journalists, lawyers, doctors before. Was he now playing a failed business hero in his old age? But as the story unfolded, it seemed that wasn't the case. Danny DeVito, who played Mr. Garfield, also looked dejected. Gregory Peck, the loser, seemed somewhat relaxed. Could they be rivals who respect each other? Ronald began to daydream. This ending really felt good. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The camera panned to a group of people with Asian faces in the back of the set. The tailoring and color scheme of their suits clearly indicated they were Japanese. The actress walked over, whispered with some of the Japanese men, then returned to Gregory Peck and the middle-aged secretary, exchanging pleasantries. A change seemed to have occurred. The scene ended with Danny DeVito dejectedly getting into his Lincoln, returning to his New York mansion, and collapsing into bed. He had succeeded in his career, but seemed to have failed elsewhere. The plot took another turn here. He received a call from the beautiful woman. You greedy, arrogant, haughty. Ronald was surprised to find that the woman had a very pleasant voice, a gentle huskiness, and a very tender manner. Ronald mentally compared Diane's voice to his own, and they seemed to have their own merits. If Diane wanted, she could also make him feel a tingling sensation. Domineering, Danny DeVito added an adjective. I have good news for you, airbags. Airbags. Did you know that airbags are made of stainless steel? Soon all the cars in America will be equipped with them, and Mitsubishi from Japan has its eye on the factory. Ronald-san, quiet, quiet. Ronald felt that the plot of this movie was quite complicated and was trying to find more clues to find the script. Ronald-san, the plane has landed. He was finally woken up. Ronald was grumpy for a while, and sat in his chair for several minutes, unable to come to his senses. It turned out that the plane had already arrived in London, and everyone had already disembarked. The flight attendant had no choice but to wake him up. "Ronald Sen, I'm so sorry," the flight attendant bowed. It's my fault. I'm afraid of being woken up when I'm sleeping." Unlike the other movies he dreamed about, Ronald felt that this movie would be difficult to find a script for. There were only a few actor names, but if it hadn't been filmed yet, it would be difficult to find. Besides, he only dreamt of the ending of the film. Besides knowing it was a business drama, he knew nothing else. He'd better have David Simpkins look for more scripts with acquisition plots. He could collect them first, as Hollywood probably had quite a few of those. He'd collect them first and then see. Meg Ryan finished filming her movie with Tom Hanks and flew directly from Hawaii to London with her husband, Dennis Quaid. She wore a black and gold dress, paired with blonde hair and a sweet face, exuding the air of an independent American girl. Her husband, Dennis Quaid, struck a handsome pose, giving the photographers a smile. "When the royal family comes later, should we bow?" Meg Ryan asked excitedly, pulling Ronald along. "Did the royal protocol officer say that a curtsy is fine, or just a bow if you don't know how? The Queen is very tolerant of foreigners. These days, the younger generation of British girls aren't very good at this kind of etiquette." "Oh, I've been practicing all night," Meg Ryan whispered to Ronald. "Don't be too nervous, you and Billy are the stars tonight." Ronald quietly stepped back, letting Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal step forward so the reporters could take more pictures of them with the royal family. Ronald suddenly felt a thorn in his side, as if someone was maliciously watching him from behind. Ronald remained calm, waiting for that feeling to return before suddenly turning around and seeing Dennis Quaid's twisted eyebrows and the look in his eyes. "How?" Ronald chuckled dismissively. What use was a boyfriend like that? After this movie, Meg Ryan had clearly surpassed his status. Both her fame and income were an order of magnitude higher than Dennis Quaid's. This guy acted like a big star, demanding that Meg Ryan finish filming her movie with Tom Cruise and then vacation with him in Hawaii. When the two came to London for the premiere, he insisted on receiving all the treatment Meg Ryan received as well. If it weren't for Meg Ryan's unusual cooperation and her pleading with him, Ronald really wouldn't have bothered with him. His film The Big Fireball, co-starring Winona Ryder, was a box office flop and a major reason for Orion's financial crisis. His acting in the film was good, but playing a character disliked by the American public made his acting irrelevant. This guy is a typical talented male star who believes acting is the most important element for fame, so his agent shoves any role that presents a challenge into his hands, eventually leading to a irreversible decline in his reputation. Of course, Dennis Quaid isn't entirely useless. His skill at dating female stars is undeniable. From Ronald's good friend PJ Soles, to Lee Thompson, the lead actress in Back to the Future, and now Meg Ryan, his girlfriend's status in the entertainment industry has steadily risen. Ronald has to admit, that's quite an achievement. "Your Majesty," Meg Ryan finally performed her rehearsed curtsy perfectly. "Thank you, Miss Ryan. I heard it's a romance film Ronald made, so I drove over to see it. I watch all his movies." "Oh, did I hear that right?" "Your Majesty said she watches all the movies Ronald makes." Meg Ryan turned and whispered to Dennis Quaid. "His movies are more suited to older people's tastes." Dennis Quaid was a little annoyed after being stared at by Ronald. "Don't say that. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like him to give you some opportunities." Meg Ryan quickly told him to keep his voice down. HMPH, he should have just kept quiet. Dennis Quaid's expression darkened even more. "Your Highness," after a while, another member of the royal family arrived, Princess Diana. Meg Ryan, who had practiced a curtsy countless times, performed it haphazardly. "Hello, Miss Ryan, I heard from Ronald that your performance in this movie is wonderful. I'm looking forward to seeing it." Upon hearing that Princess Diana also had such a deep friendship with Ronald, Dennis Quaid's face twitched slightly. However, Meg Ryan was in no mood to talk to him. Princess Diana was wearing a strikingly elegant red dress today, her natural grace surpassing Meg Ryan's carefully chosen low-cut gown. Tomorrow's photos would definitely show her being overshadowed. At royal premieres, the front row seats were, as usual, reserved for members of the royal family. Only Ronald and the two main cast members sat on the sidelines. Sometimes, if the Queen wanted to ask something, Ronald could answer on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the screening ended, and Harry and Sally sat together for an interview, recounting the details of their love story. This ending brought a smile to the Queen's face, and she and the Queen consort exchanged a knowing smile. "Ronald," the Queen turned to the director. "Your Majesty," Ronald leaned forward. "Your movies are always very interesting, reminding me of the anticipation I felt when watching movies as a child. Nowadays, British movies are so boring. When will you be able to make some good British movies? Can you make a James Bond movie? When will you be able to make a good 007? I'll have someone from the Sir Fleming Foundation talk to you about it." The Queen was dissatisfied with the latest 007 film. How could her most capable agent be so inept in the new License to Kill? Your Majesty, it's best to have British directors and actors make these iconic British films, otherwise, I was just saying, the Queen thought it made sense. This movie really needed to be made by British people, otherwise there would definitely be a public outcry, with people shouting that Hollywood had invaded London again. Chapter 1160. Guess who I ran into at the Paris airport? Are you going to see the ballet performance? After the premiere, Princess Diana and her sister-in-law, Princess Ferguson, chatted with Ronald in the lounge. Unlike the Queen, Diana couldn't express overly positive opinions about a film. The princess always preferred to live like a middle-class woman. Chatting with Hollywood directors and stars was a way for her to prove herself. "No, I'm going to Paris for the premiere there," Ronald declined. "Ronald, I remember you also sponsored a dancer. You know, in European royal tradition, that's practically the same as keeping her as a mistress." Ha ha ha. Princess Sarah Ferguson, a redhead, was rather blunt and directly brought up Ronald's affair. "Ha ha ha, she's a good friend of mine. She was very kind to me when I was an assistant on set." Ronald subtly changed the subject. Princess Diana's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She was very dissatisfied with this tradition of aristocrats keeping mistresses and said to Ronald, "I heard your wife is pregnant." "Ah, yes, we're expecting a baby next year." The conversation then shifted to childcare and Diana's two adorable children. "Thank you. Mr. Michel Canold will continue discussing the collaboration with you here. I have promotional work to do in Paris. If you have any questions, you can call my agent, Richard." After spending 2 days in London, Ronald, through Minahangolan's connections, met with several key figures from the Starlight Cinemas chain, which Cannonball had acquired. He wanted to establish his own distribution channels in Europe and obtain the funds from the cinema's pre-sale purchases, which would greatly reduce the production costs of his Daydreams films. Coincidentally, the Starlight Cinemas chain was currently undergoing a change in leadership. The Italian banker, Giancarlo Parodi, after acquiring Cannonball Pictures, wanted to leverage further acquisitions and open more wallets in Europe. European banks considered Starlight Cinemas to be their best collateral. A large portion of Giancarlo Parodi's acquisition of Pathé Pictures was secured by Starlight Cinemas. Parodi himself had little interest in actual filmmaking. He preferred using the film industry's prestige to play financial games. This gradually dried up Starlight Cinema's previously stable channel for purchasing Hollywood B-movies. After watching the videotapes of several action films Ronald brought, they were very pleased. Martial arts were experiencing a revival in Europe and Britain, with annual karate championships generating considerable buzz. Ronald's films were a hodgepodge of Asian martial arts, including karate, taekwondo, Muay Thai, and more. They were unsure about Dragon Boys 3 because it was a bit fantastical, but happily bought 200 copies of the other films. With his international pre-sale theatrical orders, Ronald's B-movie production business could be significantly less risky, potentially increasing his output to 10 films per year. Leaving Canold in London to discuss the details, Ronald prepared to board a plane to Paris. In the private jet lounge, Ronald was reading the newly published Time magazine, which had also begun reporting on Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures. Some Americans are saddened by the sale of their cultural soul because Sony bought Columbia Pictures, the studio behind thousands of films from Lawrence of Arabia to When Harry Met Sally. As a result, they've forgotten that this is just a business transaction, and various claims of Japanese invasion of Hollywood have emerged. Just 2 years ago, when Sony acquired Columbia Records, there were no such accusations. Yes, Ronald slapped his thigh. The magazine's reporting was indeed far superior to the newspapers. He had time to let them investigate further and write a more in-depth report. Ronald was engrossed in reading, wishing he could talk to the reporter in person. Both were acquisitions of American cultural assets by Japanese capital, So why didn't anyone say it was a Japanese invasion when they acquired Columbia Records? It seems that Hollywood movies do indeed have an influence beyond ordinary commodities, and it's not as Ronald had previously thought. Selling movies is the same as selling Coca-Cola. Movies, besides being a commodity, play a much more important role. Otherwise, matters concerning the opening up, mergers, and distribution of the film industry wouldn't always require the government or similar organizations to intervene. Ronald witnessed the MPAA's negotiations with the French Minister of Culture regarding the opening of the US and French film markets, which involved the presidents of both countries speaking out. It seems that movies are indeed connected to a nation's fundamental issues. Is that you, Ronald? Ronald, engrossed in his reading, heard a woman greet him. Huh? It's me, and you are. Ronald looked up and saw a very thin woman, wearing a hat and large framed sunglasses, completely concealing her identity. She certainly looked like a movie star. Ms. Irving. Ronald recognized her. It was Spielberg's ex-wife, the film actress Amy Irving. Call me Amy. Amy Irving sat down opposite Ronald with ease, and the two chatted like old friends. Perhaps because they were in a foreign country, Ronald felt that Amy Irving's enthusiasm for him went beyond that of a typical Hollywood acquaintance. He didn't remember helping this famous director's ex-wife. You've helped me a lot, Ronald. Amy Irving seemed to understand Ronald's confusion and took the initiative to explain. It turned out that she felt Ronald's honest testimony played a significant role in her ability to obtain hundreds of millions in assets in the divorce case. At the time, her lawyer told her that the judge's ruling was largely based on his interpretation of the law, and if there was solid testimony or evidence, it would be difficult for the judge to declare the hastily written prenuptial agreement invalid, and Amy Irving would not have received that much property. I was just stating the facts, Ronald thought to himself. It doesn't really concern me. I wouldn't dare to commit perjury in court. It's not worth taking such a big risk for Spielberg's fortune. Amy Irving had a huge fortune, but she didn't have many opportunities in Hollywood. Although Spielberg didn't go to the extremes like George Lucas, completely blacklisting his ex-wife's career, people still gave her opportunities out of respect for Spielberg. She was only offered leading roles in some independent films, hoping to attract investment and ride on Spielberg's coattails. She was also looking for a comeback opportunity. France was another major center in the global film industry, outside of Hollywood. She wanted to see if there was a chance to star in an art film and rekindle the memories of audiences and critics. Because her flight was delayed, Ronald, seeing the hint in her words, invited her to travel on his private jet. Guess who I ran into at the London airport? Ronald called Diane to let her know he was safe and to let her know. Upon arriving in Paris, Ronald also discussed some business matters with a manager of Path A's theater chain. Making money by selling film prints wasn't much different between Parisians and Londoners. It was just a matter of drafting contracts and payment terms. Ronald's daydream was that the print prices weren't high, and it perfectly aligned with the current European craze for action films. Like Hong Kong kung fu films, Daydream's kung fu movies also feature the hard-hitting, realistic fighting scenes characteristic of Hong Kong martial arts choreographers, making them palatable to audiences accustomed to the refined tastes of Hong Kong kung fu films. However, unlike Hong Kong kung fu movies, the protagonists in his films are all white. This is completely different from Jackie Chan's films, where white characters are often relegated to the role of the main villain. Having a British star like Jean-Claude Van Damme defeating martial arts from various countries gave young British people confidence on screen. However, they weren't as accommodating to Ronald's artistic achievements as the British. With the Cannes Film Festival, the largest film arts center outside of Hollywood, the British weren't particularly interested in directors like Ronald. Their cultural circles admire film directors, favoring those with auteur skills and their own philosophy of art. But for box office success like Ronald, only theater managers offered their praise. It wasn't just Hollywood directors like Ronald, even François Truffaut, a national treasure of France, gradually lost his status as a pioneer of the new wave because of his later focus on commercial productions and box office success. Ronald's old friend Andrei Konchalovsky no longer lived in Paris, and no one introduced him to the Parisian film scene. After 2 days of boredom and missing his wife, Ronald was ready to return to Los Angeles as soon as Michel Canaud arrived. Ronald, we meet again. Coincidentally, Ronald bumped into Amy Irving again at the Paris airport. She received the same treatment as Ronald. She was also a star who had made her name in various commercial films, a type of actress traditionally not well received in the French film industry. Her two main advantages in getting involved in projects, her status as Spielberg's ex-wife and her connections with wealthy people to invest in the production, were not very effective in France, where government-funded film production was common, so she left dejectedly. "Want to fly on my plane?" Ronald asked with a smile. It didn't matter if he took her once or twice. "I'm going to take the Concorde. I want to get back to Los Angeles as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here any longer." Amy Irving wasn't afraid to spend money. She chose the Concorde, which was only a 2-hour flight. "I'm sensitive to noise. I'll take my Gulfstream." For Ronald, getting enough sleep was important, and he wouldn't miss a single opportunity to dream on the plane. The Concorde's immense noise and cramped seats made it impossible to fall asleep. In the waiting area, Ronald read the French current affairs magazines Le Point and L'Express, two magazines similar to Business Weekly and Time magazine, which also reported on Sony's acquisition of Columbia. Michel Canault translated most of the French content for him. Actually, the French attitude was quite interesting. After criticizing the influence of capital on film art, they revealed some jealousy, as if saying, "Why didn't Japanese capital propose acquiring French film companies, although our Ministry of Culture certainly wouldn't agree?" Ronald, just as they were about to rest, Amy Irwin's voice came again. "So, you've decided." Ronald thought she had changed her mind and replied casually, but when he looked up, he saw that Amy Irwin wasn't alone. There was a tall woman next to her, her face streaked with tears. "Huh?" Ronald was taken aback. "It's you? Brooke, what?" "I abandoned my mother, Terry," Brooke Shields sobbed uncontrollably. "What? Have some water, tell me slowly." Ronald thought, what kind of story is this? He asked Amy Irwin, "What happened?" Brooke seems unable to speak. "Well, I saw her crying alone on the Concorde. They were all American, so I thought she had something sad, but who knew?" Amy Irwin told Ronald a story that was both funny and sad. It turned out that Brooke Shields had also come to America with her mother, Terry, seeking opportunities. However, Terry still held on to Brooke's position as manager, treating her like an immature girl, refusing any involvement in anything involving passion or romance, and even demanding a share of the profits. Coupled with her daily alcoholism, she was often half-drunk during negotiations, ruining a major Goddard project. Brooke Shields could no longer tolerate it. She felt that if she continued under her mother's control, she would have no chance of recovery. On the way to the airport, Terry again drank heavily from a whiskey bottle, unable to get out of the taxi. Brooke, furious, grabbed both their passports, intending to leave and completely rid herself of Terry, this burden. However, being a child who had grown up with her mother, she lacked true ruthlessness. At the departure hall entrance, Brooke ran back and threw her mother Terry's passport and a roll of banknotes through the car window. "Mademoiselle, what are you going to do with your mother?" the taxi driver asked her. Whatever. Although leaving her mother in a taxi gave Brooke Shields a sense of freedom, guilt quickly overwhelmed her. After boarding, she wept on the Concorde until she was recognized by Amy Irwin, also an American. "My ticket is expired," Amy Irwin said with a smile to Ronald. She had asked Brooke Shields on the plane if anyone could help her with this mess, and Brooke hesitated before saying Ronald's name. Irwin then jokingly helped her off the plane, and the two went to Ronald's place. "Take my plane." Ronald shook his head. Brooke still had a childlike temper, but her weight told a different story. Brooke Shields was at least 20 pounds heavier than during her modeling days, and her face was no longer as cute as it once was. Although she was still considered beautiful, she was clearly no longer the American girl she once was. "I'll send someone to find your mother, Terry. She'll be fine in the taxi." "No, I don't want to travel on the same plane as her." "All right, let's find her first." Ronald turned and gave Richard a few instructions. Seeing Brooke looking at him expectantly, Ronald shook his head and smiled wryly. "I'll make a call first." The call connected to the Beverly Hills mansion. "Diane, darling, guess who I ran into at the Paris airport?" Chapter 1161, a special screening for Ronald's Valmont. Michel Canault, fluent in French, helped them find the taxi driver who had taken Brooke's mother back to the hotel. Terry was completely drunk, and given the apparent deep conflict between her and Brooke, Ronald asked Canault to have someone watch over her while he, Brooke Shields, and Amy Irving, who was implicated, took a private jet back to America. "So, what exactly happened between you and your mother?" The journey home was long, and Ronald and Amy Irving questioned Brooke in detail on the plane. Over the years, Terry had always hoped Brooke Shields could transition into a major star while maintaining her positive image in the eyes of millions of American viewers. Therefore, just like when Brooke was at the height of her fame, she was selective about scripts, adding various conditions before agreeing to let Brooke take on roles. But this world was no longer the world where Brooke Shields was showered with love and attention. Terry was a heavy drinker and his knowledge of Hollywood was practically stagnant, which led to his ridiculous mistake of Timothy Dutton, the current James Bond, as a superstar, and his desire to work with him. The massive financial losses meant Brooke Shields couldn't even pay the property taxes on the real estate she'd acquired with her teenage income. Not to mention, her gardeners, driver, hairstylist, and other employees were simply beyond her means. This former teen idol had no concept of cash flow, and to cover the deficit, her mother constantly forced her to appear at high society events to earn extra income. Perhaps, in the old money world, the turnover rate of female idols is relatively slow. Brooke's falling out with her mother wasn't just about finances, it was also related to her mother's excessive control over her in every aspect. In Brooke's words, her mother was too controlling, too specific, sometimes even breathing felt wrong. Psychologically, Brooke Shields had never truly escaped the rebellious phase of adolescence. Some psychologists had also counseled her. Brooke's situation was quite common in the child star circle. Living with their parents for a long time caused them harm, but their parents protected them like living in a greenhouse. After leaving their parents, their knowledge, experience, and temperament couldn't support them to live independently, so they fell into this vicious cycle of loving each other and hurting each other. Don't cry, Brooke. So many people in America love you. If you leave your mother, you can definitely become an American girl again. Amy Irving's maternal instincts kicked in. She had also watched Brooke grow from a doll-like girl into adulthood. Amy Irving looked at Ronald, her meaning clear. Brooke was thinking of you in her time of need. You have such a big influence in Hollywood now, why aren't you helping her? Don't think I don't know what Brooke thinking of you means. I think, Brooke, when you go back to New York, the first thing you should do is fire your mother's manager. Then find a real agent, and then we'll see what we can do. Ronald looked at Brooke's puffy face and secretly shook his head. He couldn't promise anything. When Brooke Shields was a teenager, her face was very small and photogenic, making her look like a little girl. However, she was also very tall and had a teenage figure. This contrast was the fundamental reason for her popularity. To put it more vividly, her proportions actually matched those of a Barbie doll. A favorite among little girls. But after attending Princeton, she neglected her figure, gaining a whopping 20 pounds. Her face, the most important feature for a model, changed from a long, thin oval face to a round face. The realities of the modeling industry are even more pronounced than in Hollywood. Such unprofessional treatment of one's body makes it impossible for any major brands to approach her. How could you do this? Why didn't you help Brooke? Amy Irving was dissatisfied with Ronald's callous reaction. She felt men should treat their ex-girlfriends better. If Hollywood taught me anything, it's that you can't go against the audience's tastes. Ronald didn't answer directly but instead shared his perspective. I don't believe it. Brooke was so popular back then. Those boys who were obsessed with her, who plastered her posters on their dressing room doors, are all working now, right in the prime of their lives when their purchasing power is at its peak. Is it that you're unwilling? I'll help her, but Ronald felt that Amy Irving was a bit out of touch with reality. What did those teenage boys buy those posters for back then? As a Hollywood star, don't you understand? Now that Brooke's figure has lost its appeal, how can those people possibly buy her based on nostalgia? Thank you, Ronald. Brooke Shields, after a nap, finally stopped crying. She came over specifically to thank a very important man in her life. Amy Irving urged her to take another nap. What you're saying is hard to believe. Back then, she was the symbol of America. Amy Irving really didn't understand men's thinking. Looking at Brooke Shields' expression just now, apart from being a little heavier, she was still that bright young girl from back then. Ronald watched as Brooke Shields used her old charm, but times had changed. Looking at her slightly plump figure and age, the innocent cuteness of yesteryear was gone. Ronald believed advertisers and Hollywood shared this feeling. They knew the little girl Brooke Shields, but the Brooke Shields of today hadn't successfully transitioned into a woman. Back then, when people in other parts of the world saw an American, the first few words they'd say were Coca-Cola, and Bridget Shields. Amy Irving, seeing Ronald's lack of enthusiasm, began to lament. Like a generation of Americans, she viewed Brooke as a little sister. Ronald was struck by her words. Weren't those Japanese businessmen here looking for a Nestle coffee endorsement? The day after Ronald arrived in New York, Brooke Shields' mother, Terry, also arrived. The scene of the mother and daughter's reunion was poignant. Both mother and daughter seemed to know what the meeting would discuss. There was no argument. Brooke Shields simply informed her mother that she would find another agent to manage her career. Terry didn't argue or try to persuade her daughter as usual. Perhaps her daughter's act of abandoning her on the streets of Paris was too shocking. Perhaps she had long anticipated this day when her daughter would break free from her constraints and fly solo, or perhaps this day was much later than expected. Terry readily agreed to her daughter's plan and then chatted with Brooke about everyday matters as if nothing had happened. Brooke then took it upon herself to fire the gardener, hairdresser, wig maker, and makeup artist, keeping only her good driver. However, she no longer paid him full-time but only rented him short-term when needed. Brooke Shields' full-time driver had accumulated enough wealth over the years working for Terry to buy himself a used luxury car. Even unemployed, he could still entertain the throngs of Japanese tourists at hotels. Seeing Brooke's resolute decision to take control of her own life, Ronald felt obligated to help her. He specifically called Japanese businessmen, informing them that Brooke Shields was interested in filming a Japanese version of an advertisement for Nestle instant coffee. The two Japanese distributors excitedly rushed over that very night. Brooke Shields' fame in Japan was even greater than Diane's. In the eyes of many current office workers, Brooke Shields was a superstar representing America in the last decade. At that time, Japanese products didn't have the dominant position they have today, and America was still seen as a very beautiful place by many post-war Japanese. Furthermore, most people didn't recognize many American celebrities, so many people had the impression that Brooke Shields represented America, just as Momo Yamaguchi represented Japan in the same era. For her first advertisement after becoming independent, Brooke Shields even learned a few phrases of Japanese, refusing dubbing and performing the scene herself. The two Japanese distributors were extremely grateful to Ronald. This trip to New York had exceeded their highest expectations. Ronald was the best friend of the Japanese in America. As for the issue Ronald had raised regarding Brooke Shields' figure, they were even less concerned. Around her face was exactly the traditional aesthetic of the post-war working class, and with makeup, it was perfect. Besides introducing her to an advertising endorsement, Ronald also introduced her to his personal accountant, Lawrence, to give Brooke some financial management courses. Then she could find a suitable accountant herself. In American society, a once glorious actress like Brooke was easily targeted by unscrupulous accountants and agents. In Hollywood, the most important thing is to see clearly who is trustworthy. Brooke Shields, despite her seemingly clueless nature, had become adept at this kind of thing once she became independent. After all, she was a Princeton graduate, she knew Ronald wouldn't harm her, so she decided to trust the people he recommended for now and slowly build her own team later. Paula Wagner, who had initially been willing to take her on, was now less optimistic about Brooke Shields' commercial value, and Ronald also felt it wasn't good for Brooke and Diane to share an agent. Finally, Paula introduced her to Sam Cohen. He was originally an agent for ICM, representing actors known for their acting skills, including Meryl Streep and Sigourney Weaver. This agent was also initially reluctant to take Brooke Shields on, believing she wasn't focused enough on her acting. Paula gave him a suggestion: Brooke only needed to play herself. In the end, Brooke successfully signed with him, becoming a fellow agent of Whoopi Goldberg. That's how it is. Brooke's mother is outrageous. I was shocked when Amy Irving told me. Ronald, having finished his business, returned to his home in Beverly Park and told Diane about his Parisian adventure. Diane didn't speak, but simply held Ronald's arm and looked at him. Seeing a hint of tenderness in his wife's eyes, Ronald gently kissed her and stopped nagging. Ronald had completely forgotten that Diane and Brooke's situations were similar. Both came from single-parent families, both were child stars, and both encountered significant difficulties during their transitions. Very few child stars in Hollywood successfully transition into adulthood. Even the greatest child star, Shirley Temple, didn't have any memorable roles after growing up. Historically, the only child stars who successfully transitioned to fame are Elizabeth Taylor and the late Natalie Wood. That day, Ronald was resting at home when Mike Medavoy of Orion came to visit. Mike Medavoy now frequently consulted with Ronald about producing, seeking his opinions. Ronald was one of the few producers in Hollywood who possessed both business acumen and artistic talent, and one of the few who could discuss business on his level. Mike Medavoy was a shrewd man. With Orion in turmoil, he wanted to cling to Ronald's coattails so he could easily escape if the company ran into trouble. Ronald had fame, wealth, and beautiful women. Catering to his tastes wasn't easy. Mike Medavoy understood perfectly. He offered something others rarely considered: respect from within the industry. Continuing their script discussion, Medavoy frequently consulted Ronald on equal terms, allowing him to speak freely about things Ronald wouldn't normally be comfortable saying. This earned Ronald's fondness for this Jewish man born in Hong Kong. "Why don't you go to the premiere of Valmont? You know, you have 2 films coming up that Orion is distributing. Going now, even if Mr. John Kluge doesn't say it, he'll definitely feel proud, and it will benefit you a lot on the future distribution. Even if you don't necessarily need him now, it's a great opportunity to boost the film." Mike Medavoy had come to invite Ronald to the premiere of another film adapted from Dangerous Liaisons, directed by 2-time Oscar-winning director Milos Forman. Ronald repeatedly declined the premiere invitation, so Medavoy's visit made it easier to discuss certain things. "Let me tell you the truth, cough cough." Ronald and Mike Medavoy visited the set twice, showing respect for this veteran industry professional, knowing he wasn't one for gossip, so they shared their concerns. The 2 leading ladies in this film, Annette Bening as the femme fatale and Meg Tilly as the virtuous woman, were both involved with him, and, moreover, he had personally witnessed Meg Tilly's husband, Don Zinnemann Jr., catching her husband cheating on her, a scene that left everyone very embarrassed. This, Mike Medavoy was dumbfounded. He hadn't known Ronald had actually witnessed this. It had caused quite a stir at the company at the time. Hell, Ronald thought to himself, not only this one, but in another adaptation of Dangerous Liaisons, his ex-girlfriend Michelle Pfeiffer was also caught cheating, but he wouldn't gossip about that. Mike Medavoy understood Ronald's mindset. It was better to avoid trouble. "All right then, I'll have someone bring you a copy for a separate screening. This movie is really much better than the Warner Brothers version of Dangerous Liaisons, much better indeed." Ronald and Diane watched the new movie together in their home theater. Because it wasn't officially released yet, the copy was delivered by Orion's special personnel, and they had to take it away after the screening. Mike Medavoy was right. Milos Forman's directing was far superior to that of Dangerous Liaisons. The opening scene was a masterpiece. Among a group of choir nuns, a little girl named Cecil was called out. In the realistic corridor of a large convent, her mother and a noblewoman came over to give Cecil, who was about to get married, some training on being a housewife. The actress playing Cecil was also a familiar face. Ronald recognized her as Firuza Balk, the lead actress in Walter Murch's Return to Oz. Such a petite actress was clearly much more suitable for playing a virgin like Cecil than Uma Thurman in the Warner Brothers version. Annette Bening is far more attractive than Glenn Gross in the Warner Brothers version, and her costumes, perfectly suited to the Western style, are pleasing to the eye. She exudes much more charisma than Gross, whose face is smeared with foundation and who wears low-cut, Civil War-era Hollywood attire. Colin Firth, playing the Playboy Valmont, is also far more suitable than John Malkovich in the Warner Brothers version. Add to that the masterful direction, and the opening high-angle shot introducing Seymour and the Wicked Melty is far more captivating and artistic than the Warner Brothers version's stiff method of introducing characters through dialogue. Ronald, as a viewer, was immediately engrossed. "It's quite good." Diane, who watched the film with him, also agreed that Milos Forman's direction was exceptional. "Maybe it'll get a few Oscar nominations." Ronald nodded in agreement. Chapter 1162. Our audience is not interested in repetitive themes? Understanding Ronald's concerns, Mike Medavoy made a win-win arrangement. The premieres were held in the most prestigious theaters in both New York and Los Angeles. The first night was at the Alice Theater at Lincoln Center in New York, with Meg Tilly and her boyfriend Colin Firth, along with Farrah Zerboker and other stars, attending the New York premiere. The second night, the premiere moved to the Samuel Goldwyn Theater in Beverly Hills for the Los Angeles premiere, allowing Ronald to attend without any pressure. Hollywood is a big stage, and mutual praise is crucial. Ronald made a round of calls, inviting Melanie Griffiths, Alec Baldwin, and others to attend. The film's marketing budget wasn't as large as big productions, so it could only match stars whose careers were just starting to take off. "Our New York premiere was great. Many famous Hollywood stars came," said Colin Firth, the only lead actor to attend both premieres. He needed more exposure and opportunities to network with Hollywood power players. So he approached Ronald for a chat. Wearing a black crew neck sweater and a suit jacket, Colin Firth looked a bit plump, seemingly enjoying his life with Meg Tilly. "Who's here?" Ronald casually asked. "Jessica Tandy. Her new movie's coming out next month, perfect for a trade." Colin Firth was referring to the famous actress from the 1940s, now 80 years old. Oh, Ronald had to admit, this wasn't just a cameo. She'd starred in Cocoon in 1985, delivering a sci-fi performance that earned her a Saturn Award nomination for Best Actress for Science Fiction Films. The movie was a box office success. In a film market primarily aimed at teenagers, a film with an elderly cast achieving such success was a testament to her masterful acting. Moreover, she was remarkably fit, able to withstand the demands of filming. And Brooke Shields, "You American girls, are here too." Colin Firth tried to name some celebrities, otherwise he wouldn't know how to chat with someone like Ronald, a Hollywood figure. Ronald didn't know what to say. The promotional strategy for Valmont seemed a bit unconventional, with a New York premiere featuring a cast of has-been stars. "Hi, Ronald." Just then, some celebrities living near Beverly Hills also walked over to watch the premiere. Mr. Pike, Ronald greeted him. This was an old friend he'd traveled with to the other side of the Pacific. "It's nice to see you. Any new film projects coming up?" Perfect timing. The movie he'd dreamed about on his transoceanic flight was starring Pike. He could take this opportunity to inquire about his schedule. Looks like you haven't seen my film, Sunset in Troubled Times, which was released last month." Gregory Pike sighed helplessly. Ronald thought for a long time, but he really couldn't recall it. "It's with Jane Fonda. Working with her is a pleasure, but audiences these days don't like my old face anymore," Gregory Pike said self-deprecatingly. "How could I? I'd love to have the chance to work with you on a movie. It's mostly a matter of luck. I heard Jessica Tandy has a movie coming out next month. Hollywood stars are all gems. Haha, you make me very happy, Ronald. We can travel to the other side of the Pacific together sometime." Gregory Peck was glad that Ronald still respected him, but he also knew that audiences these days had long forgotten them, and he could only act in TV series at most, indulging his acting fantasies. He didn't take Ronald's invitation seriously. Ronald saw Gregory Peck inside and discovered that Colin Firth had hooked up with the middle-aged actress Jacqueline Beater again. This bold British actress was also very interested in her fellow countryman Colin Firth, ignoring her boyfriend, the Swiss actor Vincent Perez, who had come with her. Seeing that Phils, who didn't quite understand what Colin Phils meant, Ronald nudged Mike Medavoy, who was chatting with director Milos Forman nearby. Seeing things were about to escalate, Mike Medavoy quickly pulled Colin Phils away. "You Americans always make a fuss, taking romantic encounters between men and women too seriously," Milos Forman, now without anyone to talk to, complained to Ronald. "That's why our Hollywood productions of Dangerous Liaisons aren't as good as European directors' works on the same subject. The depth of the emotions between men and women in this film, Valmont, is much more profound," Ronald casually praised Milos Forman. This wasn't just flattery. The spontaneous arising and fading of love between men and women in this film was definitely more realistic than last year's Dangerous Liaisons. That film was basically simplified to a story of a good woman, a bad woman, and a young girl finding true love. You didn't see the reviews, did you?" Milos Forman was also delighted. Roger Ebert's review for the Chicago Sun-Times was out yesterday. He gave the film 3.5 stars, comparing it to Warner Brothers' version of Dangerous Liaisons, adapted from a play rather than a novel. Ebert argued that Valmont was drastically different from its predecessor. Dangerous Liaisons was rational and closed, an exercise in a sexual psychological game, while Forman's version was more physical, with a more exciting seduction. These European directors are indeed far more adept at using cinematic language, rather than dialogue, to express human desire than Hollywood directors. Diane and I saw the preview screening, and it was really good. It's rare to find a Hollywood director who can film scenes like this, Ronald thought to himself. It's strange, isn't it? Adrian Lyne in Europe, even without showing anything, can still make the audience's blood boil and their desire surge. Valmont is the same. European directors have this kind of power in not directly expressing themselves. Just then, Melanie Griffiths arrived with her remarried ex-husband, Don Johnson. "Melanie. I heard it's a girl." Ronald stepped forward to greet her, then introduced her to Milos Forman. Yes, Don and I named her Dakota. It's an Indian name, meaning friendship, and it's unisex. We decided on the name a long time ago. Melanie Griffiths was the kind of actress European directors loved, expressive and explosive. She chatted happily with Ronald and Milos Forman. Dressed in white pantsuits and sporting short hair, Melanie Griffiths looked noticeably more tired than when filming Working Girl. She had just given birth to her daughter last month and was still recovering. Don Johnson seemed a little impatient. This lead actor in the TV series Miami Vice had been in constant trouble because of this daughter. First, Melanie Griffiths' pregnancy was announced, causing him to break up with his live-in girlfriend, Barbara Streisand. Then he was living with Uma Thurman, a supporting actress in Dangerous Liaisons. But the 18-year-old actress couldn't accept the fact that her boyfriend had another woman's child, leading to their breakup. Just then, Miami Vice also saw a drop in ratings due to the writers' strike, and NBC decided not to renew it for next year. Don Johnson saw Melanie Griffiths' career revival thanks to Working Girl, and with the arrival of their daughter, Don Johnson reconciled with Melanie, but he only went through with a remarriage after the child was born. Ronald disliked this relationship, which was so based on self-interest and practical considerations, but Melanie's love was quite deep, and she kept promoting her husband. I came back before finishing the show, so they wouldn't catch me and make me promote myself again. Ronald slipped home halfway through to talk to Diane. Mainly because I ran into Mr. Pike this time, and I agreed with him that if there's a suitable script, I'll get him to play the male lead. You really want to work with him? He's one of the few decent guys in Hollywood. Diane was surprised. Gregory Peck was already 73. I'm looking for scripts to make a movie about real business competition. Ronald recalled the movie scenes from his dream, and the more he thought about it, the more ambitious it seemed, so he began searching for scripts. Melanie had a daughter? Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Diane touched her belly. I like them both. By the way, Melanie said she already had a name in mind even before she knew the baby's gender. What do you think? Ronald asked her. I don't know. My name was given after I was born, and my parents had a huge fight and divorced. What do you think? Then let's name the baby after it's born, but the middle name has to be Vanille. Ronald remembered his great-grandfather Lee and Foo's tradition of using Mrs. Vanille, the name of the family he lived with in Connecticut, as the middle name passed down through generations. That's a girl's name, right? Why this? Diane doesn't understand. It's a family tradition. My father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all use this middle name. Oh? You too? So the initial V in your name means this? Yes, it's said that a lady was very kind to my family, so we've always named our children this way. Oh? Diane even went to check Ronald V. Lee's Directors Guild card, and sure enough, it had Ronald V. Lee's name on it. Walmart is finished in America. Who knew that by the weekend, Orion would bring news of the film's box office failure. This film used an Oscar-caliber release strategy. Release it for a week to meet the minimum requirements for an Oscar, then control the number of theaters showing it, allowing word of mouth to slowly build up, artificially creating a situation where tickets were hard to come by. The plan was to gradually expand the number of screenings, and once an Oscar nomination was secured, to expand the screenings even further. If, by chance, it won an Oscar, it could have a second run in mainstream theaters the following year. However, the necessary condition for this strategy was genuinely good word of mouth from the audience, with people actually recommending the film to their friends. Regardless of the quality of Walmart, there was clearly no word of mouth from the audience. To slowly build up word of mouth, Walmart premiered on Tuesday and Wednesday, but by the weekend, no one was talking about the film anymore. All the audience's attention was drawn to the three films showing. One was Steel Magnolia, a Southern girl film starring Ronald Reeves, Julia Roberts, Diane, and other actresses. American audiences have always had a fondness for dramas about Southern women, whether it's Little Women or Gone with the Wind. Another was Disney's new animated feature film, The Little Mermaid, a return after many years. Needless to say, after abandoning animation and focusing primarily on live-action films for years, Disney's return still captivated children's hearts. The last was Harlem Nightclub, a new film written, directed, and starring black comedian Eddie Murphy. He hadn't had a new play in a long time, and audience expectations were high. Thus, these three new films completely extinguished the hype surrounding Walmart. With no buzz during the week and no positive reviews by the weekend, theaters were losing money with every showing and had already notified the distributors to pull the more profitable film. Why? Ronald was also bewildered. He asked Richard, who brought the news, many questions, but Richard had no answers. I don't know why, but this movie just doesn't generate any buzz, and the audience doesn't seem to react much. What did the Cinema Score report say? Ronald asked. They didn't hire Cinema Score to do a survey, Richard replied, flipping through the materials. They should have, at least to know why it failed at the box office. Ronald became increasingly puzzled and invited several key figures from Daydream, including Michelle Canold and David Simpkins, to his home for a meeting. Even these experienced directors couldn't figure it out. The film's direction, acting, and script were all excellent, and to put it bluntly, the erotic scenes were far more compelling than last year's Dangerous Liaisons. Glenn Gross's figure was nowhere near as alluring as when she played an adulterous woman alongside Michael Douglas. Annette Bening looked stunning. Her bathing scene at home was far more seductive than last year's Warner Brothers version. What do you think, Dan? And you, Aunt Wang? Wang Ma? Ronald couldn't find the reason, so he remembered Cinema Score's on-site investigation method and called over a few ordinary viewers in the house to ask for their opinions. I've never been very interested in period dramas. Dan was very responsible as Ronald's bodyguard when he went out, but since the house was very safe, he wouldn't accompany Ronald to watch a movie he wasn't interested in. Did we see it last year? Why is it on again this year? They've put it on again. Wang Ma's English wasn't very good, and she couldn't understand the literary dialogue of these period dramas, so she was even less interested. Could that be the reason? Ronald turned to ask his seniors. Probably that's it. Period dramas, especially French period romance dramas, don't have a large audience to begin with, and Warner Brothers' version of Dangerous Liaisons has a simplified plot, so it might not be difficult for the audience to understand. Yeah, we saw the same movie last year. We lack something to talk about with friends and colleagues, the senior executives realized and attributed the reason to the fact that last year's Dangerous Liaisons had the same story. Does this have such a big impact on the box office? Did this kind of thing happen in Hollywood before? Ronald still had his doubts. Did nobody watch movies based on the same themes he'd already made? He called Gregory Peck, a veteran Hollywood star, to ask for information. It wasn't like this before. If a movie was a hit, there would be copycat movies. But Hollywood is a mystery. If I knew how to make movies that make money, I could have many more influential roles. Ronald inquired around but couldn't reach a conclusion, so he had to accept this reason for the time being. Orion, however, couldn't accept it. They had invested $35 million in this film, hired Milos Forman, and wanted to recreate the success of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus, only to find themselves in the predicament of not even being able to find a theater to screen it. Orion's vice president in charge of distribution had already rushed to London to lobby for copies sold in Britain and Europe. They would use the excuse of Valmont's voluntary withdrawal from theaters to persuade distributors there to continue ordering the film. The film's failure caused far greater unease in Hollywood than Ronald had imagined. Such a cast, such investment, such performances, such meticulous craftsmanship, yet it suffered a rare and devastating defeat in Hollywood history. Suddenly, all 7 major studios were on edge, taking stock of their ongoing or completed projects. Any films with similar plots that had been released previously were suspended or re-evaluated. Ronald's 2 projects with Orion were particularly hard hit. The Silence of the Lambs had already seen another adaptation, Red Dragon, a few years prior, which didn't do well at the box office. And Dances with Wolves was still in production. Mike Medavoy was under immense pressure and had to consult with Ronald about what to do. Chapter 1163: A Greeting Gift and a Finale. Upon arrival, Mike Medavoy immediately expressed his concerns to Ronald. Orion had invested a massive $35 million in Valmont, their largest film project in all their years of operation. Coupled with previous box office failures, all of Orion's films had lost money this year. Now, Valmont wasn't even going to last 2 weeks, and the most panicked were Orion's executives, including Mike Medavoy. Their richest boss, John Kluge, had finally had enough of the years of losses and announced he would no longer fund failing films and would seek to sell Orion Pictures. And all this failure, John Kluge admitted that his acquisition of Orion was a failure, required someone to take responsibility. I'm now carrying a black sack, Ronald. They're using my agreement to give this project the green light as an excuse to make me take all the blame. Mike Medavoy knew Ronald liked Chinese culture and even had a miniature garden in his backyard, so he used an idiom he vaguely remembered from his childhood as an analogy. The black pot, is it? Ronald understood. Mike Medavoy's worries were actually more about his own future. That's why he came to Ronald's door demanding he keep his promise to introduce him to a job at Columbia. I don't believe that reason. Just because someone else has made it doesn't mean you can't make a movie with the same structure and plot. That's not true. Ronald wanted to ask Mike Medavoy how the movie had ended up like this. Hey, let me tell you, film distribution now is completely different from when Orion was founded. Mike Medavoy said something Ronald hadn't expected. It turned out that mid-sized production companies like Orion generally didn't have national or even global distribution capabilities. Compared to the Big Seven, which had nationally unified distribution companies, production companies like Orion still use the traditional method of finding wholesalers in different regions to reduce distribution costs. In other words, they didn't rely on a unified distribution company to handle orders nationwide, but rather had long-term partners in different regions. These distributors ordered copies based on the quality of their films. After the theatrical run, they settle accounts with theaters gradually, receiving their share before settling accounts with Orion. This is a necessary evil, unlike low-budget productions like Daydream, whose relationship with theaters is simply a wholesale deal. Theaters don't expect Daydream's B-movies to achieve box office breakthroughs, they mainly use them to fill gaps between film releases. Occasionally, due to events, like the Stars and Stripes Act, they might buy a few more and see which one performs best. Films like Orion, however, vary greatly in quality, requiring theaters to sign well-determined release dates in advance to ensure a good and long run for maximum profit. But this model requires a high level of quality assurance. This is why the Big Seven studios have their own distribution companies, allowing them to showcase their 20-plus films produced annually at a Las Vegas trade fair a year in advance, letting distributors nationwide assess their quality. Orion, unlike Daydream, whose quality is consistently B-movie level and can be bought indiscriminately, and unlike major studios that can order all their films nationwide in advance, doesn't operate on a similar model. Because their production principle is to let the director decide everything. Often, Orion films have difficulty securing release dates, even a set date can be suddenly postponed due to the director's changes. This forces these films to be distributed through local wholesalers, with each film sold off piecemeal. The advantages, of course, cost effectiveness, but the disadvantages are significant. Theater chains and individual cinemas generally consider Orion films last. This is because films from the Big Seven that have their release date set well in advance are in the first tier, receiving the highest priority and ensuring sufficient screenings. Daydream films are in the third tier, released arbitrarily. Orion, however, is caught on the middle, unable to break even. The third-tier model doesn't allow them to recoup their costs, while the first-tier model requires huge investments in building their own distribution channels. Ultimately, caught in this double bind, they are forced out of the market. For example, last weekend, Eddie Murphy's directorial debut, Harlem Nightclub, which was released alongside Valmont, was arguably less impressive than Valmont. However, Paramount's distribution strategy still managed to fill the slots of 2,180 theaters during its opening weekend. Although it only averaged $7,000 per theater and the box office declined rapidly, not necessarily better than Valmont, theaters would definitely prioritize Paramount screenings. Of course, Valmont wasn't actually that good either. Caught between two films with mediocre box office potential and the hugely popular Steel Magnolia and The Little Mermaid, theaters would generally reduce Orion screenings first, given their lack of long-term partnerships. Hey, I didn't expect there to be so many problems with distribution, Ronald stroked his chin. It seemed that this distribution network either shouldn't be built in-house and could rely on low-budget, guaranteed return B-movies, or it would require a huge investment to build its own. Well, Ronald, I just got back from Europe and managed to get things started with the distributors there. You see, about this, Mike Medavoy watched Ronald deep in thought, his heart pounding. Would this young director just back out of their verbal agreement? What is it? Oh, nothing. I've already contacted Mr. Oga's office. I'll take you to New York to meet him, Ronald said, snapping out of his reverie. But, well, you'll have to give him a little something. Now that Columbia Pictures has found a CEO, Mr. Oga needs a plausible reason to bring this up, I see. Are the Japanese at Columbia interested in the overseas distribution rights to Orion's previous films? Mike Medavoy's eyes lit up. Orion had been around for 10 years and had produced quite a few good films. They had always kept the rights to these films, refusing to release them. But now, They were facing a cash flow crisis. Sony, Columbia's backer, was a big spender. If they were interested, buying them would alleviate a lot of pressure. Mike Medavoy wouldn't have done a good job for his new employer, Sony, and also given his old employer an explanation. Switching to Sony would be a win-win situation. That would certainly be a good idea. Would Orion agree? Ronald asked. Of course. Mr. John Kluge is furious. He said at the company's senior management meeting that he wouldn't clean up Orion's mess anymore. The business jet landed at the New Jersey airport, and Ronald brought John Kluge to meet the main figure. The car drove along the highway into Manhattan. Although this airport was in New Jersey, commuting was much more convenient than busy airports like JFK, without any waiting. As soon as the car entered Manhattan, Ronald noticed that the streets were filled with all kinds of campaign signs. Looking from the highway, many houses had signs supporting their respective candidates planted on their lawns, representing the homeowners' inclinations. It seems this election is quite a big deal, Ronald said, looking out the window. He counted the number of supporters. In this suburban area of Upper Manhattan, 6 or 7 out of 10 supported Rudy, and very few supported Dinkins. Your voter registration is also on Staten Island, right? Ronald suddenly remembered something and asked the driver, but, yes, our whole family has changed our registration to Tattva, Staten Island. My 4 sisters, their husbands, my mother, and the veterans group will all vote for Rudy. Why? Isn't Dinkins black? Mike Medavoy found it strange. He thought black voters were naturally supposed to vote for black candidates. I don't like Dinkins' policies, Mr. Medavoy, but JR didn't care about expressing his political leanings. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, I like law-abiding people. Dinkins portrays the man who attacked my boss as a hero persecuted by the NYPD, which infuriates me. Besides, we're all employed, we don't get those benefits from Dinkins. He only cares about unemployed blacks in Harlem, Bud Jr.'s words eased Ronald's burden. He had been reluctant to discuss this with Bud Jr., afraid of hurting his feelings. Ronald was overthinking it. The Bud family, thanks to Ronald and his Aunt Karen, had jobs at the leg warmer factory and later, film-related factories. Several of his sisters and brothers-in-law also worked there. These people didn't receive welfare and had to pay taxes. It would be strange if they liked Dinkins' welfare policies. Most importantly, the Bud family now lived on Staten Island. Dinkins' main voter base was in Manhattan and Brooklyn. Even with the best welfare promises, they couldn't possibly extend them to a rural area like Staten Island. The voting is in a couple of days, right? How about you come back with me, and go vote with my aunt and your mother? Okay, sure. I was planning to mail in, but going in person would be even better. Bud was also happy to hear he could go back to his boss's hometown. The next day, in his New York office, Norio Oga met with Mike Medavoy, along with Ronald, and discussed his idea of selling Orion's overseas distribution business to Columbia Pictures. Oga found it acceptable. After Medavoy left, Dago invited Ronald to smoke a cigar and then asked, is Ronald Sam satisfied with arranging him in Samsung's position? Columbia Pictures had found Peter Goebel and John Peters as their partners, with Frank Price selecting projects. Now it was time to let them do their thing. Dago was satisfied with Price, whom Ronald had recommended, and Goebel was also very capable. Although he was someone Akio Morita had favored and was trustworthy, John Peters, who came from a background of styling female stars, was still viewed with prejudice in Japanese culture. Dago didn't particularly like him. But as the CEO of Sony, it was enough to get the overall direction straight. Mike Medavoy brought in good business, but only good. It wasn't worth disrupting the management team that had finally achieved a stable structure. Fortunately, Columbia Pictures had acquired many shell companies during its time at Coca-Cola, and Samsung Pictures could be used to house him. I think he'll be very satisfied, Ronald replied with a smile. Sigh, Ronald, I've been very busy lately. It's really nice to have an old friend like you come to see me. Oga wrote a note and handed it to his secretary, then ignored the matter and began chatting with Ronald about some personal matters. What's wrong, Oga-san? I've been in quite a bit of trouble lately. It turned out that Oga Norio was a symphony enthusiast and a close friend of Herbert von Karajan, the former conductor of the Berlin Philharmonic. A few months ago, Karajan suffered a heart attack at home and tragically passed away. However, what the world didn't know was that Oga Norio was at Karajan's house that day and witnessed the unfortunate event. Although he used his connections at Sony to arrange for an ambulance, they couldn't save the famous conductor. However, He didn't let the media know about this, because earlier that year, Karajan's past, his close relationship with certain people who shared his love of Wagnerian opera during World War II, was dredged up again due to his conflict with the German SPD, forcing him to resign from the Berlin Philharmonic. If the media knew he was with a Japanese person again, who knows what kind of gossip they would write. However, the unfortunate incident, which had been concealed for several months, was recently unearthed by a German media outlet. Although Sony West Germany's public relations efforts eliminated the potential problems, Dago was still somewhat depressed. Back when the CD format was being finalized, Philips strongly advocated for a 60-minute format, but Dago made the final decision, saying that Karajan's Beethoven Ninth Symphony would be over 70 minutes long, ultimately settling on a 74-minute CD. Seeing his friends passing brought up again after his death, he felt uneasy. It's the eve of the 1990s now, and it's time to put an end to these World War II matters. Ronald could only offer Dago this consolation. As you say, that's good. Dago, somewhat melancholic, invited Ronald to dinner. Tomorrow was the New York City mayoral election, and Ronald had to return to Staten Island, so he took his leave. Along the way, in many places on the streets of Manhattan, NYPD employees were taking photos in front of signs supporting Rudy. He had secured a lot of support from government employees and unions in powerful departments. Ronald felt that Rudy had a good chance of winning. Dinkins had Brooklyn and Harlem, while Rudy had Queens and Staten Island. The decisive battle was in Manhattan. Judging from the momentum of the slogans from both sides today, Rudy's side clearly had the upper hand. Chapter 1164 The End of an Era Begins. Mike Medavoy took responsibility for the box office failure of Valmont. He had already met with John Kluge, the richest man in the world, and submitted his resignation. Before leaving, he made a good impression on Kluge. Medavoy then introduced Peter Gubel, CEO of Sony Columbia, to negotiate the acquisition of Orion's overseas distribution business. 1989 was a disastrous year for Orion. Although they produced 17 films and hundreds of hours of television series, their box office revenue was only $60 million, less than 5% of the Hollywood domestic market share. In 1988, John Kluge spent $78 million to buy out Sumner Redstone shares in Orion, giving him a 67% stake and making him the de facto owner of Orion. However, Orion's debt had also accumulated significantly, with long-term debt reaching 60% of the company's value, even after employing many creative accounting techniques. The box office failure of 1989, with not a single film making money, worsened Orion's financial situation. Its long-term debt ratio was approaching 80% of the company's value. If the accounting department deliberately delayed reporting losses, the company was effectively insolvent. For John Kluge, these losses wouldn't cripple him, but such a failure of the company run by the richest man was a significant blow to his reputation. How had he achieved his previous success? The general public was perplexed. At this time, Columbia Pictures extended a helping hand, proposing a one-time acquisition of Orion's overseas distribution. Columbia Pictures would offer $150 million as an advance payment for all films produced by Orion over the next 6 years, as well as for the production and distribution of 50 older films on videotape, plus some Orion television productions. This would allow Orion to abandon its previously relied-upon system of independent distributors in various overseas regions, reduce staff, and lower some expensive overseas distribution costs. With the added cash advance, it could rebuild its cash flow. Columbia's offer was quite sincere, mainly because the new CEO wanted to achieve some results. Orion had won 2 Oscars for Best Picture in the past few years, and acquiring their video distribution rights was a lucrative deal that no one could argue with. However, John Kluge, the richest man in the world, had accumulated most of his wealth through his own hard work, and he intentionally dragged things out, hoping that Gubel would raise his offer. Thank you, Ronald. With Ogasan's intervention, my proposal was made almost without delay. The other party immediately contacted Mr. Kluge, and the negotiations entered a substantive stage. I can say that I can leave Orion with a clear conscience, Mike Medavoy called to thank Ronald. Because of this deal, John Kluge didn't make things too difficult for Mike Medavoy, giving him the golden parachute common in Hollywood, a generous severance package, plus a 3-year cooperation agreement between his personal production company and Orion. I'm so glad to hear that. Mr. Oga values you highly. Once the deal is finalized, we can talk about your new job. After finishing his conversation with Mike Medavoy, Ronald put on his handsome bespoke suit, kissed Helen Slater goodbye, and prepared to head to Staten Island to vote in the mayoral election. "Honey, can you come back here tonight?" Helen, dressed casually, looked at Ronald with an expression that seemed to say, "I want to go with you." "Okay. I'll try to get back. I haven't seen Aunt Karen in a while. I'll talk to her and come back tonight." After their marriage, Ronald and Helen mainly spent time together in their Fifth Avenue apartment, without bringing her back to Staten Island. This clearly displeased Helen. She had known Aunt Karen for a long time, and it would have been normal for them to meet. However, Ronald was a little hesitant to take her to meet his aunt because, in his eyes, Aunt Karen was a woman who respected traditional values. Although he considered himself to be quite chaste by Hollywood director standards, he was still afraid that bringing a woman other than Diane to meet his aunt might cause unnecessary trouble. This matter had become a deep-seated worry for Helen, and Ronald planned to go back this time to sound out his aunt's opinion. As the car drove off Fifth Avenue, Ronald saw long lines forming at many polling stations. It wasn't a public holiday, and many people chose to arrive before work to line up at the polling stations. Not all companies would grant holidays for the mayoral election. The car arrived at the pier, and Ronald and Bud boarded the yellow ferry. It had been a long time since they had taken public transportation like ordinary people. After experiencing the life of a typical office worker, Ronald and Bud took an hour-long intercity train ride back to their home in Tatwell. Bud's 4 older sisters were already waiting for him with other family members under a huge poster. This was the poster campaign by his aunt and Bud's mother, which had garnered veteran support for Rudy. Many Vietnam War veterans had joined Rudy's disciplined forces system, so their support for Rudy was high. "My son, you're dressed very formally today, and you've come back to your hometown to vote. Aunt Karen is very happy." Aunt Karen, dressed formally and wearing a ribbon representing a veteran's family, was particularly pleased to see Ronald upholding traditional American values and taking the election seriously. Of course, Diane can't fly right now, so she voted by mail. Ronald knew his aunt appreciated this old-fashioned American style, so he said some nice things. "Let's go." Aunt Karen took Ronald's arm and led him to the polling station to join the queue. Mr. Lee, many people in the queue recognized Ronald and greeted him. Some of his old-fashioned black employees tipped their hats to him. Ronald nodded in greeting to each person. Some looked familiar, others unfamiliar. They were probably workers he had hired in recent years as his film equipment business expanded. You know, this feeling of being genuinely respected was quite flattering. No wonder those factory owners in old Hollywood movies were the pillars of their communities. Ordinary people considered it an honor to have them at their weddings and funerals. Ronald recalled the movie he'd dreamt of, where Gregory Peck also seemed quite respected among the workers. He suddenly understood why, even though the factory wasn't profitable, the actor was unwilling to sell the role to the Hollywood banker played by Danny DeVito at a high price. This feeling of being genuinely respected by the locals was priceless. The respect these people showed Aunt Karen also made Ronald feel even more satisfied. Although his factory wasn't very large, it undeniably provided a stable income for some locals. Their wages might not be as high as Manhattan white-collar workers, but housing was cheaper in the countryside, and the cost of living was lower. Little Douglas's family provided everything from supermarkets and hair salons to ballet lessons and movie theaters. Their standard of living wasn't inferior to that of seemingly glamorous Manhattan professionals. Some well-educated employees even had cushy jobs traveling across the country to serve film crews. Ronald's flashlight factory, editing tape factory, set tape factory, and the latest dog-eye camera auxiliary equipment factory were all highly sought-after job opportunities for the locals. These small devices belong to a highly specialized market with few competitors. Protected by patents, it's not cost-effective for small companies to imitate them and have to pay Ronald a fee, while large companies wouldn't bother with such small items. Ronald's factory's sales and profits are quite good. While Ronald's wealth from filmmaking and stock investments is hundreds or thousands of times greater than these factories, this real sense of owning an industry is stronger every time he returns to Staten Island. After voting, Ronald and his aunt enjoyed dinner together. Donna works at an investment company and couldn't take time off to vote, but she still came to have dinner with her mother and cousin. It had been a long time since the family had eaten dinner together like this, and Ronald and his aunt were very happy. What a delicious dinner. Ronald finished his cookies and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Is it better than your personal chef's?" Donna exposed the table's credence. "You know what, I love the taste. My chef can't make Auntie's cookies taste like this." Ronald didn't care and continued to flatter her shamelessly. "Ha ha ha. Ronnie, you really make me happy," Aunt Karen laughed heartily. "When are you going to bring Helen home to meet me?" Suddenly, caught off guard, her aunt asked. "Helen is a good girl. I haven't seen her in a long time." Cough cough. Caught off guard, Ronald choked and quickly drank a few sips of coffee. "Remember, Ronnie, don't let your woman get hurt. Family harmony is the most important thing." Ronald turned to look at Donna, who shrugged, implying that her mother already knew about this. Staten Island's customs are somewhat like the South, and her aunt had seen a lot of this kind of thing when she was younger, only thinking it was normal behavior for capable men. But the primary condition was not to destroy the family. Ronnie seemed to have handled this very well. Ronald didn't expect this matter to be resolved so easily. That evening, instead of disturbing Buddy, who was going home for a family reunion, he found an apartment and arranged for 2 luxury cars to pick him up at the pier. Ronald chatted with his aunt for a while before boarding the intercity train back to Manhattan. As soon as Ronald disembarked from the ferry, he saw the Mercedes waiting for him on the other side. "Mr. Lee, please," the driver, also black, dressed in a suit, got out and opened the door for Ronald. The residents of the Fifth Avenue apartment complex, who owned luxury apartments and were all wealthy and famous, had already seen his photos and recognized him. "Hello, Barney. Barney Thomas at your service," the driver introduced himself, then honked twice and turned the car around towards the apartment complex. Beep, beep, the driver turned from West Street onto 48th Street, intending to turn onto Fifth Avenue, but ahead, in a dark area, many buses were parked, with people constantly getting on and off, completely blocking the road. "So late, are there still tour groups?" Ronald wondered, knocking on the back seat and asking the driver, "Barney, what was going on?" "Hey, Mr. Lee, these people are all black, did you notice?" he said, turning on the headlights and flashing them at the line of people ahead. This drew a chorus of curses. "Huh?" In the brief flash of light, Ronald saw a bus ahead filled with black people. Someone was guiding them off, and they filed in, throwing some things into a large box before immediately returning to the bus. It seemed someone was counting and distributing items at the bus door. What's going on? Ronald was completely baffled. Why were there so many black people in Lower Manhattan? They didn't look like tourists, nor did they seem to be there for welfare. Beep beep. Seeing someone approaching to inquire, the driver honked twice, turned around, and took another route. The people ahead, seeing a high-end Mercedes, didn't bother to ask questions, but walked away grumbling, yelling at the staff distributing items at the bus door, "You fucking busybody, hey, why did the people ahead have an extra bag, but we don't?" A black man, about the same height and waist, shouted at the staff member, demanding justice for being cheated. "These are the voters. Most of us black people don't have cars, so we bring them to the polling station to vote. That's who you see. Many of them live on the border between Harlem and Uptown. After voting, they get a gift, from flour to shopping vouchers." Ronald hadn't expected voting to be done this way. But, giving money for voting, isn't that against the rules? "I don't know, I've been doing this since I was a kid." Apparently, giving gifts isn't against the rules. The driver had now escaped that slum and was a respectable driver, so he didn't care about these black scars anymore. "But you said they live in Harlem, so why are they coming downtown?" Ronald felt this black driver was quite knowledgeable, so he asked casually. "Mr. Lee, it's not a very honorable thing to do. It started when I was a kid. Many people would go to several polling stations to get an extra gift. Doesn't the election commission care?" Ronald hadn't expected that the election, which Aunt Karen considered so sacred, would involve people voting randomly for a small gift. Voting in America is very lenient. They don't check driver's licenses. You're successful people, you don't understand us ordinary folks. "Oh, is that so? Is it okay that we saw them voting?" Ronald's first thought was of the staff who had come to check earlier. Did they think he was some kind of reporter? "No, we're in a luxury car. We can just turn around and drive away, they won't bother us. A lot of people know this, it's a regular occurrence in every election." Ronald hadn't expected this. There were many aspects of America he didn't understand. "Thank you." Once on Fifth Avenue, Ronald gave the driver a few extra $20 bills as a tip. He'd handled things well, avoiding any trouble. "Helen, I'm back, Ronnie." Helen immediately rushed over and kissed him. "I told Auntie, and she said she hasn't seen you in a long time. Come spend the weekend with me if you have the chance. Ronald first relayed his aunt's invitation to Helen. These are some cookies she sent you. Really, you're so sweet. Helen was delighted. She wasn't usually entitled to such a family gift. I'll make you a cup of coffee, and we can share a few cookies. The two leaned back on the sofa, drinking coffee and eating cookies, smiling at each other. Helen felt sweet. Although they didn't spend much time together, each time was warm and cozy. Voting has closed. It's reported that the two candidates' votes are very close. Rudy and Dinkins have both requested a recount. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see who wins the New York City mayoral election. The television was still broadcasting the live mayoral election. Unlike previous years when Mayor Quach had already declared victory by evening, this election was extremely close. Ronald and Helen were already passionately kissing. Ronald fumbled for the remote control and snapped the television off. What time is it? Ronald woke up from a deep sleep. He and Helen had been very engrossed in their nightly activities and didn't wake up until after 9 o'clock this morning. Helen, still not quite awake, clung to Ronald, not wanting him to leave the bed. Honey, let me check the election results. Ronald turned on the television. Viewers, this is Peter Hennington. Our reporter on the ground has some astonishing news. Ronald looked at the ABC News anchor with a puzzled expression. He didn't mention the New York City mayoral election results, but instead wore a very confused look, as if something very strange and incomprehensible had happened. The East German government has announced that anyone who wants to cross the Berlin Wall is free to do so. Simply put, the Berlin Wall no longer exists. Chapter 1165 The Scandalous Voting Event. Who won? Rudy or Dinkins? Helen finally woke up, still a little groggy, and clung to Ronald's arm, asking about the New York City mayoral election results. The attack in Central Park that day had made Helen dislike Dinkins, who spoke up for the suspect. I don't know, I'm watching international news. The Berlin Wall fell. Ronald's eyes were glued to the footage repeatedly playing on the news channel. The Berlin Wall represented the confrontation between two camps, seemingly existing there since they were born. How could it have fallen so easily? Peter Jennings, the anchor, had a rather suave air about him, a good rhythm in his speech, and was ABC's top news anchor. He was speaking to a reporter in West Berlin, who told all American viewers that the West German government was also unprepared. It was supposed to be a press conference by the East German government, expected to ease restrictions on international travel, but under questioning from reporters, the official announced that all East Germans could cross the border without any travel documents to West Germany or any Western European country. So, they just passed through the border checkpoint like that, and the Russians next to them didn't say a word. Peter Jennings looked puzzled. East Germany had Union troops stationed there, as well as various special agencies. There were Russian representatives in various East German institutions. They just watched as the border between the two camps became invalid? Peter, I just asked the director of the local West Berlin TV station the same question, and he had no clue either. I'll go to the border to see for myself. Okay, let's look at the situation in East Germany. Their people also saw the scene on TV. The bureaucrats announced that citizens no longer need travel documents to travel to the West. We still don't know how all this happened, or which direction the situation will develop. We will be closely monitoring this breaking news 24 hours a day. This is ABC Special News Report. What happened? Helen touched her hair, also completely confused. How could the world have changed so much after just one night's sleep? Am I still dreaming? It must be because Ronnie and I stayed up too late last night. Both of them had completely forgotten about Rudy and Dinkins' election campaign and were still a little dazed while eating breakfast. What happened? Ronald called a few friends, including Douglas Jr., and after discussing it, they all thought it was probably a misunderstanding. How could the world be turned upside down by a press conference? Hollywood has always been a gathering place for liberal and progressive people. After lunch, Ronald received several calls from Richard. Many people wanted him to sign some kind of statement expressing support for East Germans. Cher, Bruce Willis, Harrison Ford, Jack Nicholson, they want to be the first Hollywood star group to speak out on this. Is it that important? Ronald wasn't actually that enthusiastic about this kind of thing, but hearing so many stars he knew calling to invite him made him realize the significant social impact of this matter. However, as a director, should I not get involved in this? Ronald was tempted to participate, but he was afraid that if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, he would be blacklisted by East Germany and the West. After all, his low-budget film copies and videotapes were still being smuggled into Eastern Europe through West Germany and Poland. Jean-Claude Van Damme, Lundgren, Jumbo, and breakdancing, the dances in Spicy Dance, seemed to be even more famous in Eastern Europe than Sylvester Stallone. Hey, Helen Slater, hearing this, quickly came over and shook Ronald's arm. Ahem, well, do you think Helen is suitable to sign this statement? Ronald, unable to resist her shaking, had no choice but to ask Richard. Of course, it's a great event. As a star, she's not worried about not selling in the Eastern European market. Richard understood the situation, took on the task, and then added in a low voice, also, I'll ask Diane for her opinion. Okay, I'll leave this to you. After hanging up the phone, Helen rushed over and passionately kissed Ronald. Being able to squeeze into this kind of public appearance list was also a very good thing for Helen Slater. When someone asked, "Who is this Helen Slater?" and someone answered, "She's the actress who played Superwoman," then the desired effect would be achieved perfectly. I think I forgot something. Ronald, before fully immersing himself in Helen's passionate kiss, had a thought flash through his mind. Diane wasn't particularly interested in this kind of thing either, but Demi Moore advised her to be sociable, so she agreed. That afternoon, Ronald received another call from Richard. Several more people were preparing to sign the list, including Clint Eastwood, Mel Streep, Robert Redford, and David Bowie. Ronald noticed there were more and more celebrities signing, and wondered if he should add his name too. He called Spielberg and George Lucas to ask, and both were very interested. Seeing that more and more Hollywood figures wanted to advocate for the removal of the Berlin Wall, Ronald called Richard, asking him to find the initiator and rearrange the event. "Ronald, this is my idea, what do you think? Want to join in?" Less than half an hour later, the call came from Sonny Bono, an actor Ronald had used in the movie Hairspray. He was now the mayor of Palm Springs and wanted to use this opportunity to increase his and the city's influence. "Not just me, I found two prominent figures for you to join us, Spielberg and Lucas," Ronald said with a smile. "Ah, that's wonderful." Sonny Bono was overjoyed to have these two important figures with him. "However, we need to confirm this isn't a misunderstanding before we speak." "Sonny, no problem, I have friends at the TV station. They say all the East German border posts have opened, and tens of thousands of East Germans have already rushed to West Berlin." Ronald hadn't expected things to happen so quickly. He immediately called George Jr. to confirm the reliability of the news. "It's true. My father was just speaking with General Secretary Mikhail. The General Secretary assured us there would be no military intervention, and the people of both countries have already started celebrating on both sides of the wall." "Okay, thank you." Ronald quickly dialed Sonny Bono's number. Send it quickly. They've already started celebrating over there. All the major TV stations have sent people. If we're late, ABC will have less live coverage, and then our voices will be useless." "Okay." Sonny Bono quickly contacted the media. "They'll be in the papers tonight. And the TV stations will be broadcasting our statement calling for the tear-down of the wall on behalf of the East German people." Ronald and Helen sat at the table, waiting to enjoy a top-notch Japanese meal, a takeout feast from one of New York's best Japanese restaurants. Helen kissed Ronald. This was going to be on TV. Unexpected exposure. This station reports that the New York City mayoral election finally concluded this afternoon. Dinkins has become the first black mayor in New York history. Ahem, I think I forgot something, Ronald choked, turning on the TV to find ABC's local New York channel. While almost all TV stations were broadcasting news of the fall of the Berlin Wall 24/7, only a few local stations were still covering the New York City mayoral election. But how did Dinkins win? In the pre-election polls, Rudy was even slightly ahead. What happened before the vote? What caused this dramatic reversal? The pre-election mudslinging between the two candidates has created an adversarial atmosphere in the election, with both sides accusing each other of misconduct surrounding the Central Park joggers case. Two televised debates were held before the election. Rudy positioned himself as a champion of change, accusing Dinkins of representing more old-fashioned, corrupt politics that dragged us down. Rudy attacked Dinkins for failing to file tax returns for years and for several other ethical lapses, particularly the transfer of shares in affiliated companies to his son. Dinkins, on the other hand, filed several years' worth of tax returns in one go, stating that his tax issues were fully resolved. He denied other allegations of misconduct and accused Rudy of gaining white support by prosecuting 5 minorities in the Central Park joggers case, saying, "What we need is a mayor, not a prosecutor." After a final count, Rudy lost to Dinkins by 40,700 votes, with a total of 1,899,845 valid votes cast. Dinkins won by a narrow margin. This is the most closely contested election in New York City history. Considering the relatively small percentage of registered Elephant Party members in New York City, the closeness of this election is particularly noteworthy. In the newsroom, several experts were analyzing the local votes in each borough using maps. Staten Island and Queens undoubtedly supported Rudy. The Bronx and Brooklyn both supported Dinkins, and the biggest difference from the pre-election polls was in Manhattan. Dinkins' vote share though was a few percentage points higher than expected, translating to just over 48,000 votes, less than 50,000. Ronald remembered the buses he'd seen that night. Could it be? Well, if Rudy lost because of the black votes on those buses that went out at night, that would be a real injustice. "Rudy, this is Ronald," Ronald called a defeated Rudy. You're one of the few supporters out there who still remembers me. So, you've already decided to be the first donor to support me in the next election." Rudy seemed to be in good spirits, still possessing a sense of humor. "Maybe you won't necessarily lose this time," Ronald told Rudy what he'd seen on West Street that evening. "We've received information from other channels about what you're saying. We're seeking to file a lawsuit to invalidate those multiple votes. You're right, we might not lose after all," Rudy passionately denounced Dinkins, "those people who broke the rules. Taking advantage of the darkness and the relaxation before voting closed, with the cooperation of the staff, to pull off many dirty tricks. Do you think he can turn things around?" Little Douglas, having learned of Rudy's plans, also came to Ronald's place, and the two discussed countermeasures. Originally, Ronald and Little Douglas fully supported Rudy, not only because Rudy had support policies for Staten Island, but also because he resonated with local public opinion. Furthermore, strict enforcement of law and order in Manhattan was also good for wealthy people like them. The tourism and financial industries involved don't want Manhattan's security to deteriorate, with Wall Street and Times Square becoming havens for pickpockets and prostitutes. However, he's now lost by over 40,000 votes, a delicate margin in American elections. A difference of a few thousand votes might be understandable for Rudy to make a fuss, but tens of thousands, roughly a 2% victory, could potentially ruin his chances of running again without solid evidence and a lawsuit. In America, many believe elections are fair, and losers should be gracious and concede defeat gracefully. Accusing the other of cheating only makes them seem like sore losers. The two are undecided about whether to continue sponsoring this candidate. Just then, ABC's Evening News came on television. "We've just received news that several Hollywood stars have jointly issued an appeal urging the East German government to open the Berlin Wall and allow people to travel freely." The signatories include, Ronald smiled smugly, finally announcing the Hollywood stars' actions before the live news broadcast. Next up is a live report from Peter Channings. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm currently on the West Berlin side of the Berlin Wall. As you can see, tens of thousands of people have gathered here since last night. For the citizens of West Berlin, the Berlin Wall no longer exists. This place has become a huge party." How did he get to the scene already? Ronald looked at the presenter who had been broadcasting live from the New York studio this morning, now standing on the scene at the Berlin Wall. Behind him, a long, high wall was no longer occupied by soldiers and machine guns. Instead, it was now occupied by young people climbing over from the east side, constantly jumping down and being enthusiastically welcomed by the crowd on this side. Some people were even playing American pop music, including Michael Jackson's and that of German-American actor David Hasselhoff. Amid the chaotic and enthusiastic background music, Ronald vaguely recognized the soundtrack to Spicy Dance and saw a young man performing breakdancing moves. SHXT, Ronald immediately realized that this was a golden opportunity for Daydream to officially launch its film sales in Germany. He remembered that a West German charity had told him that every time East Germans smuggled themselves over, they had to watch Sex Dance. "Hello, this is Ronald. What kind of copies and videotapes do West Berlin need? We need to print more and send them over immediately, even for free," Ronald called his distribution director, Michelle Canold. "We've received their call. Besides sex dance and breakdancing, they also want to see working women. Young people there don't have many opportunities, and they really want to emulate the Manhattan lifestyle. Great. Tell them anything is fine. We'll arrange it right away and airlift it over. Actually, we could get a batch from other parts of Europe first, Canold added. Ronald was quite excited. This was a fantastic opportunity for millions of East Germans. Their first movie there would definitely be unforgettable, and they'd become loyal fans of Ronald's films. Hey, you, Douglas, I'm sorry, I got so busy I forgot about you. After making a flurry of calls and urgently arranging this deal, Ronald finally saw little Douglas waiting for him. It's alright, you go about your business. I just watched the news for a bit, and there's very little coverage of Rudy being robbed of the mayoralty by Dinkins through cheating. Even news channels rarely report on the New York mayor. I wonder if Rudy has made any public statements. I haven't seen any replays yet, little Douglas said to Ronald. Tisk, Ronald pondered for a moment. Let's not get involved in this. Let's continue funding him next term, Ronald understood. Right now, all the news was focused on reporting the earth-shattering events in Berlin, drowning out all other news. Rudy was unlucky, nobody was paying attention to the election cheating. Sure enough, at 9 o'clock that evening, Rudy called. No media outlets were willing to give him more time to report on Dinkins' bus voting incident. Without attention, there was no chance of winning through legal channels. At 10 o'clock that evening, Rudy officially announced his defeat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1166 Roger Coleman teaches me how to deal with budget overruns. Rudy has conceded defeat, but his vote count is the closest the Elephant Party has come in years. This result ensures he won't leave politics. He might run against Senator Moynihan in the next election, or against Governor Cuomo in 2 years. But today, he and his campaign team went to a senior center in Queens. Amidst the overwhelming news coverage of the Berlin Wall, Ronald noticed a local channel, Fox 5, broadcasting news of Rudy's defeat. He was dancing with many elderly women at a Queens nursing home. Rudy, of Italian descent, was in good shape despite his middle age, and his strong hairline and handsome face made him popular with the women, who lined up to dance with him. Meanwhile, the victorious Dinkins was also giving his victory speech on ABC's Channel 7. Ronald switched channels, and the first black mayor was speaking. Dinkins said his mayoral mission was healing. During his campaign, he presented a platform for unifying the city's diverse communities and addressing the deep-seated racial and economic divisions that emerged in the 1980s. He emphasized the necessity of building a city of opportunity, giving everyone a chance to succeed, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or background. I pledge, if elected, to be the mayor of all New Yorkers, and to work to bridge the divisions that have built up the city over the past decade. We must now unite as one people to heal the wounds of the past and build a better future for all. We must break down the barriers that have long divided us. We must create a city where everyone feels welcome and respected. Oh, the supporters in the audience began to cheer. Ronald noticed that the vast majority of these supporters were black and Latino. HMPH, Helen angrily snatched the remote control and switched to CUU's coverage of the Berlin Wall. She hadn't forgiven the juvenile delinquents who robbed her and Ronald in Central Park, and she wasn't impressed with Lincoln's approach. CUU was much better. It replayed breaking news every 30 minutes and displayed headlines in text format at the bottom of the screen every 5 to 10 minutes. Helen was very interested and even started recording with a video camera. Her eyes were glued to the scrolling text, her name alongside those of Hollywood A-list stars, slowly rolling by. It was truly delightful. Darling, I'm leaving. Ronald kissed Helen goodbye before heading to Orion to discuss 2 new films. Mike Medavoy took responsibility and resigned, bringing with him a $150 million deal from Columbia. However, after reviewing Orion's true financial situation, CEO Kluge was furious and began searching for a buyer. $150 million was far from enough to offset Orion's losses over the past 2 years, so he started looking for a sucker like Sony to take over. However, there weren't many Japanese companies with a global vision like Sony, and finding an interested investor wasn't easy. Kluge began drastically cutting costs. This also affected the subsequent release of the 2 films Ronald was involved in. Replacing Mike Medavoy with a finance-trained executive brought in by Kluge took over the reins. Mr. Lee, before Mike Medavoy resigned, He discussed the issues of these two films with Mr. Kluge. Orion will guarantee the budget for these two films and the promised follow-up distribution, but as you know, we are currently under tremendous financial pressure. So, as long as Orion can allocate funds on time and ensure the smooth completion of the two films, that's fine. Ronald understood that there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Orion would keep its promises. Orion will be responsible for what it has already promised. This was one of the conditions Mike mentioned before he left. He said these two films would be an important opportunity for Orion. However, we cannot make any additional investment in the project. As he spoke, the other party handed him a piece of paper. Ronald took it and almost laughed out of anger. It turned out to be a report from Kevin Costner, who wanted to invest an additional $4 million to film the scene of the Native American tribe crossing the Grand Canyon and migrating to the white designated reservation. I've seen the financial statements for both films, and I must say, Mr. Lee is a role model in Hollywood. All expenditures are justified and accountable. I've also seen some sample footage, and what I see is the dedication of a responsible producer and artists. Compared to those other films that spent $15 million and only had a few actors walking around talking. Anyway, let's not talk about that. My idea is, if you feel that filming can be completed within budget, then I will do my best to ensure the film's release. If you feel that more investment is needed, then we may need to divert some of the distribution and marketing budget. After that, we can figure out what to do. But this judgment still needs your approval, Mr. Lee. I will convince Kevin Costner, or be convinced by him. Ronald stood up and shook hands with a friendly new vice president. What's wrong with Kevin Costner? Does he think I'm a sucker? Ronald called the people at Daydream. The only one in New York right now was Polly Pratt, who had been a producer at Dances with Wolves. He immediately asked her to come over, as she was on vacation with her children, to discuss how to deal with this latest overspending. Polly Pratt, a veteran of the industry with decades of experience, saw Ronald's furious outburst but remained silent, simply smiling in response. The film industry is maddening, huge budgets, enormous risks, massive investments. All producers and directors are dancing on a tightrope, teetering on the edge of a precipice, struggling to create a semblance of safety. Therefore, she had witnessed countless producers' hysterias. Ronald, a producer who only occasionally uttered a few profanities, was already a model of gentlemanly conduct. Ronald, calm down. You've seen many scenes from the film's rough cuts. Isn't it a good film? After Ronald finished venting, Polly Pratt smiled and clarified some facts for him. Ultimately, Ronald was also a novice investing in such big-budget films. He also faced immense pressure as a newcomer. Although it was rumored in the industry that Ronald now earned at least $20 million a year from sex tapes. But $2,000 is $20 million, and with the investment in Dances with Wolves, he'd have to shoulder around $10 million. Such a large sum, if it really turned into a Kevin's Gate scenario, like in Hollywood satire, resulting in a complete financial loss like Valmont, Ronald's economic losses would be enormous. And that doesn't even include the damage to his reputation. The myth of every film making money would be shattered. It's actually quite well made. You wouldn't guess he's a novice director. But he spends money way too much. That bastard treats me like an ATM. I'm not a Forbes billionaire like Kluge. Are you feeling the pressure, Ronald? Polly Pratt asked Ronald with a smile. No, I did get a little worked up. Ronald admitted he was a bit too annoyed by Costner's repeated budget increases. Have you considered that Kevin is under much more pressure than you? This is his first directorial work, and he's invested his own money in the production. HMPH, Ronald understood Polly's meaning. Kevin Costner had also invested his salary, becoming one of the film's investors. However, this wasn't like Ronald's situation, where he had invested a lot of real money, along with some investments from Douglas Jr., and of course, George Jr. What are you trying to say? Ronald asked Polly, having calmed down. I'm saying that maybe Kevin also needs guidance from some experienced directors, like you. He might be going down a wrong path without realizing it. You're right, Polly. How about we go to South Dakota again? You have to compensate me for my emotional distress. My kids and I finally got a vacation. Well, are your two daughters interested in South Dakota National Park and Westerns? How about I invite them to the set for a vacation? I'll cover all the expenses. We'll go together on the private jet, and you can even take a picture with Kevin. 14. After divorcing Bogdanovich, Polly Pratt married a prop maker, who unfortunately passed away 5 years ago from an illness. Besides her own 2 daughters, Pratt also took on the responsibility of caring for her husband's 2 children from his previous marriage. Hey, the 4 children, holding the videotape gift Ronald gave them, chattered happily on the private jet and even came over to ask for a picture with Ronald. Polly Pratt looked at Ronald surrounded by 4 teenagers and was quite surprised that he didn't seem annoyed at all. When is Diane? Next year, around the time of the Oscars, Ronald grinned. Oh, the mother of the children is breastfeeding, and she really needs companionship. Polly Pratt herself was abandoned by her ex-husband Bogdanovich when her children were very young, so she had a good impression of a relatively responsible Hollywood director like Ronald. Seeing that Ronald wasn't annoyed, she began to talk to him about some things related to pregnancy and childbirth. And so, filled with anticipation for his future child, Ronald's mood calmed down. So what if we lose money? I don't care. It'll definitely revive the Western genre. My wealth comes from Hollywood. It's time to give back to the industry. Kevin, how are you? Were you under a lot of pressure writing that letter asking for money? Arriving on set, Ronald saw Kevin Costner covered in dust from filming the battlefield scene and spoke softly to his mentor. Oh, Ronald, I don't know what to say. Kevin Costner had expected Ronald to unleash a storm of anger, but to his surprise, he didn't erupt in a tirade. Truly remarkable composure. Tell me, why did you ask for more budget? Ronald continued in a gentle tone. This is what I think. This film, having reached this point, is an epic and needs a powerful ending. Kevin Costner was moved by Ronald's attitude. Such a producer was truly his greatest fortune. Ronald himself was the director, so he certainly understood his predicament. And this understanding allowed him to speak his mind. Ultimately, Kevin Costner was much like Ronald had been years ago. His reputation, future, and money were all staked in this film. He was under immense pressure, so he wanted every shot to be perfect. On set, his good friend and screenwriter, Michael Black, shared his desire for his directorial debut to be flawless. Therefore, during filming, Michael Black frequently rewrote scenes on the spot, and when Kevin Costner saw something better, he gritted his teeth and reshot some scenes. As filming entered the final quarter, the two increasingly felt that while the beginning of the film was very moving, it needed a powerful ending. Otherwise, the story wouldn't be strong enough, and the audience might be disappointed. Michael Black rearranged the scene of the final Native American tribe being driven out by white settlers and eventually migrating to a reservation, creating a grander ending. Kevin Costner thought it was a good idea and felt it would be a shame not to film it, so he reluctantly wrote a funding request to Orion. Kevin, have you thought about how long your movie is going to be? Ronald flipped through the added ending, which included conflict between Native Americans and white troops, Captain Dunbar's conflict with his former comrades after becoming a Dancing with Wolves. If they filmed it all, it would add another half hour to the existing film. You just want to film it and then slowly piece it together in the editing room, right? Ronald spoke for him. That's about it. An epic story needs an epic ending. Hey, you don't understand film distribution and editing? Let me explain and you'll understand. The film reels for Dances with Wolves have already been shot more than twice the length of a regular film. These sample clips, even with a rough cut, would easily be 5 to 6 hours long. Editing such a content-rich film, even with a master like Walter Murch, using every frame carefully and cutting only the most crucial shots, could only yield a maximum of 4 hours. Even if you were to slowly reduce the sauce like cooking Chinese or Italian food, meticulously cutting every detail, it could only be reduced to a maximum of 3 hours. This is determined by the laws of filmmaking, and there's not much room for change. If you add 40 minutes of scenes, then this film will definitely exceed 3.5 hours. No cinema would be willing to screen a film of that length. It's equivalent to the length of 2 regular commercial films, but audiences won't pay twice the ticket price. Moreover, more than 3 hours is a serious challenge to the audience's bladder. Whether the audience will like this movie is uncertain. Perhaps Dances with Wolves will suffer the same fate as Valmont, with distributors refusing to screen it. Kevin Costner is a smart man. He's aware of the industry's hostility towards his nickname, Kevin's Gate. Coupled with the recent major failure of Valmont, it has had a significant impact on him. Even if the ending is perfect, if it can't be released, it's all for nothing. Oh, what should I do? Is this how the movie is going to be, without an ending? Costner fell into self-doubt. He regretted being too demanding of his debut film. If he hadn't been so meticulous about details in the early stages, and hadn't insisted on perfecting every shot, perhaps they would have had the money to shoot the grand finale now. Filmmaking is a huge gamble, and the director is under immense pressure. As the producer, Ronald needs to help them weather this pressure and focus on artistic creation. He also needs to help the director make difficult decisions when necessary. "I'll tell you what to do, Kevin." "What way?" Costner's hope returned. Ronald was a much more experienced director than him. "This is what Mr. Roger Corman taught me. This is the best way to deal with films that have exceeded their budget and distribution capacity." As he spoke, Ronald stood up, picked up the new script, flipped to the scenes the screenwriter had edited, and ripped them all out of the script with a tearing sound, then threw them into the trash can. "That's fine. We'll shoot according to the original plan. That's enough for now." Costner was devastated. Just like that? He stared blankly at the last page, which showed the couple from Dancing with Wolves and Standing Tall, embarking on their journey along a path in the winter snow. "That's right," Ronald patted Costner on the shoulder. "Film is an art of regret. A film with regrets is better than one that can't be released." With the filming issues of Dancing with Wolves resolved, Ronald flew back to Los Angeles. As soon as he arrived in Los Angeles, he saw Richard waiting for him at the airport, with David Simpkins, the script supervisor of Daydream, beside him. "David, what brings you here?" "It's only natural for Richard to pick me up, but why is Simpkins at the airport too?" "Is something urgent?" "The script you asked me to write is now on the market." "Huh? You found it? What's it called?" "How much?" "It's called Other People's Money, but things are a bit complicated." Chapter 1167 The New Box Office Prediction Formula. Other People's Money, OPM, is a Wall Street term referring to using leverage, money invested by others, to conduct mergers and acquisitions. It's similar to the Chinese idiom borrowing a hen to lay eggs. If you're more astute than others and spot a speculative opportunity undervalued by other market investors, you can borrow a large amount of OPM at low cost and potentially earn enough for a lifetime in one go. Of course, if you're wrong, the amplified leverage will also amplify your sense of failure. This scenario tells the story of a Jewish man named Garfinkel who uses OPM to acquire an American manufacturing company, then goes through a series of bankruptcy reorganizations to create enormous wealth out of thin air in the financial markets. Meanwhile, the founder of this cable manufacturing company, Jorgensen, painfully watches his father's company, built with the help of local workers through the Great Depression, the New Deal, World War II, the Vietnam War, and other major events, closed down because a financial market tycoon believes bankruptcy is more profitable than staying in business. And the factory workers, tragically join the ranks of the unemployed. In short, this is a play exploring one of the hottest topics of the moment. Should one follow the principle of making money, manipulating the stock market, exploiting legal loopholes, and doing whatever it takes to make money? Or should one return to the old school entrepreneurial spirit, building communities with workers, and creating jobs, businesses, education, religion, and even prosperity for the entire region through a single enterprise? On his way home from the airport, Ronald became completely engrossed, reading the script in one sitting until the very end. It was truly a script that was impossible to put down. Is it a tragedy in the end? Ronald looked at David Simpkins. In the end, Jorgensen loses the board vote, and the cable company is acquired by Garfinkel. After declaring bankruptcy and restructuring, Garfinkel makes a fortune, and the shareholders happily take their money home. Jorgensen, however, refuses to leave the company and goes to work in the factory, helping unemployed workers find new jobs. The script also gives the obese, unattractive Jewish man, Garfinkel, a happy ending. Kate, the daughter of Jorgensen's lover and secretary, a Wall Street lawyer, is invited by Jorgensen to fight against Garfinkel. Ultimately, she also disagreed with Jorgensen's ideals. After the merger ended, she married Garfinkel and went to help him run the merger business. This ending was undoubtedly a major blow to the simple values of the mainstream public, and a certain tragedy for the likable Jorgensen. Ronald thought that the trouble David Simpkins mentioned was because the tragic ending didn't fit Ronald's usual commercial film approach. Commercial films can be tragedies, but even if the protagonist dies, there must be a glimmer of hope, such as his ideals and beliefs being realized by future generations. Now, although Jorgensen didn't die and even made a lot of money from his stock holdings, his ideals, the spirit of America since its founding, were killed off in the script. The box office definitely wouldn't be good. The trouble I'm talking about, of course, includes the trouble of revising the script, but the main problem lies with Warner Brothers. Look at this script, doesn't it look a bit like a movie script? David Simkins was very professional when talking about scripts. Is this a Broadway script? Ronald realized. The play clearly adheres to the unities of drama, with characters and scenes tightly packed into 3 acts. Coupled with an ending that prompts reflection rather than providing a satisfying conclusion, it certainly has the feel of a stage play. This is a Broadway play. Warner Brothers bought the adaptation rights for 5 years for $325,000 plus a profit-sharing agreement before it even premiered. Oh, Ronald thought, this play must be highly praised in the industry. It was bought by Warner Brothers before it even opened. Generally, film companies acquire adaptation rights for a certain period, usually 5 years. If they don't invest in filming and release it within 5 years, the copyright holder can reclaim the film adaptation rights and then sell them to another company. With over $300,000 plus the profit-sharing agreement, the actual price of this script is close to $2 million. It's definitely a popular script that everyone is optimistic about. Ronald's relationship with Warner Brothers is so-so, and he doesn't know any high-ranking executives, so he looked at David Simkins, wondering if he had any ideas about negotiating the transfer of adaptation rights with Warner Brothers. I made initial contact with them, and Warner Brothers quickly raised their price when they heard it was us. Simkins whispered a number in Ronald's ear, a price Daydream would never agree to. They don't want to work together. Ronald was a little surprised. Normally, when they heard Ronald was interested in a film, shouldn't their first reaction be to discuss collaboration, not a sale? Ahem, David Simkins chuckled a few times, then whispered a couple more words in Ronald's ear. Really? Ronald exclaimed in surprise. The current president of Warner Brothers Pictures is Terry Temer, a high-profile Brooklyn Jew. Ronald hadn't dealt with him much, but he knew that this man was a rather traditional Jew and might disapprove of some of his actions. The CEO and chairman of Warner Brothers Pictures was veteran producer Robert Daly. He transitioned from the president of CBS television to the film industry and was considered a very well-known figure in the field. David Simkins said his sources within Warner Brothers told him that Daly himself had suggested the script, and that his subordinates had bought it before the play even premiered. I don't remember him being Jewish. Ronald knew his relationship with pro-Israel Jewish conservatives was lukewarm. They now owned the script, and according to business rules, there was no fault to be found. He either had to pay 10 times the price or keep quiet about it. Yes, Daly never publicly discusses his religious beliefs or ethnicity. It's a habit he maintained when he worked at CBS. However, I heard his parents were Russian immigrants, and he publicly campaigned for the exoneration of Israeli spy Barat, and he's a member of the Holocaust Remembrance Council. If you quack like a duck, walk like a duck, Ronald said with a smile, knowing his reputation was bad in the eyes of these so-called Orthodox Jews. Then he's just a duck. What do you plan to do? I plan to ask Mr. Michael Gray to cooperate and create some buzz so that we have a chance to get the script at a fair price. A few days later, Ronald and his pregnant wife Diane appeared at the Cineplex Odeon Theater in Century City, Los Angeles. Steel Magnolia was holding a charity screening there to raise funds for the American Diabetes Association. Diane wore a green Armani floor-length dress. Despite her pregnancy, she looked very elegant. Ronald smiled and accompanied Diane throughout, offering her support and assistance whenever needed. Ronald led Diane into the screening room, where several reporters surrounded him, wanting to interview him. Hello, Mr. Lee, thank you for accepting our interview. The reporters took out a booklet and began taking notes. What's your opinion on the poor box office performance of some art films at this stage? A senior reporter asked first. I don't know what you're referring to. Actually, I think film is a combination of art and commerce, and there's no inherent superiority of one over the other. Thank you. Some people are saying that in the future, Hollywood's unique artistic works like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus will gradually give way to commercially successful productions. Do you agree with this? I think I can guess which film you're referring to, but I think that's nonsense. Film is always a diverse art form. If everything were the same, then there would be no art. Are you saying this to intentionally sponsor highly artistic films? Actually, I don't think simply separating film into art and commerce is a very correct approach. Many Oscar-winning films have been box office hits. And many commercially successful films also have high artistic merit. Thank you. There are rumors that you'll be extensively collecting films that suit the tastes of the Oscars and critics. What are your thoughts on the film script? Besides being a film director, I'm also a producer. I can only say that I know very little about the business operations of producers. Are you denying the rumors of acquiring scripts at high prices? No comment. Okay, recently Hollywood has a new creed for predicting film box office. Stage adaptations and films with similar stories that have recently been released are given very negative reviews. What's your opinion on this, Mr. Lee? I dare say, some people in the industry do evaluate it this way. However, I don't think it's a reliable standard. If film producers could score films using mathematical formulas, there wouldn't be so many unexpected box office hits and so many box office failures. Ronald patted Diane's back, and Diane leaned closer. Darling, my legs are a little sore from standing. Gentlemen, I need to find a place for my wife to rest. Thank you all. Steel Magnolia began to play. This film was quite good, focusing on the sisterhood among Southern women. Diane's character, a bespectacled woman working in a hair salon who escaped domestic violence from her husband, initially appeared somewhat unattractive. Later, she became a subtle second female lead, replacing Julia Roberts' character and continuing her life. By the end, many women in the audience couldn't help but shed tears, and the theater was filled with soft sobs. In the final scene, Sally Field's mother and Diane's runaway bride reunited at the funeral of Julia Roberts' character, who had died of diabetes. Sally Field's mother, seeing Diane's character living happily, showed a bittersweet smile. This kind of Southern sisterhood, since Gone with the Wind, has been an emotional anchor for the American people. After the screening, the audience loved it. The charity screening, attended by many wealthy elderly women, generously raised $500,000 for the Diabetes Association. It's truly a masterpiece. Ronald congratulated director Herbert Ross. I heard from screenwriter Robert Harlan that, including the charity screenings in New York and Chicago, it will raise over $2 million. Yes, Diane, hello. The final shot was absolutely fantastic. Herbert Ross smiled and adjusted his glasses. Although he was traditional in his approach, the film's impact was astonishing, largely thanks to the successful casting. Where else will you be holding charity screenings? Her Highness Princess Caroline Lee Radziwiłł Ross, the second wife of director Herbert Ross and sister of former First Lady Jacqueline, wearing a feathered hat, approached Ronald and asked. Her lengthy title was inherited from her second marriage to a Polish nobleman, and although the Roman Catholic Church did not recognize her marriage as legal, she continued to use it after marrying Ross. Next week I'll be going to screenwriter Robert Herring's hometown and his alma mater, the University of Louisiana, and then early next year to London, a royal premiere. Princess Caroline Lee Radziwiłł Ross's eyes immediately lit up. I'm also a noblewoman, and I can chat with Her Majesty the Queen about the glorious past. Ronald didn't know what to say to her, so he quickly nodded and left the banquet with Diane. Director Ronald Lee announced at his new film screening that he would be buying up a lot of high-quality film scripts. Ronald Lee slams Hollywood production companies' ridiculous judging criteria, saying that whether a film is adapted from a stage play has nothing to do with the box office. A commercial film genius couldn't resist the temptation of the Oscar for Best Director. Will Ronald Lee switch to directing art films? The next day, many Hollywood newspapers published articles about Ronald's interview. Although the title was exaggerated, the content was quite objective, mainly focusing on 2 points. First, Ronald didn't believe that whether a film was adapted from a stage play or if audiences were tired of similar stories was the key factor in box office success or failure. Regardless of Hollywood and Wall Street's current assessments, he insisted on the old adage that a good story and good acting were the key factors. Second, Ronald was indeed spending money collecting screenplays with high artistic merit. However, he didn't admit it was to compete for the Oscar for Best Director, but rather because the film industry needed to give space to art films and independent films, and Ronald was willing to do this work to give back to Hollywood. Don't you think I'm very important? Ronald smiled at Diane, who was also reading the report. Yes, 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 could you get me a glass of water, honey, and bring me 2 of those oranges from Ehime Prefecture? Diane took every opportunity to order Ronald around, and the two were having a good time. Was it effective? Ronald asked David Simpkins, who had come to report to him. There's no news yet, but my sources say your statements have been compiled into a summary, which CEO Daley and President Temer will both review. Ronald nodded. This was a strategy he devised with Simpkins and Michael Gray, the public relations consultant. He deliberately released some information, hoping to influence the attitude of Warner Brothers top management. After all, Not all the information was false. Ronald's desire for an Oscar for Best Director was no secret within Hollywood. Often, it's this mix of truth and falsehood that fools the competition. The so-called poor box office performance of stage adaptations and other similar scripts released recently are all new box office prediction formulas popular in Hollywood and Wall Street. Some major studios have even hired programmers to create evaluation models to score each script, casting, and director in an attempt to predict the project's box office prospects. Warner Brothers bought this script because of a comment from CEO Robert Daly. As a hidden Jew, he now faces criticism from the public in American society regarding the rule-breaking of Jews in Wall Street and the media. The growing dislike for this matter is a bit worrying. This script for other people's money is, in a sense, a way to whitewash the reputation of Jewish bankers. After all, the banker Garfinkel's name sounds Jewish, while the factory owner Jorgensen's name is more in line with old-school entrepreneurs. However, it's uncertain whether the other party will actually take this influence seriously or even take the bait. There's definitely a trend in Hollywood now of using math to quantify box office numbers, Michael Gray added from the side. His consulting firm, which uses common sense and experience for film marketing, has recently faced a lot of competition. Young people, relying solely on a computer, can compete with him for big projects. If it weren't for Ronald's long-term collaboration, he would be under real pressure. They don't understand movies, they don't understand Hollywood. Ronald didn't believe it. Current computers are still far from the futuristic computers in Hollywood science fiction that are smarter than humans. His Ghost movie is being held back by post-production special effects and won't be fully completed until next year. Really, many producers who have stockpiled best-selling novel adaptations are now starting to sell their scripts, Simpkins added with a laugh. Really, I heard before I came that Steve, the youngest son of the Tyrell family in New York, is also looking to sell the script for Forrest Gump. He paid too much for it from the original author, Winston Groom, and now it's hard to sell. Huh? Ronald jumped up from the sofa upon hearing this. Why sell it? Really? Well, because Steve Tyrell Jr. said that if they make another movie with the same idiot protagonist, it will be like Valmont. Even if it's better than the original Dangerous Relationships, it still flops at the box office. Besides, Rain Man won a lot of Oscars last year, and it did very well at the box office. Michael Gray told Ronald all the gossip he had heard. What does he know? Ronald cursed excitedly. Let's discuss it carefully and get the adaptation rights to Forrest Gump. Chapter 1168 Ronald's Connections in Hollywood. Ronald summoned Richard, along with Nisida, and several high-ranking executives from Daydream to discuss the transfer of the film's script. Everyone was somewhat puzzled as to why Ronald was so determined to acquire the film. Richard, Nisida, you should remember my first script, sold through Ovitz to Frank Price of Columbia. I've always wanted to make a film with Vietnam War elements, I promised Aunt Karen, but that script, by today's standards, is a bit outdated. Ronald was referring to a script, titled My Brother's Protector, which he had sold to Frank Price for $350,000 under duress from Ovitz. The script told the story of a mentally challenged young man drafted by the Department of Defense and sent to an unfamiliar and dangerous location in Vietnam with his comrades. During an operation, they were ambushed and on the verge of capture when, while playing with a grenade, he caused an explosion, creating chaos, and his comrades used the confusion to escape back to the American lines. His comrades refused to believe he was dead. Finally, his platoon leader went to his hometown, met his family, and helped the remaining members of his family out of their dire straits. Everyone said the platoon leader was their protector, but he eventually confessed the truth. Their mentally challenged brother was their protector. This story is great. Why don't you buy it from Columbia Pictures and continue filming? David Simpkins listened, finding the script profound and suspenseful. Ronald's debut was quite well written. Ahem, Michael Gray and Rick Nisida coughed to remind him. Their understanding of Hollywood far surpassed that of Simpkins, a script supervisor. In the last decade, the American populace had undergone a dramatic shift. The new Generation X, born after the baby boomers, wasn't as rebellious and opposed to the stars and stripes as their parents. A major reason for this was the absence of another war with the devastating casualties of Vietnam, and revised press laws that prevented the media from reporting detailed war information without permission, at least not as easily as before. Another reason is that the past decade has been a period of rapid economic growth, with continuously declining unemployment and inflation, and rising disposable income. Although the gap between rich and poor has widened, ordinary people can afford to pay for their tuition and living expenses at public university by working a summer job at McDonald's, so people are less cynical. Therefore, 10 years later, such films have become quite different from mainstream public tastes, and whether they can still be profitable is uncertain. David Simpkins wiped his forehead and quickly fell silent. There is another reason behind this that is not easy to talk about. Ronald's desire for the Oscar for Best Director is known to those close to him, and it is not just media gossip, but has a great deal of real basis. There have been far too many films with a Vietnam War as the main plot in recent years. Films that have won the Best Director award include The Deer Hunter and Platoon, and Tom Cruise's new film Born on the 4th of July, which was released this year, is rumored to be a strong contender for a nomination. The statement that films with similar plots have performed poorly at the box office is not entirely reasonable. However, there's some truth to the fact that films with similar story backgrounds are unlikely to win awards consecutively in the short term. Awards aren't like box office success. Judges will inevitably compare them to films of the same genre from previous years, such as Oliver Stone's Born on the 4th of July, making a repeat of that success unlikely. Forrest Gump and My Brother's Protector are different. They're adapted from novels. The content spans a long period, making it easier to select and adapt parts when making a screenplay. Hey, that was my debut film, and it just so happened to coincide with the popularity of Vietnam War films. Ronald waved his hand, thinking to himself that it was just a coincidence that Vietnam War films were popular, and his agent placed an order to write it. I don't even know if anyone will watch that script now. It's not like Forrest Gump, where the scenes from his dreams are incredibly powerful and guaranteed to be a masterpiece. In the end, everyone agreed that David Simpkins, who was in charge of script transactions, should cautiously contact Steve Tisso's production company first, to see what their attitude was. Back then, Ronald and this young Steve Tisso had a very unpleasant falling out over the script for Spicy Dance. I wonder if the rich kid's anger has subsided after all these years. No, read my lips. I'd rather the script not be made, and the purchased adaptation rights automatically expire, than transfer it to Ronald's company. Sure enough, the response from Tisso's production company indicated that the boss's anger hadn't subsided. Spicy Dance became a low-budget miracle, raking in hundreds of millions at the box office with a small investment, and the soundtrack became a huge hit, topping the charts. Not to mention, now you can find the movie on the rental list at any Best Buy video rental store. This was a serious humiliation for the self-important Steve Tisso. Every time his friends talked about it, they said he had wasted a great opportunity. For a rich kid, this was even more upsetting than missing out on the money from Spicy Dance. Actually, there's no need to say such harsh words. If he still wants to stay in Hollywood, Ronald, upon hearing the news, picked his ear with his little finger and said with a smile. The adaptation contract for Forrest Gump wasn't entirely decided by Imperial Production Company alone. Like other people's money, it only became possible to proceed after Warner Brothers Pictures took a liking to it and secured a distribution contract. Adapting such a best-selling novel into film is practically impossible without distribution contracts from the 7 major studios. To make a good film, the investment in each part must be proportional. You can't spend millions of dollars to buy the adaptation rights to a novel and then only spend a few million to cast some unknown actors. To match the cost of the script, the investment must be at least at the average level of a mid-range production, over $15 million. And a film with such an investment wouldn't be able to achieve nationwide distribution with Imperial Production Company alone. Having them finance the film first and then sell it to a distribution company was certainly one option. However, if Tish had possessed the foresight and decisiveness, Ronald wouldn't have snatched Dirty Dancing from them back then. Ronald had to find a way to bypass this wealthy young man to obtain the filming rights. He had good relationships with Columbia and Disney, so a feasible approach was to find a reliable shell company and reach an agreement with these 7 major studios, using legitimate business methods to pry this piece of meat from Tish and Warner Brothers. Of course, with a new distribution company, Ronald's daydream could finally drop the shell and openly reveal its identity. Compared to Steve Tish, Warner Brothers was even more difficult to deal with. Not only did they hold the distribution contracts for Forrest Gump, but they also had other people's money. How to get both scripts from industry veteran Robert Daly in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion required careful planning. This matter needed to be considered carefully, and Ronald made some arrangements. Daydream's production business had recently gotten back on track, and Ronald no longer cared much about small productions under $1 million. What truly motivated him to seriously study was television production, something he had never tried before. The writer's office for Working Girl had already written detailed episode scripts. After Ronald carefully reviewed them, he didn't like them. Each episode was filled with very childish comedic scenes. Compared to the more rigorous story structure and business drama of the original film, it was a very shallow sitcom. Ronald himself didn't understand television, and although he disliked it, he couldn't say anything to the insistence of Lawrence Connor, the so-called television expert. Warren Buffett had called Ronald a few days earlier to discuss his investment secrets, a crucial point of which was to respect successful executives who had proven themselves in the market. Lawrence Connor had previously worked on many television scripts, so Ronald decided to give him the green light and proceed according to their ideas. The originally cast female lead, Nancy McCone, declined the invitation to star in the Daydream production through her agent after reading some of the scripts. She had previously been a main character in a hit long-running TV series, and presumably looked down on a newcomer like Daydream TV, wanting a bigger role. Ronald wasn't too bothered, since he didn't know her well anyway. After confirming with Helen that she didn't want to act in this soap opera-esque series, Ronald chose an acquaintance from the auditions to replace her. Sandra Bullock was the waitress Ronald had met in New York while filming the movie version of Working Girl. She later had a small role in the movie version, with one line, "Yeah." This gave her some understanding of the story and the performance of the lead actress, Melanie Griffiths, and perhaps a more direct understanding of the TV version's performance. Of course, Sandra Bullock had previously made several films for Roger Corman's company that were released directly to the VHS market, which was also an important reason why Ronald agreed to hire her. While idly at home, Sandra Bullock eagerly awaited the broadcast of the TV movie she was making for Universal Television's production company. On her audition resume, the most helpful part was the line about playing Tess's friend in Working Girl. Overjoyed to learn she might be cast as Tess in the TV series, she made several calls to Ronald's agent to thank him in person. However, Richard, experienced in handling such matters, said he would convey her gratitude but didn't actually connect to Ronald's call. Besides work, Ronald had recently been enjoying family life with his wife at home, a phase that usually lasts at least 2 years for big-name directors. Many directors have a period of infatuation with a muse. What did Carly say? At home, Ronald was discussing work with his company's music director, Jimmy Reiner. She readily agreed. Carly Simon was the composer of the theme song for Ronald's Working Girl, Let the River Flow, which wasn't picked up by Carly Simon's record company and wasn't included in her new album. However, the Working Girl soundtrack sold more platinum than the album. The single even reached the top 10 of the adult lyric charts. Having won both the Golden Globe and the Academy Award for Best Original Song, Carly Simon has now returned to the mainstream of pop music. The record she improvised after giving a ride home to Carly Simon, who couldn't hail a taxi at the awards ceremony, became a huge success. Carly Simon was very grateful to Ronald and, for a normal market price for a TV drama theme song, licensed the song to him as the theme song for his show. What did John Barry say? He agreed, and the fee you offered was very generous. Ronald was asking about the score for Dances with Wolves. Kevin Costner's filming was nearing completion. A crucial element of such an epic film is a fitting score. In this area, the first name that came to mind in Hollywood was, of course, John Williams, the composer for Star Wars. However, John Williams was expensive, and he also had Spielberg's new film to worry about. On Jimmy's advice, Ronald found the British composer, the equally experienced John Barry. He was renowned in the industry for his score for the 007 series, and because Howard the Duck was a flop, his asking price was lower than Williams. More importantly, he was an Oscar winner for Best Original Score, and his score for the equally epic and naturally expansive film Out of Africa was also noteworthy. He was undeniably very experienced. Did he agree to my request? Ronald asked. Of course, although he doesn't think Peter is quite ready to work independently yet. Peter was Warren Buffett's youngest son, the most talented of his 3 children, but he was obsessed with film scoring, preferring to be an artist rather than an investor. Ronald had promised Warren he would help him. So, this time, the high price he paid for John Barry included a condition that Peter Buffett also be involved, and if the conditions were right, he would also be given independent credit for several songs. John Barry readily agreed, seeing that Ronald hadn't haggled. Ronald had excellent connections in Hollywood, and collaborating with him would be beneficial for future business. Such explicit promotion of one's assistant was a minor matter. Seeing that everything at the company was being handled smoothly and that all the backlog documents were signed by Ronald, Diane took a break to call Ronald over for dinner. "Coming, darling." Just as they were about to eat, the phone rang again. Diane answered. "It's me, Francis. Is Ronald there?" Mr. Capella." Diane had mixed feelings about the director who had once tried to promote her but failed. Without him, she might have landed the role in The Mermaid and become famous long ago. But without him, she might not have run into Ronald, who was also on the set. "This is Ronald. Is there anything I can help you with?" Ronald sensed the urgency in Coppola's voice. "I need to talk to you. Is it possible to meet in person, now? I'm having dinner with Diane. It's urgent." "Ronald, okay, is it convenient for you to come to my house? I'll have my driver pick you up." "Okay." Ronald hung up the phone, looking at Diane's searching gaze. "He seems to be in a hurry." I invited him over to talk. Seeing that Ronald wasn't coming out, Diane felt happy and reassured, and offered to help with a smile. I'll prepare coffee for him then." Chapter 1169. That's The Godfather. "Welcome, Francis." Ronald stood at the garden entrance, where guests disembarked, to welcome Coppola. The two embraced and kissed on the cheek, just like Coppola had hosted Ronald at his home years ago. He led Coppola and his current assistant, who was also his daughter Sophia, through the garden to the reception room. The little girl from back then was now an 18-year-old woman, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at Ronald. "Diane, my little Diane." Coppola greeted Diane warmly in the reception room, especially when she saw the espresso Coppola had personally brought her, a smile spreading across her face. "Ronald, who would have thought, back then you were still on set." After taking a sip of coffee, Coppola swallowed it down. "Ronald, I really need your help this time." "Sophia, I have some good food here." Diane saw Coppola's daughter Sophia purse her lips as she drank her coffee, knowing it wasn't quite right, and quickly brought out persimmons from Kumamoto Prefecture to offer her. "Is there anything I can help with? I heard from Nicolas Cage, that your Godfather Part 3 has already started filming and you're incredibly busy." "Hey, Ronald, you're a film director now. How many times have you heard of a movie starting filming and the female lead still not being cast?" Coppola sighed and explained the purpose of his visit. He actually didn't want to make a sequel after finishing The Godfather. He only took on the project because he needed the money to make the films he wanted to make. Afterwards, he always said there wouldn't be a third Godfather. However, after entering the 1980s, Coppola seemed to lose touch with popular aesthetics. His films, from an artistic point of view, were all masterpieces, and as a director, he could learn many innovative techniques, but the box office was always low. After several films that flopped, Coppola not only lost his Mirror Films company but also mortgaged his family's property and vineyards with high-interest loans. In short, he was constantly facing significant financial problems. The third installment of The Godfather, set to begin filming at the end of this year, is essentially a project Coppola used to pay off loans and make a quick buck. Fortunately, audiences still enjoy the Godfather family story and are eager to see what interesting things will happen when Michael reaches his father's age. However, this film is positioned as a cash cow for Coppola and Paramount, which has led to numerous problems from the outset. In the first film, Michael's eldest brother Sonny was shot and killed by a rival. In the second, his second brother Fred was killed by the new Godfather for betraying his brother. From a trilogy perspective, the most convenient way to structure the third film would be to have Tom Hagen, Robert Duvall's adopted son and strategist, oppose Michael's death. This would perfectly echo the previous film, effectively portraying the cruelty and ruthlessness within the mafia family and the torment Michael endures. However, Coppola was primarily motivated by the $6 million salary and box office revenue sharing. Al Pacino, Diane Keaton, and other actors from the first two films were also aiming for similarly lucrative contracts. Especially Al Pacino, who is indispensable, also received a $6 million salary plus a share of the profits. He had previously experienced a series of box office failures, and only the Godfather series could offer him a top-tier male star's salary. However, this angered Robert Duvall, whose salary from Paramount and Coppola was only $1 million. They even urged him to take the role for the sake of the trilogy's integrity. Robert Duvall felt insulted. His acting skills and the importance of his role certainly couldn't be so much less than Pacino's. Unsurprisingly, negotiations broke down, and Coppola was unwilling to hire another star for $6 million. He preferred to rewrite the script, removing the important character of Tom Hagen from the first two films. Of course, Ronald understood this approach. As a businessman, profit sometimes had to be considered. After all, Coppola wasn't financially secure like himself. If it were just for an artistic conclusion, he would definitely have included Duvall. Therefore, this kind of situation repeatedly played out on the set of The Godfather Part 3. Coppola consistently cut established actors who demanded high salaries, replacing them with promising newcomers with good looks, or seasoned actors whose careers had faded but whose acting skills were solid. For the most important female role in the third film, Michael's daughter Mary, Coppola had his sights set on several newcomers discovered by Ronald Raines. Initially, Coppola had an ideal choice: Polish-American model and actress Rebecca Schaeffer. However, tragically, she was shot and killed in her home in July by a fanatical follower. This put Coppola in a difficult position. Although of Jewish descent, Schaeffer possessed a certain Italian-American allure. Now, with her passing, Coppola had to find actresses with promising acting talent, well-received films, and the potential for stardom. Such actresses were rare, and Coppola chose two, both connected to Ronald Raines. One was Winona Ryder, the lead actress in The Sid Sisters, a film he invested in. The other was Julia Roberts, the lead actress in Pretty Woman. Hey, you know what? Coppola has a good eye. Ronald suppressed a laugh. This was good news. Starring in The Godfather Part 3 was a great opportunity for any actress to increase her fame. Winona Ryder was his first choice. She was currently filming Mermaids, a film starring Cher. Her black hair and quiet demeanor suited the role of the daughter of an Italian father and a white mother. However, her agent didn't want her to immediately star in a Coppola film because Coppola hadn't been very good at promoting actresses in recent years. Moreover, her agent had already negotiated a role for her in Tim Burton's new Batman film, Edward Scissorhands. Julia Roberts was in the same boat, having just finished filming Pretty Woman, and was about to co-star with her boyfriend Kiefer Sutherland in Flatliners, a psychological horror film. Coppola wanted to work with either of them, but Paramount was already impatient with his habitual overspending. The film's budget had already risen to $45 million, and was expected to exceed it further. They gave Coppola an ultimatum: if the lead actress wasn't decided soon, they would use the person with the best publicity, the famous singer Madonna. PFFT, Ronald almost spat out his tea upon hearing this. Exactly. Mary plays Diane Keaton's daughter in the movie. How can Madonna fit in? Coppola immediately chimed in. He glanced at Diane Lane, who was chatting happily with her daughter. Actually, she was the most suitable for the role. If only she weren't pregnant. Ronald understood Coppola's purpose. According to the law and regulations, he couldn't directly contact the two actresses. However, their agents had both seen their potential and didn't want them to star in The Godfather Part 3. After the new film's release, it would be The Godfather Part 3 riding on their popularity. However, Hollywood is full of ways to circumvent the rules. Ronald was a perfect person to directly relay messages to the actresses themselves. Moreover, he had an excellent reputation in the industry. Actors might not trust Coppola, but they would definitely trust him. Ronald thought about it. In any case, starring in a sequel to The Godfather wouldn't have any negative impact on the actresses. Besides, Coppola might fail in other films, but he was sure to do a great job with The Godfather. That's just how things are in his Italian-American family. After agreeing to pass on the message, Ronald saw Coppola and his daughter Sophia off. Ronald looked at Diane beside him. I don't regret it, I've already played the lead role in 3 movies with him, Diane said with a smile, indicating that she wouldn't be disappointed if she missed out on a role because of her pregnancy. Ronald gently hugged Diane and then started calling Richard. Hi, Cher. Ronald promised to speak to Coppola and flew to the Great Lakes region of Texas. Winona Ryder was filming Mommy and her daughter with Cher. When he arrived at the set, Ronald sensed that something was off. This was also a film distributed by Orion, the type where the director was in charge of all the art direction and the company didn't interfere much. On set, however, Cher was domineering and overshadowed director Richard Benjamin. For a moment, Ronald couldn't even tell who was the director. Ronald, you're here. That's great. It's infuriating. Working with you raised my expectations way too high. This crew is far inferior to yours. Back then you weren't an Oscar winner, so of course you were less of a diva. Ronald thought to himself. After learning more about the situation, he realized Cher was no longer the washed-up star she was during the filming of Moonlight Seduction. Now, she was truly dissatisfied with everything, complaining that the original lead actress didn't resemble her daughter, and only quieted things down after Winona Ryder was brought in. During filming, she repeatedly interfered with the director, demanding her approval for every shot. A complete tyrant on set. Ronald relayed the message, and Winona Ryder, as expected, hadn't heard about Coppola's invitation from her agent. Given the opportunity to play Al Pacino and Diane Keaton's daughter, she naturally accepted without hesitation. The agent immediately broke down, asking where she got the information. Winona Ryder only said she heard it gossiped about on set, and asked the agent if it was true. This hit the agent's sore spot, and she had no choice but to agree to call Coppola. Coppola had actually seen Winona Ryder's audition footage through unofficial channels, so although an audition was still required, she had effectively secured the role of Mary. "Ronald, tell me, is my approach better?" Cheryl came over to Ronald to reason with him. She had a new idea and rejected the director's previous filming method. "I have to rush back right away. I've been traveling a lot lately. I need to go see Diane." Ronald quickly stopped her. Knowing that if this got involved, not only would the director hold a grudge, but Cheryl's skills weren't up to the director's level, and he might get blamed too. Back in Los Angeles, Ronald started pushing for the progress of Ghost. The special effects were progressing slower than expected, and even a small mistake during filming required hundreds or thousands of times more time to correct later. At this rate, there wouldn't be a finished film by the end of the year. Ronald called a meeting with the 3 visual effects supervisors. Everyone agreed that the current pace was already at the engineer's absolute limit. It was impossible to speed things up any further. Looking through the work schedules of each engineering team, Ronald couldn't offer any solutions. Indeed, every team was pushing their engineers to the limit. It was impossible to expect them to work overtime every day. Even if you were willing to pay extra wages, the visual effects union wouldn't allow it. They were a secondary union affiliated with a powerful union like the truck drivers union. "Is there any way to speed things up?" Ronald asked. "Unless," the 3 supervisors hesitated for a moment, "unless the assassination scene is reshot. Now that we have experience, we can pinpoint Patrick Schwitz's location more precisely. That's not impossible either. I'll contact Patrick and Demi. This scene only involves the 2 of them and 1 actor playing the assassin." Ronald acted immediately, picking up the phone to coordinate with Richard. "I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to," the 3 supervisors murmured among themselves. Many Hollywood directors actually have a prejudice against computer-generated special effects and would never agree to reshoot a film just to accommodate post-production special effects. In the eyes of many old-school directors, this is tantamount to admitting they made a mistake. "Great," they agreed. "We need to learn from this experience. I estimate there will be many more special effects shots like this in the future." After settling things with the actors, Ronald returned to talk to the special effects supervisors. This kind of experience in combining live action and computer-generated special effects is something few people in Hollywood understand now. "Ronald, could you talk to Director Coppola? I really want to make The Godfather Part 3, but my agent didn't tell me before." Back home, Julia Roberts called, using her friendship with Ronald from The Earthquake to plead for a role in The Godfather Part 3. Julia Roberts, as a backup option, was also on Coppola's shortlist. Her schedule was a bit tight. After filming Pretty Woman, she immediately had to film a new movie with her boyfriend. Knowing her schedule was a disadvantage, she had to ask Ronald, the intermediary, for help. "I can't influence Director Coppola. This is The Godfather. Is there any way? Keep hope, cross your index fingers." Ronald hadn't expected the role of Mary to have such high recognition among actresses. It seemed the Godfather series held such a high place in their hearts. It's The Godfather. Even Madonna heard the news, somehow finding out he'd recommended Winona Ryder and Julia Roberts as 2 candidates, and called to bother Ronald. Which company made The Godfather? Ronald thought Madonna was being too persistent. Although she was of Italian descent, she didn't look like an Italian woman at all, and besides, she was too old. Paramount. Madonna was bewildered by the question. She asked her assistant and confirmed. "Who directed The Godfather?" "Francis Ford Coppola." "You've got the wrong person, Madonna. Do you think I have the ability to influence Paramount and Coppola?" Ronald laughed and hung up. Madonna held the phone, heard the busy tone, and for a moment felt that Ronald's logic was impeccable. That makes sense. Keep finding me people. I want to play the female lead in The Godfather, The Godfather. Chapter 1170 Hollywood's Hidden Racism. Winona Ryder has agreed to finish filming her current movie with Cher and head to Rome to film Coppola's The Godfather Part III, the sequel eagerly awaited by millions of fans. Ronald, meanwhile, contacted Patrick Swayze, Demi Moore, and the actor playing the assassin, waiting for them to reschedule for reshoots of the assassination scene in New York. News coverage was still largely dominated by the Berlin Wall incident. After East German residents accidentally breached it that night, West Germans began to take matters into their own hands, using pickaxes, shovels, bulldozers, and other tools to dig gaps in the long wall. Various informal passages began to open. Progressive youths from all over the world spontaneously began to gather in West Berlin to join the movement. The East German government and border guards attempted to repair the wall to counter this relentless, woodpecker-like activity. However, they realized that with the ever-growing number of people, this task was impossible. Time passed in this chaotic manner, and a week before Christmas, Ronald finally gathered the three actors and flew to Manhattan, New York, to begin reshooting the special effects for Ghost. The New York weather had become quite cold, and the lead actors huddled in the trailer until filming began. Because the two leads were still wearing light spring-summer clothing, they had to portray a relaxed, comfortable stroll on a summer night. Fortunately, the actors were very professional, and this wasn't too difficult for them. Demi Moore's exceptional control over her body prevented her from shivering at all. Patrick Swayze, however, was less fortunate. He had several close-up shots of himself speaking, and in the current temperature, his breath would create white mist. He had to hold several ice cubes in his mouth before filming to prevent the mist from entering the shot and disrupting the continuity of the scene and the story's logic. Cut. After several takes, Swayze and Demi Moore strictly adhered to the positioning tape each time. The three special effects supervisors also did a lot of coordination work on set. They finally nodded, indicating that there were enough acceptable shots and they could speed things up and redo the scene where Patrick Swayze's character, Sam, has an out-of-body experience and sees his girlfriend helplessly crying for help while holding his corpse. The ghost would pass through the bodies of Sam's girlfriend, Molly, several times. This shot relied entirely on two perfectly aligned takes, saving a lot of post-production alignment work. Thank you. After the reshoot, Ronald shook hands with each member of the reassembled camera crew, lighting crew, makeup crew, and others, thanking them for putting aside their own work to come together. Although these people received extra pay as stipulated by the union, they were only helping out because of Ronald's reputation. Thank you, Demi. Thank you, Patrick. Finally, Ronald thanked the two lead actors. It's nothing, I have nothing to do in Los Angeles. Will you be spending Christmas in New York? Demi Moore said with a smile. She was happy to film for a few days like this. There was a stipend, a private jet for transportation, and most importantly, it allowed her to get closer to Ronald. I'll stay for 2 days, but I'll still spend Christmas with Diane, Ronald replied with a smile. After getting married, his family would naturally take precedence. Demi Moore laughed heartily. She would also spend Christmas with her family. Everyone seemed to be enjoying family life. During his time in New York, Ronald also met another old friend. Ang Lee and his wife came to visit him. This was a rare gesture from this former NYU classmate. Helen Slater poured coffee for Ronald, leaving him to chat privately while she pulled Ang's wife aside to discuss other matters. This coffee is really good. Ang Lee genuinely didn't know how to talk to his boss about this. We've known each other for a long time, so you can just say what you want. Ronald could tell from his friend's awkwardness that he had something on his mind. I'm thinking of going back to my hometown to participate in a script competition for next year's New Year's Day. If I win, I'll make it my first film, Ang Lee said somewhat shyly. He prepared 2 scripts and submitted them both to a script competition sponsored by the Information Bureau. This double insurance strategy gave him 2 chances of winning. If he made it into the top 3, his family could cover half of the filming costs. Ang Lee was confident, partly because he had recently found a partner named James Shams. Shams was Jewish and had started his own independent production company, aiming to break into Hollywood. He had also worked as a screenwriter before, and Ang Lee, unsure of his own screenwriting abilities, had brought Shams in to help. While James Shams' screenwriting skills were actually only average, He was intimately familiar with the structure of various three-act plays, which perfectly compensated for Ang Lee's structural weaknesses. After his revisions, both scripts became more compact, adopting the formula of a blockbuster commercial film while retaining the subtlety characteristic of Chinese American films. "You've decided?" Ronald asked Ang Lee after reading both scripts. In his Daydream, Ang Lee's performance was actually quite good. He had even made numerous revisions to Helen's previous film based on female psychology. However, Ronald knew that this man, like himself, was unwilling to remain a screenwriter and doctor in the company. Sooner or later, he would take the step of becoming a director, always entering that unstable, mentally taxing, yet always attractive job. "I figured it out. I've lived in New York for 10 years. My life experience isn't purely Chinese, nor is it that of you Americans. Haha, then you can film here too." Ronald had already promised him that as long as Ang Lee had a script that received the green light from Daydream, he would invest in him to make a low-budget film to practice. However, this time, Ang Lee wanted to change the filming location to his hometown. This way, Daydream couldn't provide him with the various conveniences. "I figured it out. With my English, it's difficult to gain the recognition of the staff in Hollywood now," Ronald sighed inwardly. He understood what Ang Lee didn't say. Hollywood, while open, was open to all kinds of technical talent. Techniques and methods from various countries were quickly introduced and learned as long as they could help with box office revenue. But the director was the soul of the film crew. The entire crew had to operate according to his orders. Even in this field, racial discrimination persists in Hollywood. Directors from Britain, Europe, or Australia can find projects relatively easily in Hollywood. However, directors from Asia, Latin America, and other third-world countries, of different ethnicities, find it much harder to secure directing jobs. For example, the world-renowned director Akira Kurosawa struggled to find work in Hollywood. While Kurosawa faced language barriers, the fact that Satyajit Ray, a famous director of Bangladeshi descent, also couldn't find work in Hollywood strongly suggests racial discrimination. This implicit discrimination also exists in the acting industry. It's not uncommon for actresses with foreign features to land leading roles in big Hollywood productions. However, a yellow-skinned actor speaking Japanese accented, Chinese accented, or Indian accented English is almost guaranteed a leading role in a Hollywood production. This is implicit racial discrimination, but it's also a reality of the Hollywood market. How many teenage male viewers, who are also the most important group of moviegoers today, would want to watch a foreigner of a different skin color fall in love with a white American woman? Bruce Lee's exception was due to his personal charm and the kind of sharp martial arts skills that American audiences had never seen before, which led to his popularity. However, during his lifetime, he also had many viewers who disliked him. There were no white female leads in Bruce Lee's films, even though he himself married a white woman. Ang Lee smiled sheepishly. He knew that with his level of English, even disregarding his appearance, many crew members would find it difficult to respect him. In Hollywood, not being able to command a crew would certainly be a disaster. But things were different back home. He was a graduate student at NYU and worked for Daydream Films, a company that had been performing very well in Hollywood in recent years. His hometown had screened some of Ronald Reagan's films, so Daydream had some recognition there. Thus, those working in his hometown's film industry viewed Ang Lee, returning from Hollywood, with a halo effect. And the script competition hosted by Director Song of the Information Bureau, needless to say, greatly increased Ang Lee's chances of winning, given his experience at NYU and Hollywood. "Okay, you have a point, but I'll still invest in you. If you need anything, just call me directly, don't go through Daydream's accounts. Also, if the film is released in America, I have some distribution channels for Chinese films here." Ronald decided to offer Ang Lee some more benefits. Hollywood can't retain talent these days. After the huge success of Spicy Dance, independent films began to flourish, and talented people can find funding anywhere. If they can't stay, they'll invest in him. As for Daydream, they have good relationships with many Chinatown cinemas, and with the help of the newly built Palm Tree chain in major cities like New York and Los Angeles, and the established Hollywood cinema chains on the East Coast, they actually have an advantage in distributing foreign-language films. Having high-quality films filling distribution channels is a win-win situation for both Ronald and Ang Lee. Christmas is a holiday for most Americans. Ang Lee chose to go home to celebrate, as it's a Chinese holiday focused on family reunions, and he'll return after the spring festival. By then, the news agency award will be ready, allowing him to pursue his dreams. Ronald, on the other hand, went back to Stanton to spend a day with his aunt before returning to Los Angeles to spend a full Christmas with Diane. Both having lacked complete families growing up, they finally had their own. They had a very happy Christmas. Their driver, Bud, also came with his fiancée, Lucy. Ronald's bodyguard, Dan, the couple who cared for Diane, and the single Richard. Ronald invited everyone he could, mainly to give Diane a warm and welcoming experience. Dinner was lively and fun, making Diane feel very happy. After dinner, she and Ronald lay on the sofa and watched the annual Christmas program, the classic movie It's a Wonderful Life. The room was warm, and after watching the final scene where Jimmy Stewart's character, with the help of angels, returned to the real world and was thanked by everyone, the two were feeling a bit drowsy. Diane wanted to go back to her room to rest, but Ronald was interrupted by a phone call. "Who is it, calling at this hour, Mr. Lee? You have to be responsible for my client." It was Winona Ryder's agent on the other end of the line. "Responsible for what? You need to be clearer." Ronald picked at his ear. If Diane heard this, wouldn't it cause a misunderstanding? I'm sorry, I was too anxious. Winona went to Rome to start filming Godfather Part 3. I've been in contact with her by phone every day, and today she suddenly broke down crying on the phone, saying that she was under a lot of mental pressure alone in Rome, and if she couldn't meet the director's requirements, she would break down. Winona is a sensitive girl, and I was worried that something might happen to her, so I took the liberty of calling you through Mr. Nishida. What's going on? Ronald lamented, wondering why he couldn't even have a proper Christmas. In a way, he also bore some responsibility towards Winona Ryder. Initially, her agent hadn't recommended her for the role in The Godfather Part III. He'd taken a shortcut, accidentally revealing the role to the actress during a visit to the set of Cher's film. This meant that, to some extent, Winona Ryder was Ronald's person within the Godfather Part III crew. Now that Winona Ryder was experiencing serious psychological problems, if Coppola disregarded the actor's mental and physical well-being and something went wrong, Ronald had a responsibility to speak up. Of course, many producers in Hollywood are irresponsible, but Ronald had a reputation, and Winona's agent was still in Los Angeles, so he had no choice but to try and ask him for help. "What, are you going to solve the problem?" Diane, who had overheard some parts, looked at Ronald's furrowed brow with concern. "I'll solve it, but I don't want to go to Rome right now." Ronald smiled and patted Diane's waist. He picked up the phone and called Richard. "Richard, something's come up with the Coppola crew. Could you go to Rome in my place? I feel really bad for you working overtime during the Christmas and New Year holidays." Chapter 1171 Tools for Making Money. "Why are you back already?" Ronald was surprised to find Richard back at his breakfast table. He had asked the single agent to go to Rome during Christmas to handle Winona Ryder's and The Godfather Part 3's issues on his behalf. Richard always completed tasks he assigned diligently. Had he gone too far by asking him to go on a business trip for Christmas this time? But Jews don't celebrate Christmas. "I didn't go. Winona Ryder is already in Los Angeles." Richard picked up his coffee and started wolfing it down with a char siu bun. Although he hadn't boarded a plane, the commute between the airport and home had made him hungry, so he wolfed down his food. "Hi, Nick, good morning." As he ate, he saw an actor coming in from the other side of the living room, Coppola's nephew, Nicolas Cage, also there for the breakfast meeting. He greeted him casually. "You've had a long day. Have something to eat first. Nick and I need to talk." Ronald stood up and gestured for Cage to join him in another room. "Thank you for considering this movie, Nick." Ronald thanked Nicolas Cage directly. "Hey, help me out. I'd love to work with you again. Why not consider directing it yourself?" "I can't direct. It's an army project, and the Navy would be unhappy with me." Ronald was referring to a script Diane had her eye on, Disney's Firebird, also known as Apache Wings. It was a film about the Army's latest high-tech weapon, the Apache helicopter, which they coveted after seeing the Navy's recruitment numbers for Top Gun. The story follows several helicopter pilots, under the command of their instructors, as they defeat a former ace helicopter pilot who harbors resentment towards America due to the Vietnam War, ultimately destroying a drug cartel's secret base abroad and protecting national security. Ronald had originally intended for Diane to choose from, but she needed a long time to recover enough to film, and the script unexpectedly caught the eye of another government agency, who wanted Ronald to start filming as soon as possible. This is the DEA, Department of Drug Enforcement, in the United States. The script features a former veteran who betrayed the government and now transports drugs for Central American lords. This aligns perfectly with the White House's current policy of cracking down on the southern border, ensuring security, and eliminating the import routes of illicit drugs. The DEA also knows that public perception of them isn't very positive, so they want to improve their image through a Hollywood film. Besides providing numerous filming conveniences, the DEA also helped with some funding. Disney was very satisfied and urged Ronald to start filming as soon as possible. Projects with two major sponsors often run into problems. Which sponsor's heroic image should the script highlight? Ronald found this troublesome and decided not to direct. After consulting with Diane, they also decided against casting her as the female lead, a communications helicopter pilot. Finally, Emil Edolino, a director who had been working with Disney for a long time and was also mentored by Daydream, had just finished filming the sequel to Three Dads, One Kid and received a large sum of money to direct another Disney commercial film. Directing is actually a very tough job, but money can be a powerful motivator. Seeing the salary, several times higher than the previous film, Emil Edolino readily agreed. He stipulated that a famous male star should play the lead role. After searching around, Ronald finally found Nicolas Cage. His value and fame had risen rapidly after filming Moonstruck, but it was still within Disney's budget for smaller productions. "Aren't you going to persuade Diane to work with me again? Last time, her role was snatched away by Matt Dillon, but this time she can be with me." Nicolas Cage winked and made a face at Diane beside him. Last time, they played a couple in Coppola's Rumblefish, directed by Cage's uncle, though Diane's role ultimately returned to the arms of the tough, combative protagonist, played by Matt Dillon. "The DEA and Disney are urging us to start filming," Ronald explained to Nicolas Cage with a smile. Oh, Cage blew Diane a kiss, then pretended to collapse in heartbreak. "Ha ha ha," Diane burst into laughter. "How's Christina doing?" Ronald asked Cage. This was his current girlfriend. "We get along very well," Cage smiled, his expression different when he mentioned this girlfriend. "That's great. Is your schedule okay? I'll have director Emil Edolino call your agent Limato to schedule an audition." "Schedule is fine, I'm not on The Godfather Part 3, Nicolas Cage blurted out. Ronald sensed something was wrong. "Didn't you say you didn't want to act?" "Actually, I heard my uncle was going to make The Godfather Part 3, so I volunteered." Nicolas Cage's tone carried a hint of resentment. After all, this was the sequel to one of Hollywood's most critically and commercially successful films in years. Who wouldn't want to play Vincent, the illegitimate son of Michael's older brother Sonny's affair? Nicolas Cage's explosive energy and Vincent's fiery temper and instinctive nature share many similarities. Ronald initially thought Cage was being aloof, having changed his stage name to Cage early in his career because he didn't want to use Coppola's surname, and his previous role in Coppola's Peggy Sue Got Married hadn't been well received. He assumed Cage wasn't trying to ride on Coppola's coattails this time either. However, it turns out that Cage, a seasoned Hollywood veteran, had long since abandoned any concerns about saving face and knew to utilize every available connection. This time, he genuinely wanted to capitalize on Coppola's fame, only to be flatly rejected. He could only watch helplessly as the compelling role of Vincent went to newcomer Andy Garcia. Seeing Cage even showing Ronald his lines as Vincent, Ronald smiled slightly. Cage clearly hadn't grasped that this wasn't a matter of his acting skills, nor was it a matter of Coppola disregarding their uncle-nephew relationship. It was simply a matter of budget. The Godfather Part 3 has become a money-making tool for Paramount and Coppola. Cage, now a second-tier actor, is nowhere near as cheap as a newcomer. Besides, how many moviegoers are watching the third installment for the ending of Al Pacino's portrayal of the elderly Michael? How many are there for the story of Sonny's son? It goes without saying that whether the character is outstanding or not doesn't have that much impact on the box office. "Who are you planning to cast as the female lead?" Diane asked Ronald, tilting her head, after Cage left. "Don't worry, I'm already working on your script." Ronald changed the subject, saying something Diane wanted to hear. "Really?" Diane's eyes lit up at the mention of a good script. "Tell me. What exactly happened?" After dealing with the Firebird matter, Ronald apologized to Richard, and everyone started talking about Winona Ryder again. "I got the news at the airport that she disappeared from Rome. After waiting for several hours, I heard she'd been found in Los Angeles." "Huh? Did your agent say she was suffering from severe anxiety and on the verge of a mental breakdown? Ronald frowned. What was going on? It's not her agent's fault. She was fooled herself. It was Winona's boyfriend who instigated it. Richard sipped his coffee, explaining the whole story to Ronald. Apparently, the day before filming started, Winona Ryder came to the set to familiarize herself with the environment and even tried on various outfits to get a feel for Mary. But on the day of filming, she didn't show up. Coppola made over a dozen calls, but no one answered at the hotel. Just when everyone was wondering what had happened and preparing to call the police, Winona Ryder's new boyfriend, Johnny Depp, called the crew to report on behalf of his girlfriend that Winona wasn't feeling well and couldn't get out of bed. Coppola and the crew's doctor went to Johnny Depp's room. The doctor examined Winona Ryder alone and, based on her account, suspected it might be anxiety caused by filming 2 movies back-to-back without any breaks. Coppola, having been in Hollywood long enough, knew this was not uncommon. The intense focus on a performance is incredibly draining for an actor, especially for someone like Winona Ryder who plays this type of role. However, his experience didn't sit well with Johnny Depp standing outside the door, watching him. He even had a tattoo of his ex-girlfriend, Cheryl Finn, on his arm. After reassuring Winona Ryder not to worry and to get some rest, Coppola contacted a renowned psychologist in Rome to evaluate her. But when they returned to the hotel the next day, they found it empty. Johnny Depp and his girlfriend Winona Ryder had checked out without a word. But in Hollywood, how could 2 actors simply disappear like that? Richard, through the CIA network, quickly located them. They had returned to Los Angeles overnight and were now resting in Depp's cozy apartment. Johnny Depp somehow managed to persuade Winona Ryder to willingly give up a fantastic opportunity in The Godfather Part 3, creating an uncontrollable situation. As for her poor agent, he was completely unaware of the situation until he learned Winona Ryder was faking illness, at which point he was notified by phone that his contract was terminated. Hollywood producers deeply despise such actress destroyers. This is a major reason why actresses rarely appear on screen. Winona was a promising actress with great opportunities, a bright future, and a lot of acting potential, and suddenly she was kidnapped by this scoundrel. In old Hollywood, there was only one way to deal with these kinds of people: break their legs and leave them to beg on the street. These were the words of Paramount's new executive, Sidney Garnes. This ridiculous farce had even alarmed him. Depp, for some unknown reason, actually thought this petty trick could succeed. Ronald, feeling responsible for Winona Ryder, went with Sidney Garnes to confront the 2 lovebirds. I heard some news. 20th Century Fox approached Winona Ryder to play the lead role in Edward Scissorhands, directed by Tim Burton, the director of the recent blockbuster Batman. Winona Ryder was originally one of the candidates for the female lead, but for The Godfather Part 3, Sidney Garnes gave Ronald a very grateful look, then picked up the car phone and called his subordinate. "Yeah, damn it, I'm going to break his legs," Sidney Garnes suddenly erupted in fury. His subordinate had told him that Johnny Depp was also one of the candidates for the male lead, and his advantage was undoubtedly the chemistry between him and Winona if the female lead was Winona. Now that Winona Ryder was going to be in The Godfather Part 3, Coppola, known for his meticulous production, would definitely have a very long production cycle, which would prevent them from filming Edward Scissorhands. This must be Johnny Depp instigating Winona Ryder to become her love interest in a movie. Sidney Garnes had just finished complaining to Ronald about this heartbreaker, this little rascal, when the phone rang again. He grabbed it. "Hello. Oh, it's your, hello? Paula? What's going on?" Ronald picked up the phone and heard Paula Wagner's voice. I know, I won't influence Tom's decision. He can follow his heart. I'm just doing my duty as a recommender. Sigh, there aren't many old-school Hollywood gentlemen like you anymore. I'll talk to Tom." Paula Wagner hung up. It was good that this wouldn't affect Tom and Ronald's relationship. Paramount president Sidney Garnes looked at Ronald, eagerly waiting for him to speak. Seeing a CEO of one of the Big Seven being played like this by a small-time actor, Ronald found it amusing. He stopped being coy. They also approached Tom Cruise for Edward Scissorhands, and now director Burton is leaning towards Cruise, but Tom wants to change the tragic ending. Upon hearing that Tom Cruise and director Tim Burton hadn't reached an agreement, Sidney Garnes knew his meeting with Winona Ryder today was likely doomed. "Winona, I promise you, I'll definitely improve the local filming conditions. You can name any conditions you want." Even a big CEO like Sidney Garnes was now pitifully assuring Winona Ryder. After all, changing actors at the last minute would be a huge loss for Paramount, and Coppola was a notorious procrastinator. If this domino fell, who knew how long the sequel would be delayed? But my doctor said I can't participate in such high-pressure activities as filming anytime soon. Winona Ryder, with her distinctive black hair and pitiful appearance, looked utterly vulnerable. Bitch, Sidney Garnis cursed inwardly, turning to look at Ronald. Winona, shall we talk privately? Ronald gestured for Sidney Garnis to leave first, then Johnny Depp gave Ronald a thuggish, menacing look, his eyes filled with a strong sense of aggression and warning. However, Ronald's unwavering gaze, imposing stature, and the aura of someone honed through years of martial arts training still made him back out. But the footsteps stopped at the door, which was ajar and creaking slightly. Bang! Ouch! Ronald slammed the door shut, ignoring the scream that followed. He looked at Winona Ryder and said, "If you want to maintain a good reputation in Hollywood, I can guarantee that no one will mention this little incident again, and Director Coppola will give you the same, no, even better conditions and more patient guidance than before. All conditions can be improved, and we can pretend none of this ever happened." Winona Ryder looked at Ronald, unable to lie to this benefactor who had helped her. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, remembering how he helped her debut film, The Heather Sisters, attend film festivals, and even came to the set to inform her about the opportunity to star in The Godfather Part III, he truly seemed like a caring older cousin. Winona's heart warmed, and she was about to agree. "Winona, are you alright? Are you feeling anxious? I'm worried about you." Johnny Depp's voice came from outside the door. "I'm sorry, Ronald, Mr. Lee, my health, alright, you and Mr. Coppola apologize yourself." Ronald thought it was fate. He knew a woman in love couldn't be persuaded, so he turned and opened the door to leave. HMPH, seeing the smirk on the thug's face at the door, even a man as composed as Ronald couldn't help but express his anger. His legs really should be broken, Ronald thought to himself. Such a method would be devastating to the young actress's reputation. More importantly, if she succeeded, it would give her a bad experience right from the start, that she could get what she wanted just by using petty tricks. Ronald, that evening, Coppola also returned to Hollywood and visited Ronald first. "You mean Nisita has already told me that Julia Roberts has agreed to star, but there's a scheduling conflict, so we'll have to wait 4 weeks. You'll have to persuade Paramount. I'm already very grateful. In all my years in Hollywood, I've only made a handful of true friends. George Lucas is currently focused on his special effects, and you're the only one in Hollywood who can speak up for me. We Italians value family, and when I make movies, my whole family is involved, like Talia, who plays the Godfather's daughter, Coppola's sister, my father, who composed the music for The Godfather. You're like a member of my family, and I won't forget that friendship." Coppola rambled on about how he only had family support and how difficult it was to make it in Hollywood. He might have said something more, but then Sidney Garnis from Paramount arrived. Ronald had done what he needed to do and was about to leave, leaving the two parties involved to talk things over. "Ronald, don't go," both of them called out to Ronald, and to avoid a fight, he had to step in as a mediator. "Julia's schedule can't be shortened, we can't wait any longer, Francis." Sidney Garnier's meaning was clear. The Godfather Part 3 was a matter of life and death, and they couldn't afford to delay any longer, otherwise the budget would exceed $50 million, and they'd be next for Heaven's Gate. "But we need a star like Julia." Coppola, however, quoted the producer's line. "You don't like any of these actresses?" Sidney Garnier brought over audition photos of several actresses, some previously rejected, others added later. "If it's not young, talented actresses like Julia and Winona, we need to find a true Italian-American actress. Otherwise, most actresses can't portray the essence of Mary." Coppola glanced at them and firmly refused. Mary and the protagonist Vincent had a forbidden love affair, a taboo between cousins. Only a sensitive and nuanced actress like Winona Ryder could handle such a role so well. The casting choice was definitely right. But Julia Roberts? Ronald stroked his chin. Sensitive enough, yes, but nuanced, she really couldn't be called that. What exactly was Coppola up to? Was it for Julia Roberts' guaranteed fame after Steel Magnolia? Italian-American. There's one here too. Sidney Garnier was almost at his wit's end. "Coppola, just pick one already. This one, how is your acting? The character of Mary is a bit special." Coppola was still being picky. This person also acted in Pretty Woman, which Ronald was involved in. "Take a look." Sidney Garnier handed over the photo. Ronald looked and saw it was Laura San Giacomo, who played Julia Roberts' companion, Kitty, in Pretty Woman. That role was quite challenging, and her performance wasn't bad. Moreover, Laura San Giacomo's unmistakably Italian face is quite suitable for the role of Mary. Her acting is passable. Then, could she audition? Coppola looked at Ronald. Ronald saw some weariness, some helplessness in Coppola's eyes, as if to say, is the Godfather sequel now being chosen by others? However, his gaze was complex, as if there was something unsettling about it. An audition is possible, Ronald said truthfully. Chapter 1172 Invitation to the Berlin Film Festival Jury. Laura San Giacomo doesn't want to be in The Godfather Part 3. Richard was at Ronald's house, telling him about the latest developments in The Godfather Part 3. Why? Isn't the role of Mary satisfying her? Ronald sipped his tea, chatting with Richard over breakfast about business and Hollywood news, an important source of information for him to stay informed about industry trends. The real reason is unclear. San Giacomo has always played supporting roles. She was a supporting actress in this year's critically acclaimed film Sex, Lies, and Videotape. In Pretty Woman, she was Julia Roberts' wingman. This opportunity to play an Italian-American woman should be perfect. It would be a chance to turn her career around as a lead actress, and being Italian-American herself, she understands Italian culture and customs. I've talked to several people at the company, and they don't understand either. Asking San Giacomo's agent didn't yield any results. Maybe, humph, it's because she knows Italian customs too well. Ronald suddenly blurted out. Hey, why aren't you helping us out? Coppola was really good to us back then. Diane nudged Ronald after hearing his strange remark. Francis, Coppola, told me that this is an Italian story, and only girls raised in traditional Italian-American families can naturally understand the various problems Mary faces. I think San Giacomo might not be traditional enough, and she knows it herself. We don't need to worry. I think Francis will definitely find a suitable actress to play Mary soon. Who can refuse the lead role in The Godfather Part 3? Oh. Ronnie, you understand Director Coppola, so we don't need to worry for nothing. Diane felt that everything Ronald said made sense and immediately accepted this reason. They went to the inner yoga room to begin their daily stretching exercises. Richard had been with CAA for a long time, and he wasn't easily fooled by a few words. His eyes were full of suspicion as he looked at Ronald. Francis told me that he always brings his whole family to his movies. His father even did the music for him before. Nick Cage was one of his favorite leading men when he was cheaper. Seeing Richard seem to understand, Ronald added, Nisida is Francis's main agent. If you want to improve your status, you might as well tell Rick, Nisida, this, and he'll know what to do. Richard, after hearing Ronald's words, excitedly went to discuss it with Nisida. After understanding Coppola's meaning from Richard's suggestion, Nisida took the initiative to mediate between him and Paramount. 2 days later, Paramount's Sidney Garnis had no choice but to reluctantly attend the audition for Coppola's daughter, Sophia. When it came time for the audition, Sidney Garnis looked at Sophia's disastrously high cheekbones and disproportionately large nose, cursing Coppola in his heart for caring about nothing but making money. But once a film project starts shooting, it's like a train rumbling forward. If it doesn't get passengers on board quickly, the daily expenses will be astronomical. Anyway, as Ronald said, the audience is definitely here for Al Pacino's ending, so this unimportant female lead can just be ignored. What do you think? Coppola wanted Sidney Garnis to give his opinion. Well, very Italian-American. Sidney Garnis inwardly resented it, but for the project to move forward, he reluctantly said the only thing he could praise. Of course. We Italians are just good at acting. We're exposed to it from a young age, we just need to act out scenes from life. The famous conductor Leonard Bernstein conducted the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra in Berlin today, performing Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, Ode to Joy. In the choral part, the chorus changed the lyrics of Ode to Joy and sang it as Ode to Freedom. The chorus included singers from West Germany, East Germany, France, Britain, and the Soviet Union. The Holy Liberty is holy and beautiful, her light shines on the earth. Ronald watched on the television, a large group of burly singers energetically singing the tune of the Ninth Symphony, singing Ode to Freedom. Conductor Leonard Bernstein was a New York Jew, slightly younger than the earlier deceased Karajan. Both were artists who entered the conducting field before World War II. Essentially contemporaries. Leonard Bernstein had always been overshadowed by Karajan, yet at the most important performance of Beethoven's music in Germany, it was Bernstein. who frequently conducted Mahler's works, who replaced Karajan as the primary interpreter of Beethoven's symphonies. When it comes to the caliber of artists, lifespan is also very important. If you live a few more years, and all your contemporaries have passed away, then during those years you become the most authoritative. West German Chancellor Kohl, passing through Berlin's famous Brandenburg Gate, is heading to East Germany to meet with East German Chancellor Modrow. From this day forward, West Germans and West Berliners can travel to East Germany visa-free. Before this, West Germans had to apply for visas several days or weeks in advance to travel to East Germany and East Berlin, and if planning a stay, they were required to exchange at least 25 marks per day. These restrictive conditions prevented residents from traveling spontaneously. Starting tomorrow, travel regulations for West Germans will be as lenient as those for East Germany after November 9. Watching the television coverage of the Berlin Wall, Ronald and Diane were equally stunned. The whole world seemed to be turning upside down. Things that had seemed unchanging and taken for granted for the past few decades were now beginning to unravel. A new generation of East German youth watched pirated Hollywood movies and listened to pirated British, American, and West German pop music. Cultural products smuggled from Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia made them, like Western youth, more fond of art forms full of individual liberation, such as Michael Jackson, breakdancing, and hot dance, than traditional art forms. For over a month, various parties were still going on at the breach in the Berlin Wall. On television, young people holding double-speaker tape recorders and dancing wildly to music made it difficult for Ronald to distinguish whether they were East German or West German. Ronald, the West Berlin Film Festival has extended an invitation to you to attend the 40th festival next year from February 9 to 20, to serve as a member of the jury. That evening, Nisida called Ronald. The West Berlin Film Festival organizing committee had conveyed this urgent invitation through the MPAA. Huh? Why? I thought these European film festivals didn't like Hollywood people as judges. Ronald was quite surprised. He attended the 3 major European film festivals mainly to sell copies. Awards recognizing his abilities were usually non-existent. European film festivals might give Hollywood stars some preferential treatment, but directors like Ronald, who made commercially driven films, weren't exactly favored by the juries. You were specially invited by the organizing committee because of your special contributions to the Berlin Wall incident and promoting cultural exchange between East and West Germany, Nisida chuckled. Contributed through pirated copies? Ha ha ha. I haven't even taken money from them yet. Joking aside, Nisida still urged Ronald to reconsider, because at this year's West Berlin Film Festival, his wife Paula Wagner's main client, Tom Cruise's new film Born on the 4th of July, would also be competing in the main competition. If Ronald became a jury member, it would be like having one of their own on the jury. Oh, I see. I need to ask my friends. Is West Berlin safe right now? What if East Germany becomes disloyal and the Union comes? Ronald's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. The movie The Unbearable Lightness of Being, starring Juliette Binoche, was about just such a story. The Union had deployed forces against disloyal allies several times. Moreover, the strongest Warsaw Pact troops were currently stationed in East Germany. You're right. I need to talk to Paula. Nisida had initially thought Ronald was just making excuses to avoid going, but the American was still wary of the Union's ruthless methods. Ronald didn't delay and immediately called George. George, analyze for me. Is it dangerous for me to go to West Berlin now? Ha ha ha. Definitely not. George's current position was sensitive. The media's slight exposure of his plans to run for governor of Texas had already drawn harsh criticism from his opponents. His mother, Barbara, disliked the media portraying her husband as a leader who used nepotism to push her son into office and personally demanded that George halt his election plans. George Jr. reluctantly abandoned his plans, but having resigned as manager of the Texas Rangers to avoid suspicion, he couldn't get his job back. He'd gone to Washington, D.C. to make a living. George Jr. was quite comfortable in Texas, disliking the serious and rigid atmosphere of D.C., but his information channels had become much smoother. You're a famous Hollywood director, the Alliance leaders like movies, maybe they were even your fans. They won't do anything to you, at most they'll take you to the Moscow film studio and have you make a few movies for them. Ronald was momentarily unsure if George Jr. was joking. I'm joking, don't worry, the Alliance has no designs this time. On the contrary, they even want East Germany to ask West Germany for money, even the reunification of Germany, they don't care. Really? Impossible, right? The alliance would agree to the reunification of Germany. Ronald was an ordinary person accustomed to the clear divisions between the two major camps of East and West. Upon hearing this news, his first reaction was, "Is it just a rumor? Really, if it weren't for the opposition, Germany would be starting reunification negotiations right now, but what if these opposition forces? Will I be in danger?" Ronald still didn't want to take the risk. This was the front line of the Cold War, West Berlin. It was here that Kennedy delivered his famous speech, "Today, I am a Berliner," and where former President Ronald Sr. delivered his famous speech, "Tear down this wall, Mr. General Secretary." Wait. Old Ronald's curse was pretty effective, wasn't it? It's only been a few days, and he's already fallen, Ronald thought, finding it a bit unbelievable. Haha, what are you thinking? Who do you think the opposition forces are? The Allied military, or the KGB? Little George found Ronald's naive ideas about international politics amusing. Not them? Then who are they? British Prime Minister Margaret and French President Francois, aren't they on our side? Ronald felt all his common sense being challenged. Why would the leaders of Britain and France oppose the reunification of Germany? Aren't we on their side? Hey, they were terribly beaten by the Germans in World War II. If we hadn't come to their rescue, they would have been wiped out and would be speaking German. Ha ha ha. Young George wasn't much of an international political strategist, but he'd heard more secrets than Ronald, so his account sounded quite organized. Besides the psychological trauma Germany inflicted on Britain and France during World War II, Margaret and Francois weren't already adults at the start of the war, so their psychological trauma couldn't compare to that of someone like Ronald, who learned about World War II from books. A more plausible reason was that the economic growth of unified Germany made Britain and France uneasy. East Germany had a land area of over 100,000 square kilometers, while West Germany had less than 250,000 square kilometers. In terms of population, East Germany had 16 million, and West Germany had 62 million. After unification, the combined West German companies, East German labor force and market, and the relief from the heavy burden of defense, unleashed a formidable economic force. Britain had a population of 57 million, and France 58 million. With the unification of the two Germanys, they had an overwhelming advantage in both land area and population compared to their respective countries. This will undoubtedly impact the current European landscape, led by the two permanent members of the UN Security Council, Britain and France. From a self-interested perspective and considering historical lessons, it is actually most reasonable for Britain and France to be the biggest obstacle to German reunification. To demonstrate his power to Ronald, George J.R. shared some insider information circulating in Washington and even the White House. Earlier, Mrs. Margaret had called Secretary General McHale, urging him to act decisively and prevent the fall of the Berlin Wall immediately. Margaret stated that they did not want a unified Germany, as it would alter post-war borders, and they did not want to allow such a development to occur because it would destabilize the international situation and potentially jeopardize the overall security of the Western Bloc. Francois was even more direct, warning that the impact of German reunification would be greater than that of Hitler's rise to power, and the whole of Europe would have to pay the price for its consequences. However, we would welcome such a thing, George J.R. concluded, adding that America, too, did not want a monolithic Europe. Upon learning this, Ronald knew that his trip to West Berlin in February of the following year would be risk-free. There were many advantages. As a cultural promoter, Ronald would certainly be welcomed. This would be a huge boost to securing more pre-sales in Europe. Moreover, serving as a jury member would give him experience and potentially expand his network in Europe, at least making him more respectful when selling film copies in the future. Having made up his mind, Ronald accepted the invitation. He received a place on the jury list for the 40th Berlin International Film Festival. Surprisingly, it included an old acquaintance of Ronald's, Roberto Benigni, the famous Italian left-wing filmmaker, comedy writer, director, and actor. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1173 The new owner of the New York Daily News. Roberto Benigni was originally a comedic news anchor for a New York Italian-language television station, partnered with Isabella Rossellini. Later in Italy, He helped Ronald and Gail Hurd find Cameron, who was running a fever in a hotel. He hadn't been in contact with Ronald for a long time, mainly because Ronald's English was terrible, often failing to form complete sentences. Ronald's Italian was even worse than his English. Now both serving as juries at the West Berlin Film Festival, the two chatted haphazardly on the phone for several minutes, barely understanding each other's meaning. Fortunately, his wife, Nicoletta Braschi, happened to be home, and the two agreed to meet in West Berlin for a long chat, with his wife acting as translator, of course. The important films of Daydream were all progressing according to plan. Filming for Dances with Wolves was completed, and Kevin Costner returned to Los Angeles, becoming an apprentice again in the editing and recording studios. Peter Buffy and his mentor, John Barry, taught Costner many fundamentals of film scoring. Editor Neil Traverse patiently taught Costner more basic editing techniques. This former editor of the TV series Roots greatly admired Costner's talent and reported to Daydream that their collaboration was going very well. For an actor transitioning to directing, Costner's attitude was reassuring. As long as this star could humbly learn from professionals, his sense of responsibility and talent would ensure a high-quality film. As for The Silence of the Lambs, Jonathan Demme was completely taken care of by Ronald. He was intimately familiar with all aspects of filmmaking. As long as Demme maintained his pride in filmmaking, the film's artistic merit was not a concern. Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster went to the Virginia location to begin filming. Ronald planned to only make a token visit to the set, fulfilling his nominal duties as a producer. The set visit was low on Ronald's priority list. His most important task for the new year was still in New York. Before the New Year holiday, Ronald arrived at 450 West 33rd Street in Manhattan, also known as the West Side of Manhattan. The building is adjacent to the famous Pennsylvania Station, with its ground floor actually spanning the station's tracks, above which lies the North River Tunnel and the New York West Railroad. The location is convenient, but noisy. The property is spacious and the rent is inexpensive, but it's still far from the nearby commercial center. Therefore, the tenants are mostly low-income organizations, such as Ronald's latest business, the headquarters and editorial offices of the New York Daily News. This will be the editorial offices. This is the management department. This is the communications department responsible for liaising with several news bureaus, and those offices across the street will be reserved for WPIX-TV and the radio station. Ed Bastian, Ronald's former manager at Puha accounting firm who helped him complete the acquisition of the Daily News, was showing Ronald around the new newspaper offices. He would also become the general manager of the new New York Daily News and the group's affiliated local television station. The entire Daily News editorial team was retained. James Wells, one of the original editors, was promoted to editor-in-chief. The newspaper will maintain a moderate, center-right stance and will keep press booths in police stations in Brooklyn, the Bronx, Manhattan, and other areas to report on crime and breaking news of concern to readers. Most office buildings in New York City have unremarkable designs, just square boxes with glass curtain walls. Offices in the corners are considered the best. The office is divided into several functional areas. One corner houses the television station's planning room. WPIX-TV is a local station primarily producing local news, with a small amount of drama and original programming. However, after Ronald's acquisition, Daydream's production team can practice here, starting from a small station, training their production team, and filling some time slots. Another corner is the editor-in-chief's office, the heart of the Daily News. News reports from various reporters must be verified here, checking different sources, and then signed off by editor-in-chief James Wells' team before being published in the next day's paper. The newspaper cannot be discontinued, so it still operates from the original Daily News building on East 42nd Street. After the final issue was published in 1989, the entire organization moved to the new office building. Ronald's acquisition, of course, did not include the most valuable property portion of the Daily News. He simply bought a well-run newspaper. Many people believe that New York has 4 major newspapers, which is actually more than necessary. The mayoral elections and presidential elections every 4 years bring more advertising revenue to the media. But in other election years, newspapers actually lose money. Therefore, after divesting from the property, Ed Bastian's acquisition team bought the newspaper at a very low price without much effort. WPIX-TV, a small television station confined to New York City, mainly attracted viewers with cheap news obtained from the police department and baseball broadcasts. It was acquired without much competition. Only WPIX-FM radio required some effort from Ed Bastian's team. This was the most profitable part of the Daily News Corporation, featuring serious music and Manhattan traffic reports, attracting a considerable number of advertisers. The third corner was the radio station's territory, the best of the three. It had some radio equipment and connected to the radio crew covering traffic conditions on location. It also connected to the police station, the weather station, the Associated Press, and other news bureaus. Any major news could be sent to the newspaper office first via private lines. The last corner, with windows facing the Hudson River and the best view, was reserved for the Daily News Group's top executives. "This will be your office, Chairman," Ed Bastian said to Ronald, pointing to the largest office in the corner. Ronald went in and sat down. The view was indeed excellent. The Hudson River shimmered, and the desk faced the large reception desk of the entire office area. "Huh, you moved this here too?" "Yes, they didn't value it, leaving it on the ground floor of the Daily News building, so I negotiated and moved it all here." Ed Bastian smiled and walked with Ronald to the door, where staff and visitors used the elevators. In front of the reception desk, near the elevator, were two huge pieces of equipment. One was a globe, and it could even rotate. The other was a weather instrument, making a perfect pair with the globe. These two instruments had appeared in Hollywood movies before, specifically in the first blockbuster comic book adaptation, Superman, where Clark Kent and Lois Lane worked for the Daily Planet, which was modeled after the New York Daily News. The exterior of the Daily Planet was filmed at the Daily News building. These two behemoths also appeared at the Daily Planet's reception desk in the movie. Ronald was quite pleased that his new business's office still had some Hollywood elements. Looking at the empty office, which would soon become bustling with activity, Ed Bastian said to Ronald again, "Rich Blake will be here soon. Do you want to talk to her?" Rich Blake was Ronald's former plus-size assistant. She originally debuted in the low-budget film Hairspray, A Daydream. After her debut, due to her size, she couldn't find a career in the film industry and worked as Ronald's personal assistant for a while. Ronald was quite satisfied with her as his assistant. She always organized documents meticulously, her schedules were never wrong, and most importantly, her coffee was always excellent. But Richie Lake refused to give up her dream of becoming a star. She still wanted to break into Hollywood. To this end, she started dieting, and because exercise wasn't effective, she even started taking diet pills. When Ronald found out, he was still concerned for his assistant. He helped her stop taking the diet pills and found her a temporary job as a presenter on the new WPIX TV. After all, it was a small network, and the quality requirements for television programs weren't high. Richie Lake being a little overweight wouldn't affect her hosting career much. Oprah Winfrey, the presenter currently beloved by black audiences, was quite overweight. She lost 67 pounds last year, and her personal image improved significantly. However, the show's ratings didn't increase much because of her weight loss success. In fact, some viewers expressed dissatisfaction. So, starting this year, her weight began to visibly increase again. Is she also going to work today? I'm a little free, I can meet up with her. Ronald nodded in agreement. He could offer some encouragement to the chubby Lake. Okay, I'll go call him. Ed Bastian ran next door to his general manager's office to make the call. Ronald saw that his office was half the size of his own, filled with all sorts of documents and materials, taking up a large space. On the other side was a large wooden board, with work plans from various media outlets nailed to it. In the middle, there was a large table, serving as a meeting room. Rich is on her way. She said she wants to thank you in person. Ed Bastian came over to reply to Ronald, and the group could have lunch together. Actually, it's you I should thank. Ronald walked to the office door, looked at Ed Bastian's metal nameplate on the door, and with a forceful pull, pried it off with a snap. I won't be coming to this office much anymore, so you'll use mine from now on. Use your old office as a meeting room. Ronald walked to his own office door and snapped off the nameplate. This isn't quite right. Ed Bastian had always worked for large companies, where hierarchical structures were always strict. Even if the chairman didn't come often, his office was still bigger than the general manager's. There's nothing wrong with it. I'll wait until you manage things well, and when we expand our office space, we can rent the upper floors. You can reserve as much space for me as you want then. Ha ha ha, Ronald, no, the chairman is just like that. When he's daydreaming, he often uses his own office as a meeting room. Ricky Lake arrived quickly, and the three of them ordered McDonald's delivery and ate in the office. Ronald is a very rare kind of manager. I admire him greatly. Ed Bastian looked at the two metal nameplates on the table, offering heartfelt flattery. It's often said that leaders need charisma, but truly charismatic leaders are rare even in American companies. Most are simply products of the corporate public relations department. Someone like Ronald, who genuinely cares about his subordinates, creates opportunities and allocates resources after setting a strategic direction, and doesn't hold grudges over minor issues, is 1 in 100 truly charismatic. Ronald, can you give me some advice? Ricky Lake also found Ronald's leadership rare. Even now, as a TV host, he had to latch onto this powerful figure and seek his advice. On one hand, Ronald often had brilliant ideas. On the other hand, demonstrating his relationship with the chairman to the general manager was a smart move. Ricky Lake's show was a live broadcast, similar to Oprah's format, with a live audience and guest appearances each episode discussing a hot topic. This format was low cost. As long as the audience had purchasing power, advertisers would come to advertise. I don't have any advice. Television programs aren't like movies. You don't have many opportunities to perform, so being yourself is the most important thing. Ronald said he had no advice, but he still said a few words. He had seen Lake's program proposal. Her program's target audience was teenagers, college students, or young people just entering the workforce, the generation now known as Generation X. They don't have many siblings, but they have plenty of pocket money. Unlike the previous generation, they don't have the ambition to change the country. Instead, they are enthusiastic about consumer trends. They watch MTV music videos, Hollywood videotapes, and buy products advertised in commercials. In short, the perceptions are very different from the previous generation. There aren't any programs specifically designed for this group on television yet, so Ronald supports Lake's program's positioning. It's a live show like MTV. The program is called The Rich Lake Show, and Ronald has already contacted the guest for the first episode, Brooke Shields, the idol most deeply ingrained in the minds of these Generation X teenagers. With a new manager, Brooke's career is much better now than when her mother was acting recklessly. Brooke Shields wasn't unintelligent, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten into Princeton. More often than not, she lacked a father's love, which made her lack courage in life. She knew what was right, but dared not stray too far from the circle her mother had drawn for her. After becoming independent, Brooke quickly demonstrated her abilities with her new agent. She attended numerous fashion shows and participated in many charity galas. Without her agent's intervention, she used her connections and abilities to create a return to the headlines. Her new agent was very satisfied with her, and the new talk show on WPIX-TV was a perfect match. Both sides were pleased with the premiere's impact. Ronald took a hands-off approach to this business. Bastian was very capable, managing a small media company comprised of daily news, television, and radio stations with ease. Providing a stage for talent and respect is the best management method in an industry where the business model has become stable. In short, this acquisition, with its tight exterior but loose interior and change of ownership, barely alerted anyone outside the industry. Ronald's only direct business dealings involved securing a comprehensive news partnership between the Staten Island Forward, dominated by the Douglas family, and the Daily News. From then on, the Forward was essentially a branch of the Daily News. After settling this matter, Ronald visited the set of The Silence of the Lambs in Virginia. Upon landing, he saw the lead actress, Jodie Foster, waiting for him. "What brings you here? Don't you have any scenes to film today?" Ronald felt a pang of unease at such high-level treatment. "No, I hardly have any scenes with other actors. I mostly do monologues to the camera. Today it's Anthony's turn to do his monologue." Ronald immediately knew Jodie Foster was very dissatisfied with the director. Was Jonathan Demme deliberately ignoring her and downgrading his role? Unlikely. Jonathan Demme was considered a very upright and honest man in Hollywood. He often used various methods to motivate actors. Perhaps he was using some means to stimulate Foster's acting skills. "Really? Jonathan is my senior. I've learned a lot from him. Let's go check out the film set together." Chapter 1174. The male and female leads never stand together again. Cut. On the set of The Silence of the Lambs, on the lawn of the FBI Academy, Jonathan Demme had just finished filming a wide shot. This training ground was where the FBI trainees, played by Jodie Foster, sweated every day. This long, establishing shot could have been filmed by the second unit director, But Jonathan Demme was a director who used the camera to tell a story. Not a single shot was filmed for aesthetics or to show off technical skills. For example, in this long shot, the buildings on both sides were monotonous brick walls and square frames, and a group of trainees in identical black and white training uniforms were running in perfect unison. Jodie Foster's stunt double, also wearing the same training uniform, was running against them towards the office. This kind of shot arrangement, without dialogue, conveyed the strict hierarchy of the FBI, a disciplined agency. "Hey, Ronald, have you seen Jodie?" Jonathan Demme climbed down from the top floor of the academy and greeted Ronald with a question. "Yes, she picked me up at the airport." "Everything all right?" "Right." Ronald looked at Demme, who seemed confident. It seemed he wasn't worried about Jodie Foster's current state. "No problem. I'll show you some sample footage tonight, Agent Starling, your expensive bag and cheap shoes. Do you know what you look like to me? You look like a country bumpkin, a clean, busy, ambitious country bumpkin." The sample footage on the screen included scenes of Jodie Foster, playing Agent Starling, meeting Hannibal Lecter, played by Anthony Hopkins, for the first time. Anthony Hopkins' voice was gentle yet calm, full of confidence, yet devoid of emotion. Ronald felt as if his words were the spit of a venomous snake, sending chills down his spine. How did he do that? Ronald reached for his thermos of black tea, trying to counteract the cold feeling. Anthony Hopkins looked at a lot of serial killer files in the FBI, and he even watched several serial killer trial videos, Jonathan Demme said with a smile. The performances of the two leads had a magical quality, instantly drawing the audience into the film's atmosphere. After all, few people have actually dealt with serial killers, but thanks to television media, many notorious criminals have appeared on television. In their interviews or courtroom scenes, they share a common trait: extreme calmness and cold-bloodedness. Many serial killers speak in a gentle and calm manner, a characteristic Anthony Hopkins captured perfectly. It's not like that. Just their demeanor makes you want to stay away from them, but it doesn't create the feeling of having a venomous snake wrapped around your hand, Ronald said, taking a sip of his tea, still feeling the lingering unease. This was still a sample video without proper sound mixing and post-production music. Real viewers seeing these scenes would be incredibly uneasy, perhaps even startled. "Wait a minute, let me guess." Seeing Jonathan Demme smiling, as if he wanted to explain to Ronald, Ronald smiled and asked him to pause. He waved to the crew behind him, asking them to play it again. Is this okay? I noticed that Anthony Hopkins didn't blink once in that close-up shot. Ronald suddenly realized why he felt uncomfortable watching Hopkins' performance. Because in the close-up shot that lasted for dozens of seconds, Anthony Hopkins didn't blink once. He was like a ghost. His two big eyes staring straight at the audience in front of the screen, speaking in a calm, emotionless voice. It was this feeling that gave the audience the illusion that Hannibal Lecter, played by Anthony Hopkins, was devoid of warmth, which is why the feeling of a venomous snake crawling on the skin was so intense. He said it was a friend of his from Britain who never blinks when he talks, which made him feel uncomfortable, so he used this technique. Jonathan Demme nodded with a smile. Ronald's comprehension was astonishing. Using a special technique to evoke memories of sensations other than sight in the audience was a sophisticated skill. Audiences in cinemas can only receive information through sight and hearing, but this non-blinking technique successfully evoked memories of touch, temperature, and the emotional memory of being frightened in real life. Could this friend be Michael Caine? Ronald guessed with a smile. Michael Caine had recently released his acting class videotapes, in which he talked about how not blinking, especially in close-ups, was crucial for conveying emotion to the audience. However, Anthony Hopkins didn't rely solely on not blinking. Ronald had noticed other tricks. He used top lighting during filming, making his already large head appear even larger. The camera captured his face completely centered on the screen, creating an undeniable sense of oppression. There was a monster-like quality to it, like something out of European folklore. Why would Jodie complain? She and Anthony were filming separately. After watching the sample footage, Ronald's opinion of the film rose another notch. Jodie Foster, a Yale graduate with a deep understanding of acting, should have been happy to have such a co-star. Why was she hinting at complaints? Take a look at some of her sample footage. Jonathan Demme waved his hand, and the projectionist began showing footage of Jodie Foster in the same scene. Do you know what your expensive bag and cheap shoes look like to me? Like a country bumpkin, a clean, busy, ambitious country bumpkin. This was the same scene Ronald had just seen, but this time the shot was a close-up of Jodie Foster as Agent Starling. Your carefully crafted, well-educated accent can't reproduce the vowels of a West Virginia accent. What does that mean? You come from a poor, low-class white trash family. What does your father do? A miner? Does that lamp on his hat smell bad? Did all your high school boys want to have sex with you in the back seat of a car? You want to get out of there, work your way up, all the way to the FBI. This part wasn't in the dialogue with Anthony Hopkins earlier, but it was included in the shot of Jodie Foster's reaction. Ronald noticed that in the close-up, Jodie Foster's lips were trembling slightly, and her neck was very stiff, as if she was trying hard to maintain an outward appearance of fearlessness, forcefully suppressing the chilling reaction of fear within her. This part couldn't have been improvised, could it? Ronald realized something was wrong. Yes, after the scene, Judy comes to me and mocks his country accent and family background. It's all Anthony improvising. This really surprises and scares Judy. Her own background is somewhat similar to Starling's. Ronald thought to himself, Anthony Hopkins is really something, but his improvisational style is really disrespectful to his partner, and it's incredibly effective. Are you testing me? Agent Starling, the last person who tried to test me was a census taker, and I ate his liver with chickpeas. Hiss hiss hiss. The next shot of Anthony Hopkins is him suddenly enraged, and the sound of him sucking his tongue while eating startled Jodie Foster, making her shudder. Ouch! Not only Jodie Foster, who was just standing behind the camera acting along, but Ronald also got goosebumps watching it. He often uses this trick to intimidate the staff and get them to bring him good food, Jonathan Demme explained to Ronald with a smile. This was a trump card that Anthony Hopkins had practiced for a long time, and the first time he used it on Jodie Foster, it was very effective. What about Jodie? Ronald had finished watching the sample footage and felt that this matter was a bit tricky. Jodie Foster was an Oscar-winning actress, and Anthony Hopkins' method of dealing with her was, in theory, a very orthodox acting method for theatrical actors, but it was a bit disrespectful to the talented Hollywood actress Jodie. Sometimes, actors don't need to know all the truth. Our goal is to get them to give their best performance, no matter what method is used, Jonathan Demme explained to Ronald. This movie was a psychological thriller, and such methods were essential for its box office success. Hollywood wouldn't allow you to make any kind of unrestrained, stimulating scare scenes. Only by using various means to evoke the audience's terrifying memories could you achieve box office success. In other words, many parts of this movie were actually triggers. The audience would recall their most terrifying memories and scare themselves. But their relationship seems to be really bad. What are you going to do? Ronald pondered for a moment and asked I. Jodie Foster had made herself clear, it would be best to replace Anthony Hopkins, or at least he should change course. After all, Oscar-winning actresses are rare, they couldn't treat her like a rookie. Actually, I anticipated their relationship would be bad, so I think the following shots of the two of them should all be close-ups of their faces, not over-the-shoulder shots. Jonathan Demme then showed several sample clips. The dialogue scenes were no longer shown in the corner of the screen with only half the speaker's back and shoulder visible. Instead, they completely abandoned this traditional Hollywood technique, directly showing close-ups of the speaker's face. Actually, thrillers need to immerse the audience in Starling's perspective. Over-the-shoulder shots are too objective. This subjective perspective is also a good method. Jonathan Demme's method was somewhat retro. Before Hollywood invented over-the-shoulder shots to establish the spatial relationship between the two characters and a dialogue, this was how close-ups of one person on screen indicated that they were speaking. When silent films transitioned to sound films, audiences no longer relied on subtitles and close-ups of actors to understand the dialogue. Such close-ups sometimes left viewers wondering who the person on screen was talking to. Therefore, slightly tilting the camera to show the shoulder of the person speaking became a common Hollywood practice. However, in these scenes, besides Starling and Hannibal Lecter, there was no other person, making it less complicated for the audience to understand. Moreover, in thrillers, showing close-ups of the faces of the person scaring and the person being scared is a very effective way to subtly draw the audience into the scene. Judy's face is smaller than Anthony's on screen, and it's positioned more to one side. Was that intentional? Ronald noticed some more details. Really? Her face is naturally small, but now that you mention it, it seems I always handle it that way. It's definitely better this way. Starling's face is in a corner, which reflects her psychological state as the victim, whether it's Hannibal or her boss. It's the same psychological scenario, and it allows the audience to empathize with her perspective. Ronald nodded repeatedly. Demi's level of skill was indeed very high. Thrillers and regular movies differ in that the audience is in the position of a voyeur, watching the story unfold differently. Thrillers require you to empathize with the victim. Thus, when Anthony Hopkins speaks, his large face also puts pressure on the audience. And in the close-up of Jodie Foster, the feeling of her shrinking to one side of the screen like a punching bag is also directly conveyed to the audience. Thank you, Ronald, that's a fantastic suggestion. Not at all, it's all a decision you made subconsciously. Ronald didn't want to take credit. This design of the camera language was indeed excellent. Judy, Jonathan and I have discussed this at length. Putting Anthony Hopkins aside, how has Jonathan treated you? Has he made you uncomfortable? No, he's very respectful of me. It's just that sometimes when Anthony improvises, he doesn't stop him, Jodie Foster said to Ronald, who had come to coordinate, from inside the trailer. That's good. If you trust his professionalism, or if you trust me, my advice is to completely trust Jonathan. He'll guide you to your best performance. Jodie Foster nodded, suppressing her discomfort. Ronald was her last hope for changing the situation on set, and now even he said so. But you need to talk to Anthony properly. These scenes with him are really stressful for me. You don't need to. Your shooting schedules will be completely separate from now on. Today we'll shoot your close-up dialogue, tomorrow is, alternating like that. There will be stunt doubles for the supporting roles. Ronald told Jodie Foster that all future scenes between Jonathan Demme would be shot with close-ups. Thank you. Why? Jodie Foster seemed to be under too much pressure on set. Hearing that she would no longer have to film face-to-face with Anthony Hopkins, she actually burst into tears. Oh God, Jodie, don't cry. You're a good girl. Think of Starling. You are both good girls who seem weak on the outside but are strong on the inside. Ronald quickly went up and hugged the sobbing Jodie Foster, and poured her a cup of black tea from his thermos. After drinking the hot beverage, Jodie Foster smiled through her tears. Starling is stronger than me. She faced pressure from her superiors, Hannibal Lecter, and serial killers, and finally bravely waited for the opportunity to single-handedly rescue the victim and kill the killer. Don't think like that. Starling was in a male-dominated hierarchical society like the FBI, and she still managed to seize a very difficult opportunity to rise to the top. She must have cried secretly in private too. Do you think so? Jodie Foster looked up and asked Ronald. Yes, I think so. Women have their own strengths. If it's all about enduring pressure head-on, then why should a woman play this role? You're right. I want to tell Jonathan to add a crying scene. That's the only way women in the workplace can release stress. Okay, you go talk to Jonathan yourself. He'll appreciate the importance of adding a crying scene. Strength is always shown against a backdrop of vulnerability. Looking at Jodie Foster, whose eyes still held tear stains, yet who quickly grabbed a pen and paper to write down Ronald's words, afraid of forgetting that she couldn't persuade Jonathan Demme, Ronald suddenly felt disheartened. Why wasn't I the director of this movie? I don't appreciate women like Jodie Foster who are so focused on their careers. I should just go back to my home in Los Angeles. Chapter 1175 Roger Coleman's cameo. Roger, Ronald waved happily as he saw Roger Coleman emerging from the commercial flight gate. Roger. I didn't expect to see you here. Jonathan said someone I know was picking me up, and I was still wondering who it was. Roger Coleman looked as good as he had 10 years ago, pulling his suitcase as he walked towards Ronald. Beep beep, Bud started the car. Roger Coleman, who had just gotten off the plane, was overjoyed to see Ronald waiting for him, and they chatted nonstop the whole way. You and Jonathan are so good to me, giving me important roles and cameos. Ha ha ha. Unlike Jim Cameron, who at most lets me play a teacher, Roger Coleman's new company has seen a significant drop in production volume. He mainly relies on making small productions for the videotape market and collaborating with old friends like Ronald on medium-sized productions. Compared to his peak years when he produced over 40 films a year and directed 2 himself, this was a far cry from his current situation. Moreover, filming on videotapes was done on a television set, far less interesting than shooting a movie on the big screen. In fact, with his wealth, he could have retired and enjoyed a comfortable life, but his love for film kept him from leaving the industry. And as he got older, he gradually fell in love with acting, never missing an opportunity to have a cameo role offered by his old friends. Jonathan even gave me a cameo role this time, but it's nowhere near as important as yours. I'm so jealous. Why is your role so much more important than mine? Ronald chatted with Coleman in the car. Hey, because I was in Jack Nicholson's acting class, that's why. You still have a lot to learn as an actor. Roger Coleman's role was indeed very important. He was playing a big shot, the director of the FBI. Jonathan Demme had put in a lot of effort to get Coleman all the way to the FBI for this location shoot. Not only was Roger Coleman given the role of FBI director, but an official photograph of him with the stars and stripes as a backdrop was also created and hung on the wall of his FBI headquarters office. Not bad. Ronald, let's lean against this wall and have them take a picture of us. Roger Coleman was delighted to see his official portrait hanging on the wall of the FBI office and even pulled Ronald to pose for a photo in front of it. Jonathan Demme had his reasons for giving him the role of the highest-ranking officer in the entire series. Roger Coleman seemed particularly adept at playing bureaucratic roles, whether it was a congressman, a teacher, a government official, or the FBI director. This was something Coppola discovered first. Coppola invited Coleman to play a senator in The Godfather Part 2, saying that Coleman looked like that kind of political bigwig, outwardly respectable but completely clueless about his job, relying entirely on posturing. And this time, playing the FBI director, he did indeed have a kind of friendly hypocrisy in the photograph, perfectly suited for this bureaucratic role. Haha, Ronald, what role are you playing? Roger Coleman, after admiring his own photo and rehearsing twice in the office, turned around and saw Ronald, now dressed in his cadet uniform, and laughed. Ronald wore a sky blue t-shirt and beige pants, with a striking yellow denim-style metal belt buckle, and a leather holster on the belt. This outfit was perfectly suitable for playing an FBI cadet. Jonathan Demme had invited Ronald to play the small role because of his good looks. Ronald would have a close-up shot in his cadet uniform, disassembling and cleaning a revolver, and a line, "Looks good." According to Jonathan Demme, Ronald had a well-proportioned build, short hair, and a clean-shaven face, giving him the sharp, professional air of someone working in the disciplined forces. If he had entered the acting world back then, he would definitely have been excellent material for a disciplined forces role. Whether playing a righteous supporting character who makes a grand entrance only to be killed by the villain shortly after, or a spy infiltrating the good guy's side who is exposed and killed in a gunfight with a protagonist, his face is always incredibly convincing. This is Jonathan Demme's filmmaking philosophy. The quality of a film is often determined by these seemingly insignificant supporting roles. In truly first-rate films, no supporting actor is out of place. But in mediocre films, while the protagonist's role is decent, the supporting actors start to fudge. Action, Jonathan Demme commands, and the camera zooms out on Ronald. Ronald pulls back his revolver, his finger spins the cylinder, then he uses a cleaning rod to poke a few times in one of the cylinder's trajectories, before saying to the actor opposite him, "Looks good." The camera moves forward, Jodie Foster peeks in from outside, and Starling, summoned by her superior, enters in her training uniform. The camera panned past Ronald's location, following Jodie Foster into the corridor ahead, then around the corner to a manager's office. The camera zoomed in. Two men who appeared to be managers told Starling that their superiors were busy and she could wait in the boss's office next door. Finally, the camera followed her into the office, where a photo of Roger Coleman was prominently displayed on the opposite wall. Cut. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded enthusiastically for Ronald's performance. Ronald clapped too. The atmosphere on set was good. The habit of clapping after a scene showed that the crew was actually in good spirits, and Jonathan Demme's control was excellent. Now it's your turn. Ronald, still in makeup, was waiting to see the brilliant performance of Roger Coleman, the Oscar-winning actor, Jack Nicholson's classmate. Action, Hannibal Lecter will be transferred to Memphis. Roger Coleman, with a serious expression, addressed Starling's boss, Jack, over the phone. Transfer. The actor playing Jack, holding a cell phone behind the camera, was acting opposite him. Did you have one of your students give Hannibal Lecter a false message saying the senator would transfer him to a better prison? Now the senator, the kidnapped girl's mother, is furious. Here's Mr. Paul Klein from the Department of Justice. He'll go to Memphis Airport and take over everything. The camera suddenly zoomed forward, making Roger Coleman's politician face look even more serious. Cut. Bravo. Ronald led the applause. How was my acting? Coleman couldn't hold back. This role was high-ranking, and it was really fun to play. No wonder you're Jack Nicholson's classmate." Ronald gave him a thumbs up. Jonathan Demme came over and handed them 2 t-shirts and baseball caps as souvenirs for participating in the filming. Ronald gave him a thumbs up too. Jonathan Demme's attention to detail was consistent with his approach. The earlier image of director Roger Corman hanging on the wall serves as a visual foreshadowing, echoing earlier shots. This demonstrates Demme's attention to detail. Regardless of the box office success of The Silence of the Lambs, one thing is certain: fans of this genre, when watching it at home on VHS, will likely discover new details each time, rather than finding continuity errors and praising the director's skill. Besides Coleman's photo hanging in Starling's boss Jack's office, another photo hangs in the director's office in this scene, that of J. Edgar Hoover, the founder of the FBI. This also echoes the plot point. After Hoover's death, the FBI director was no longer the powerful figure the president had to defer to. After Hoover, the FBI was placed under the Department of Justice, theoretically subject to the Attorney General's command. This is why, in the movie's plot, the FBI director is subordinate to the Justice Department envoy sent by the senator, giving him full authority over the handling of Hannibal Lecter. Regardless of the actual details, this approach, at least, leaves those familiar with the FBI and the power structure in America with little room for criticism. The philosophy of making every film a masterpiece is also a key reason why Jonathan Demme enjoys the arduous work of directing. Ronald and Roger Corman finished their cameos and took a private jet back to Los Angeles together. Ronald, why do you always use a private jet? Do you know? One flight can help many poor children finish high school. Roger Corman sat comfortably in his seat on the private jet, secretly pleased that he was hitching a ride with Ronald without paying. However, deep down, he was a veteran of World War II, influenced by hippies, and possessed a strong desire to do something for the underprivileged. Seeing his protege Ronald's current success, Roger Corman remained reserved in his comments. "My aunt told me the secret to hard work is good sleep. I always sleep very well on business jets. Good sleep means high efficiency. High efficiency means smoother filming, and it saves a lot of money." Ronald's string of absurd arguments made Roger Corman laugh heartily. "Besides," he continued, "Sony gave me this for free, and I've actually donated quite a bit to foundations that support impoverished students." Ronald not only provided scholarships to poor children on Staten Island, but also established a scholarship in Laoyan's name for Chinese students studying in America. Each year, he would use a small portion of the profits from his Lightning Lantern project, along with his own money, to support students in the New York and Los Angeles areas. He heard that many of them, due to their English difficulties, could only work washing dishes in Chinese restaurants to earn a living, and the intensity of that work made it difficult to maintain their studies. Ronald did his best to help as many as he could. Xiao Yan, also a student there, helped Ronald oversee this charitable donation. "Very good, hard-working, enjoying it, and giving back to society. You're truly excellent." Roger Corman treats all the young people he mentors equally and is very proud of their artistic achievements. However, from a producer's and businessman's perspective, he still prefers Ronald. Talented individuals who balance business and art can bring more job opportunities and better films to Hollywood. Ronald raised his water bottle to Corman in respect. "I agreed to what you said. It's good to help you. Although I'm Jewish, it's not a good thing for those who want to monopolize opportunities in the creative industry. When I was young, Hollywood wasn't like it is now." Roger Corman sighed. "Back then, there were drive-in theaters and low-budget film distributors like Ape, who could prepay Corman's company to make films, cultivating generations of highly educated film talent, which arguably completely changed Hollywood. Now, however, opportunities for low-budget films are becoming increasingly scarce. Starting out with videotapes and television movies, limited by the size of the screen, leads to many bad habits, and the art of big-screen cinema is in danger of being lost." Roger Corman was a discerning man. Although he had never truly been accepted or recognized by Hollywood, he was a living fossil of the film industry and quite worried about the current situation. "I hope it won't be too difficult for you. They won't call you a traitor among the Jews, will they?" The task Ronald asked Corman to do was actually quite taboo for Jews. There was a common rule among Jews in Hollywood, to give opportunities to people of their own ethnicity as much as possible. "Hey, they don't really see me as one of them," Corman chuckled. "And I don't see them as one of me either. Jews only have a way out if they integrate into mainstream society and don't see themselves as a special group. Roger Coleman was actually leaning towards liberal Jewish values. He also celebrated Christmas. Before the war, the general trend among Jews was to integrate into mainstream American values. Until the impact of World War II, a large number of Jewish elites from Eastern Europe came to America, completely changing the demographic composition and mainstream ideology of the Jewish community. I'm getting off topic. Actually, I was just playing a minor role in this. They won't do anything to me. But that friend of yours who actually took action, his pressure is much greater than mine. Roger Coleman knew the gist of Ronald's plan, understanding his desire to get other people's money and his mindset regarding the two Forrest Gump movies. This kind of thing isn't so easy to accomplish for some of the more assertive Jewish communities. They'd rather the script not be made than let a non-Jewish person try. Hey, don't worry about him. His identity is special. Those Jews can't do anything to him, Ronald replied with a smile. There were some things he hadn't told Coleman yet. Confucius said it well, a ruler who doesn't know how to keep secrets will lose his country. A subject who doesn't know how to keep secrets will lose his life. If you don't know how to keep secrets, you can't accomplish anything. Besides, this was also for Coleman's good. Knowing too much about the plan would only increase his pressure after it's done. It's better for everyone to maintain this tacit understanding without explicitly stating it. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.